Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku had a Bizzare Quirk and had Harem. Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Izuku's Bizzare Quirk by Leon Kennedy 2000. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Izuku Midoriya wanted to be a hero so much. Ever since he watched that All Might video for the first time, he knew that one day he will also save people with a smile on his face. He was hoping that he'd get a powerful quirk, something that will let him keep up with top-ranked pro heroes. In a way, his wish was granted. His quirk would be like nothing else. It all started during his 5th birthday. When he went to sleep, he found himself in a strange place. It was a large house, comparable to Kachan's home in size. In the kitchen, there was a blonde man clipping fingernails. He was wearing a set of purple suit and pants, as well as a green striped shirt and a necktie with a bizarre ornament. After noticing Izuku, the man started talking. "You are Izuku Midoriya, correct? How do you know me? Who are you?" the greenhead asked with palpable terror in his voice. "My name is Kira Yoshikage. I was a humble salaryman back in the day. As for knowing your name, there is a paper sticky to the refrigerator. It explains some things." The man pointed his finger at the fridge. Kira? What a strange name for a Japanese man, Izuku thought. "I heard that," Kira said with a hint of anger. "So, sorry," kid mumbled. Izuku walked up to the fridge but was too short to reach the paper. Kira had to come and hand it over. Rules of the mind space. Guests cannot harm the host, Izuku Midoriya, or each other. Guests cannot lie, but they have a right to remain silent. Guests cannot control the host's body in any way. Guests can lend their special abilities to the host and take them back at any moment. Guests can selectively share the senses of the host, as well as hear his thoughts. Host cannot prevent guests from enjoying Rule 5. Host cannot evict the guests, nor can guests leave on their own. If host dies, so will the guests. It says guests, not guest, but I only met you, Yoshikage-san. Do you know where the others are? Izuku scratched his head. "No, and honestly, I would prefer to be your only guest. Nothing ruins peace and quiet like having a ton of roommates. Now, I want to ask you a few questions, kid. Oh, and just call me Kira." Sure." The greenhead gulped. "All right." Kira fixed his tie. "Did you create this place?" I don't know. Maybe? I have never been here before. Sorry, sir." "Do you know anything about me?" "Nothing, except what you just told me." "This is not good." The blonde sighed. "Do you know what is a stand?" "It's when you stand on your legs?" Izuku asked after some thinking. "No, okay. Look, Rule 4 says I can lend you my special ability, most likely my stand. What will you do with it?" "It depends on what your stand is, Kira-san." "Makes sense. It's a feline humanoid creature that can turn objects into bombs upon touch. I call it Killer Queen. It can then detonate those bombs by making this gesture." Kira pressed his thumb against the rest of his hand, as if he was holding a detonator. "That's awesome." Izuku screamed enthusiastically. "It's almost like Kachan's quirk." "What is a quirk?" Kira raised an eyebrow. "Oh, that's how people call special abilities, sir. May I ask you something?" "Soon, kid. First tell me, what will you do with Killer Queen?" "I will show it to other children in the kindergarten. They will applaud me like they did my friend." This is what I feared. Of course a little kid would try to hoard attention. Blonde face palmed. "Wait, how common are quirk users around here?" "They are the majority, sir. Only 20% of people are quirkless." "This place must be a nightmare to live in," Kira thought to himself. "All right. Listen, kid, I hate being a center attention. I would much rather live a quiet life, with no one bothering me. It's obvious that you and I are different in this regard. If you want to use my Killer Queen, you'd have to do something in return." "Of course, sir." The child nodded. "First, ask your parents to make a katsu sandwich with deep-fried pork. It's my favorite. Second," Kira stopped for a moment. "I want you to kiss a hand of the cutest girl in your kindergarten." "Sure thing, sir. I want to ask you something too. We are running out of time. Let's limit this to one question for now. You said you were, not are. Did you die, sir? I'm not sure, but probably yes. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Before Kira could say anything, an alarm bell woke Izuku up. Izuku tried to shut it off without standing up. Suddenly, a strange being emerged from his body and turned off the alarm. Greenhead took a good look at this creature. It was a pink humanoid, a cat-like head, about the same size as him. You must be Killer Queen, right? Yoshikage-san's quirk? KQ nodded. You don't talk? That's a pity. You wanted to tell me something? Kira's voice resonated in his ear. Kira-san? Where are you? I'm still in your head, kid. Suddenly, Izuku mothers came into the room. Mom, look, I finally got a quirk. Izuku pointed to the kitty cat. I'll call it Killer Queen. I'm so glad, Izuku, Inko said as she hugged both the child and the stand. We should go to the doctor soon to register you quirk. Mom, can you please make me a katsu sandwich with deep-fried pork? My friends told me they're tasty. Anything for you, my child. In the kindergarten, everyone was staring at Greenhead and his new quirk. So what, you finally got a quirk, Deku? Bakugo asked with excitement. Yes, Kachan, and it can make explosions, just like yours. Oh really? Care to show me? Katsuki grinned. Instead of answering, Midoriya let Killer Queen take a coin from his pocket, throw it into the air and explode it, creating a miniature firework. Wow! That's awesome! Everyone was excited and asked Izuku to do it again, but the supervisors told him to stop because it was too dangerous. For some reason Kachan avoided him for the rest of the day. Before everyone's parents arrived, Izuku walked up to a pink-skinned girl with horns. Mina, may I please kiss your hand? Of course, Izuku, Mina giggled. But only if you let me pet Killer Queen. After a day of joy, Izuku went to sleep so he can ask for questions to his guest. To his surprise, there was a different blonde man sitting on the couch, tapping his finger against his leg. Unlike Kira, this man was tall and muscular, his skin was a bit pale, his clothing consisted of black and yellow, and there was an inexplicable aura of danger coming from him. Hello, SS sir, may I ask you an name? Izuku could not contain his fear at all. The buff blonde smirked and said, Kono Dio da, like I was saying, I am Dio, the greatest man this world has ever witnessed. Now, you two must explain what's going on. Well, I am Izuku Midoriya. You are a guest in my head? A guest? What does that even mean? I don't recall being invited here. You must release me immediately. I don't think that's possible, Dio. Kira butted into the conversation. What? Why the hell not? Dio asked while trying to suppress his surprise. Take a look at this paper. It's the rule set of this place. Dio quickly skimmed through the given paper, and then he tore it into pieces and started laughing manically. Ha 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 ha. You think you can hold me hostage? Use my power. Dio pointed at the kid. No, I've already had arrogant child steal my stand ability. I will not let that happen again. You will release me right now or I will tear you apart. Greenhead was too terrified to answer. Instead he walked behind Kira, hoping that he can calm the newcomer down. Kira, while unsettled, was able to maintain composure. Listen, Dio. I don't like being here any more than you do, but screaming will not help. This place has security measures to prevent violence. Go ahead, summon your stand. It will not work. You dare doubt me, Dio? Now he sounded more irritated than angry. The world. Nothing happened. Dio tried to call it again and again, but result remained the same. I told you it wouldn't work. I tried calling my stand for 20 minutes to no avail. Whatever force brought us here must be suppressing our stands. I see. Dio said calmly before looking at the child. Well, Izuku Midoriya, I am impressed. You have managed to imprison me, and now you want to dwell on my powers for your own benefit. Please, don't say it like that. I can't even control this ability myself. I wouldn't have trapped anyone willingly. Dio remained silent for a while, then he started talking again. All right. I suppose I am stuck here for the time being. Now, do you want to use my incredible power? Izuku silently nodded. Fine, but know this. I am a vampire, and that means I need blood to stay in good shape. And I mean human blood, not filthy animal blood. I don't think we need food or drinks to survive. Kira entered the dialogue again. During my first day I ate nothing at all and felt no hunger. I think food is just a form of entertainment here. Really? Dio was flabbergasted. Well, it doesn't matter. Regular food doesn't taste nearly as good as fresh blood, especially from youth. Dio-san. I can't drink someone's blood. Izuku started crying again. People will call me a villain. Big deal. You wouldn't care about what weaklings say if you had my kind of power. Maybe I should just stay with Kira-san's killer queen? Izuku thought to himself, forgetting that both blondes can still hear him. He doesn't seem like a bad person to me. Kira couldn't help but smile at the irony. You have got to be kidding me. Dio was furious yet again. Okay, kiddo, how about this? I'll let you use the world for a whole day. Think of it as a free trial. I guarantee that you will sing differently once you have seen its might firsthand. Once again, Izuku answered with a nod. It would take some time before he could get used to his new guest. Alarm went off. Izuku tried to turn it off with his quirk, consciously this time. A yellow figure appeared from his body and turned off the alarm. It looked similar to the divers he saw on TV because of the tanks on its back and tubes connecting the tanks to the helmet. You must be the world. Izuku waved at his quirk smiling. Then he noticed that his skin was paler than usual. Oh no. Did I turn into a vampire? Izuku ran to the nearest mirror and was relieved to see his reflection. That's not how it works, kiddo. I was able to see my reflection just fine. If you want to be sure, check your teeth. Dio's voice told him. To Izuku's horror, he gained unusually large fangs. Dio, you just said that mirror thing isn't true. Now I'm curious. What is true about vampires? Kira asked Dio. It's true that sunlight, or more specifically, ultraviolet light, kills us very quickly. However, that's pretty much the only negative. We are everlasting and powerful. We can regenerate from the wounds that would be fatal to humans. There are other abilities, but they are obsolete when you have a stand like mine. What does your stand do, Dio-sama? Izuku was curious as well. It has the power to stop time, Dio proudly exclaimed. Wow, that's epic. How'd I do it? First, you need to look at something with constant movement to see the time stops effect for yourself. I have an idea, Izuku said before running to the bathroom and turning on the sink. Imagine time as two rotating gears, Dio whispered in his ear. All right. Now what? Great. Now imagine that's you are grabbing those gears with the world's hands and grinding them both to a halt. Okay. Gears, grab, grinding to a halt. Suddenly a strange feeling resonated within Izuku's body. He noticed that for a moment, the flow of water stopped. This moment didn't last even half a second, but it was definitely there. This is amazing. Izuku screamed with joy. What is amazing? Inko asked her son as she entered the room. Mom, look, my quirk has a new form now. I call it the world. I am glad for you. Wait, what happened to your skin? Her tone went from cheerful to deeply concerned. I think I am a vampire now. Izuku scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. No, Inko's tone became dreadful. Please, tell me it is transformation type and not mutation. Is it, Dio-san? Izuku thought to Dio. I don't understand the meaning of her question. Right, she is asking if I can turn off my vampirism. I could never do it myself, but I remember one of the rules saying I can take my abilities back. Maybe that will work. Please, try it, sir. Fine. Dio sighed. I can't believe someone would willingly go back to being human. I call my abilities back. Nothing changed. Now Izuku was just as worried as his mother. He didn't understand why she upset, but he knew it was for a good reason. Sorry, Mom, I don't really understand how my quirk works yet. If I find a way to turn this off, I will let you know. Let's hope that doctor can help you with understanding, my dear. Mother said through her tears. They had to wait until sunset to finally leave the house. Inko suggested using sunscreen and thick clothing, but Dio's warnings of potential death made Izuku's decision clear. Thankfully, the doctor was on good terms with the family. During the analysis, the child summoned the world and shocked the adults with its power. Even while restricted with a small body, it could easily life an adult male, juggle 10 balls simultaneously and hit a bullseye in darts every time. Izuku wanted to tell them about time stop, but Dio demanded for it to be a secret. As for his vampiric metamorphosis, the kid, after Dio's reassurance, asked the doctor to intentionally injure him, claiming to have super regeneration. That attempt was quickly shut down by his mother. She was more concerned about weaknesses of vampires. Just like Dio has claimed, silver, garlic and many other traditional tools were completely harmless to the boy. Even UV light wasn't bad as he feared. It still burned his skin quickly, but it didn't annihilate him instantly. Plus, the regeneration was, in fact, quite fast. When Izuku asked for blood as innocently as he could, doctor gave him a pack of donor blood from the freezer. It tasted like frozen yogurt. They still couldn't find a way to disable the vampirism. When it came time to name the quirk, Greenhead wanted it to be vague enough that it could fit both TW and KQ, so in the end he settled for imaginary friend. After they came home, Inko hugged her son and told him, "I will love you no matter what, Izuku. I was just hoping that you wouldn't get a villainous-looking quirk or mutation. There are people that live by labels and stereotypes, my son. They will try to bully you, say mean things to you, but you should not let them get in your head. Don't think you are a bad person just because they tell you so, okay? Okay, Mom, I will not let you down." Izuku hugged her back. Kid convinced his mother to let him go and see his friends in the park. He knew that Kachan hangs there during late evenings. He wanted to show him the world before going to bed. When he arrived the park, he saw an injustice happening before his eyes. Bakugo and two of his pals were standing in front of a crying boy. Izuku knew he had to intervene. Izuku quickly positioned himself between Katsuki's group and the crying boy. He was shaking in his knees, but he tried his best to not show fear. "What the fuck are you doing, Deku?" Bakugo was irritated. "This is none of your business." "I agree," Hira mumbled. "You shouldn't try to pick fights. Don't let him boss you around." Dio argued. "Kachan, you can't go around and hurt people." "Why the hell not?" the blonde kid yelled. "You just can't, trust me." Greenhead tried to say calmly. "You are not my mom, Deku. If you don't stay out of my way, I will remove you myself." Midoriya was trembling. He knew from experience that his friend could be violent when aggravated, especially since his quirk let him burn his opponents. Thankfully, Izuku's current quirk was decent, so he was going to stand his ground. "I will not let you hurt that kid." "Fine. Brace yourself, Deku," Kachan shouted as he ran towards his opponent. "Die, you stupid." Before he could finish the sentence, the world swiftly punched him in the head, sending Bakugo flying in the opposite direction. "No way, he is crazy. We need to get out of here." Katsuki's minions screamed as they ran away. Izuku was shocked. He didn't expect the fight to end so quickly. His first thought was to turn around and reassure the crying child, but he was already gone. He then ran towards Bakugo to see how bad the damage was. Kachan's head was bleeding and he was unconscious. "Kid, we need to run too." Hira tried to plead. "You will be in a lot of trouble if you get caught." "No way," Izuku cried. "It's my fault. I need to call an ambulance." "There is no need. It's already on the way." A woman's voice reassured him. The child turned around and saw a pro-hero in a provocative skin-colored suit and a red domino mask. For a moment, he stopped thinking about his injured friend. He could only think about trying to hide embarrassment. "Those hands are simply gorgeous." Hira was pleased. "Not just the hands. She is a total bombshell." Dio was just as happy to look at her. "I bet her blood tastes divine." Annoyed by his guest's commentary, Midoriya tried to look down on the ground. "Where are my manners?" The woman giggled. "I am the pro-hero Midnight." "What is your name, little one?" "It's Izuku Midoriya. And I know who you are." "Really?" The heroine did not expect to hear this from a 5-year-old, given her reputation. "Yes, from the news. I heard how you forced the government to make regulations on hero suits." "I am a fan." "Oh, right, I guess that would be common knowledge. Still, I'm glad to have more fans." Midnight patted Izuku on his head. "Now, I need you walk with me to a nearest police station." "Damn it," Hira got mad. "I told you to not interfere, kid. Will you put me behind bars?" Izuku began crying again. "No, Izuku, not if you are honest with me." Pro-hero smiled. "Can you tell me this boy's name?" She pointed at Bakugo. I mean Katsuki Bakugo. He is my friend. Ambulance arrived and took away the unconscious body. Izuku walked with Midnight to the police station. He thought he was mentally prepared for what was about to happen, but he was wrong. He did not expect his mother and Bakugo's parents to arrive. They all have concerned expressions on their faces. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo. Is Kachan all right? Izuku asked sheepishly. He'll be fine, Mitsuki answered. He just needs to rest for a few weeks. I am so sorry. Listen, Izuku. Midnight began talking. You need tell us what happened. Be honest, please. Okay. I went to the park to show Kachan my quirk, but then when I came there, he was confronting a crying kid. I don't know what happened between them, but I knew Kachan could be violent at times. Izuku stared at his friend's parents. Please, continue. I had to stop him. I tried to talk him down, but he didn't listen. He ran at me with his quirk active. I had no choice but to defend myself. Was hitting him so hard necessary, though? Mitsuki intervened. I know boys like to settle things with fists, but you could have pulled your punches. I am sorry, ma'am. I always thought Kachan was stronger than me, so I give it my all. Of course you did. Bakugo's mother face-palmed. Well, just be more careful next time, Izuku. My son must have really scared you. By the way, what's with your skin? Are you ill? No, Inko responded. We think it's a side effect of his quirk. I'm glad it's nothing serious. She sighed in relief. And I'm glad that we achieved an understanding. Midnight looked at the boy. You seem like a good kid to me. I think that someday you will become a great hero. Thank you very much. His smile was a ray of sunshine. Before I forgot, could you please give me an autograph? The child pulled a notebook from under his shirt. You should ask her number instead. Dio laughed. Anything for a fan of mine. Since it was the first time Izuku got in trouble for using his quirk, and because he was backed by a heroine, the kid got away with just a verbal warning. After returning back home, he immediately fell asleep. This day was an emotional roller coaster, and he had so many questions towards his guests. Midoriya was hoping to not get anyone new, as he couldn't even get used to the vampire, but fate had other ideas. The new person in his mind space wore an expensive-looking black suit with a crimson necktie. His hair was pink with black spots everywhere. Everyone could see a mix of curiosity and fear in his eyes. Welcome, my friend, Dio said sarcastically. Make yourself at home, because it is your new home. Wait, the new guy sounded surprised. You are not going to kill me. No, we couldn't kill you even if we wanted to. Kira handed over a piece of paper put together by an adhesive tape. Please, do not tear it, no matter how angry you get after reading. The man took the paper very carefully, as to not cut himself by accident. He slowly read through the rules before exhaling in relief. Thank goodness. Wait, why are you happy? Dio asked in confusion. Before getting here, I was trapped in an infinite death loop. I died in most random ways without being able to stop it. I don't even remember how long I was there. Besides, I've lived in one body with another person before, so this isn't too surprising. That's horrible. Who could have this to you? The child exclaimed. A brat called Giorno Giovanna. After he got the Requiem arrow, his stand evolved. It made my stand ability useless and put me in that loop. I suppose I should thank you for getting me out of there, even if it means trapping me here instead. So, thank you. The mysterious man smiled at his savior. You are welcome. Boy tried to smile in return. An infinite death loop. Sounds intriguing. Dio laughed manically. Whoever this Giorno is, I certainly would have liked to meet him. There are quite a few people I'd give such treatment. Don't say that, Dio-san. Izuku protested. No one deserves such cruelty. Yeah, whatever. The vampire shrugged. Izuku walked towards his new guest, bowed to him and asked him to tell more himself. The pink-haired man thought for some time before starting to talk. My name is Do. His mouth betrayed him halfway through the sentence. It felt like his tongue went numb. You are trying to lie. Kira explained. I had the same experience yesterday, when I tried testing the rules in private. Better tell us the truth. Very well, he frowned. My name is Diavolo. Really, My name is Dio. I guess we are a match made in heaven. Ha 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 ha. I created and ran a successful mafia clan in Italy. We were called Passione. It controlled everything. Media, the government, and most importantly, all the criminal activities in the country. I practically ruled everything from the shadows. He clenched his fist. It all went downhill when one of my capos decided to betray me. He and his subordinates even managed to dispose of my elite assassins, forcing me to intervene. We ended the chasing the arrow that would let its user rule the world. Giorno got it first and killed me. The rest you already know. So, you are a villain. Izuku sounded disappointed. Well, if you want to use childish labels, then yes. For someone who rules from the shadows, you are awfully chatty about your past. Hira poured himself a glass of water. By now I don't see a point in hiding anything. I don't regret what I did, but I am pretty tired. The ex-boss sat down. All those deaths made me twitchy and paranoid. I don't even care about power anymore. All I now want is peace, and revenge on Giorno if possible. I'm glad to have someone I can relate to. Hira smirked. May I ask you a few questions, Diavolo-san? Izuku mumbled while trying to avoid eye contact. Ask away. Why did you do all of those things? I mean, running a criminal organization is bad. You must have hurt so many people. Diavolo chuckled. The idea that he had to explain his motives to a 5-year-old was absurd, yet it was a reality he found himself in. Truth be told, I didn't care. I wanted to have all the power and remain anonymous, to have the best of both worlds. Anyone who would have been hurt in the process was a non-factor to me. The boy frowned. While Diavolo wasn't as hostile to him as Dio, he was just as evil. Still, the quirk curiosity took over his apparent disdain for the boss. Could you lend me your special power? I could, but you must promise to do me a favor. Please, do not ask me to harm other people. Izuku stared at the vampire. You don't have to worry about that right now. The mafioso patted the kid on the head. For starters, I need you to look for mentions of my organization. I want to know what happened after my death. I can do that. There was no alarm this time. Izuku was instead woken up by his mother asking him to come to breakfast. They were both relieved to see that boy's skin and teeth went back to normal. The taste of food also improved when he became human again. After the breakfast, the greenhead turned on his computer and started searching through the internet. He tried looking up Passione, Giorno Giovanna, Bruno Bucciarati, and other names suggested by the boss, but none of them brought any meaningful results. Then he tried looking up terms proposed by Dio and Kira, but those attempts were fruitless as well. Damn, even Morio doesn't exist. Hira was taken aback. I guess this is a completely different universe from our own. Suddenly, the telephone rang. Izuku hurried to answer the call. The voice belonged to a pink girl from the kindergarten, Mina Ashido. Good morning, Midori. Are you busy right now? No. Awesome. How about we hang out in the park? All right, I think I can go with you. Izuku hurried to the park. He didn't really understand why Mina would call him specifically. They never hanged out like this before. When he arrived, Mina ran towards him for a hug. Why, Mina? Izuku's face became red like a tomato. Why not? She laughed. That's what friends do. Are we friends? Of course, dummy. She knocked on his forehead. I'm friends with everybody. Now, do you mind telling me what happened yesterday? What do you mean? Bakugo's ass kissers were told everyone that you kicked his butt. They also said your quirk looked differently. Tell me all the details. There is not much to tell. He shrugged. He tried to hurt someone. I had to hurt him to stop it, but I overdid it. He ended up with a bleeding head. Will he be okay? Yes, he just needs to rest. And what about your quirk? Izuku pondered for a second. He didn't want to sound crazy by mentioning people in his head, so he needed to come up with a different explanation. It has different forms. The form I used yesterday was called the world. Cool. Can you show it to me? Izuku really did not want to become a vampire again, especially when outside on a sunny day. No, but I can show you the current form. A red and white figure flew out of his body. Its face had a smaller face on the top of its head. It's so ugly. Mina looked away. Midori, can you call Killer Queen instead? After receiving permission from Kira, the kid tried to call his stand, but only the red figure kept coming out. I'm sorry, Mina, I think there is a limit of how fast I can change forms. It's alright, you can show it later. Let's go and have some fun. They spent the rest of the day playing hide and seek, eating ice cream and building sand castles. Izuku made a mental note to study the red and white quirk later on. After returning home and having dinner, the boy went back into his room to start experimenting. First, there is Epitaph, the ability to see what fate has in store for you. Diavolo sounded proud. Try calling it out. Izuku's forehead began to itch. When he tried to scratch it, he felt something was off. After looking in a mirror, he laughed out loud. There was a smaller face, just like the one on his quirk. The little face started projecting light on a wall, as if they were in a cinema. The short video showed his mother entering the room with a mop in her hands. Immediately after projection was over, Inko did exactly what was showed. Her clothes, facial expressions and mop were replicated perfectly by Epitaph. Honey, I need you to leave your room for now, so I can clean the floor. She stared at the little face. Is that another side effect of your quirk? I think so, yes. He smiled innocently. I hope it's not permanent either. If you want to go outside, wear a cap over that thing. Izuku went to the living room. Now, onto time erasure. It can be difficult to notice its effects. Best way to measure it is to record yourself. Get a camera. The green head took his phone, opened a camera app and began recording himself. Now, imagine you're holding a string with both hands. You need to snap it with one decisive motion. String, snap. His body felt a small shock, not too dissimilar from when the world stopped water in the sink. Try to grab the TV remote. Despite the child's attempts, he was unable to even touch it. He had to wait until the strange feeling went away before he could lift the remote. When reviewing the recording, he noticed that his futile attempts at touching the TV controller were missing from the video. It's almost as if that part was edited out. Diavolo-san, your ability is great. No wonder you were so successful as a villain. He exclaimed. I know, it saved more times than I can count. Inko came into the living room with a worried look on her face. Did you feel that, my baby? Feel what? Feel that something happened to your memory. I forgot how I exited your room, even though I remember everything before and after that. Tell her you don't know anything, Midoriya. His guest's tone was strict. I have no idea, Mom. Izuku said with a trembling voice. She got visibly sad. I am you, Mother. I need to know what's happening to my child. She started crying. Please, Izuku, don't lie to me. You are breaking my heart. Don't listen to her, kid. Devil's voice got angrier. You should keep that ability's secret to yourself. Izuku began crying as well. I am sorry for lying, Mom. I didn't mean to upset you. My quirk must have affected your memory. Apology accepted. His mother wiped away her tears. Promise me that you will be honest about your quirk, no matter what it will do to you or to others. I promise. After calming down, the boy explained to his mother that he can predict future and erase time, which seems like a memory loss to other people. Inko bit her lip. On the one hand, she was happy that her son got a powerful quirk, but on the other hand, it was getting out of hand. She feared that her son might become arrogant or hurt someone by accident. Izuku went to bed. To his delight, there were still only 3 people. Each was doing their own thing. The kid decided that he needs to learn more about them. First was Diavolo, who was rummaging through the kitchen. You need to learn how to keep your mouth shut, kiddo. My ability becomes less useful the more people know about it. I can't lie to my own mother. But I will try to be more careful with others. All right, where do you keep the booze? He asked while still searching. I haven't had a good drink in ages. Quote. Izuku looked in the freezer and in the shelves. He noticed that all the food was something he ate or drank before, including a bag of frozen blood. Diavolo-san, I think this place only has food that I am familiar with. Great. The mafioso rolled his eyes. I'll have to add wine to my list of demands. Next was Dio. He was reading a perfect copy of Izuku's quirk notebook. Do you like it? The child asked. I have to say, most of the literature here is quite boring. This is probably the only worthwhile thing. It's certainly important to keep track of your potential enemies. Izuku had mixed feelings. He didn't appreciate the vampire calling heroes enemies, but he was relieved to see calm Dio. Perhaps this is an angle he could work with. If you want, I can go to the library and pick a book for you. Yes, this is definitely something I want. Dio-san, would you mind telling me more about your life? He sat next to Dio. Fine, I will give you a brief summary. It all started in when my father died and I got adopted into a wealthy Joestar family. They treated me well, but not well enough. One day, I tried to poison my adoptive father. However, my stepbrother Jonathan foiled my plan. I got desperate and used an ancient stone mask to become a vampire. But even with all of my newfound might, I couldn't defeat Jojo in a fair fight. I had to decapitate myself, then sneak up on Jonathan and ambush him. I ended up stealing his body for myself. He pointed at the scars on his neck. My head hurts, sir. Is that all? That's barely a half, you brat. Dio raised his voice before lowering it again. After a century in a coffin at the bottom of the ocean, I resurfaced in Egypt. There I met several important people, including Enya, an old woman who taught me about stands and gave me one, and Pucci, a young man with I shared an important secret with. He grinned. But then Jonathan's descendants tracked me down, killed most of my followers and even me. After my body was burned by the sun, I woke up here. Izuku was baffled. Compared to Diavolo-san, Dio-san lived a much more strange and unbelievable life. If it wasn't for the rule against lying, he'd never believe such a tale. I am sorry to hear that, sir. Don't be. I do not need your pity. He took a sip from glass. Remember, you'll need more blood in the future if you want to have the best stand in the world. Actually, sir, I don't like your ability all that much. What? Don't get me wrong, sir. The boy took a defensive stance. The world is an amazing quirk, even without stopping time, but becoming a vampire is very troublesome. I couldn't even walk outside in daylight. So what? You can just walk during nights. Are immortality and nigh invincibility not enough for you? You think a fortune-telling pimple or a pocket bomb can match my power? They probably can't, but consider this. If my friends were attacked during the day, I would want to help them. It would be hard to do if I couldn't leave the house. You and your stupid selflessness. Dio face-palmed. You remind me of Jonathan. Get out of my sight. I need some time alone. Izuku went to visit his last guest. Hira was drawing a replica of Mona Lisa with colored pencils. It looks great, sir. Thank you. Now, I imagine you want to ask me some questions. The boy nodded. Are you a villain, too? He was hoping to get a negative answer. I am afraid so, although I am not nearly as bad as that Diavolo guy. He put the pencils down. Are you sure you want to learn more? You will not gain anything except more disappointment. Izuku was heartbroken. The only person he thought was nice turned out to be bad guy as well. He tried really hard not to cry. Tell me, what crimes did you commit? Murder and identity theft. Hira deadpanned. Why murder? Whenever I met a pretty woman, I couldn't help but want her hand. Only her hand. How many people did you kill? 48 for their hands, plus 5 who stood in my way. This explained Kira's first request from a few days ago. Apparently he was a serial killer obsessed with hands. Have you died because of your villainy? Indeed I have. Satisfied with the answers, the greenhead went into his room in the mind space. The revelations about his neighbors, especially Kira, put a dent in his enthusiasm. He decided to take a break from learning about his quirk and focus more on the outside world. Izuku turned off the alarm with his own hand. Part of him began to reject his quirk for its evil nature. Even if his mind understood that villains can't order him around, his heart couldn't accept them just yet. He needed time to process all of this. Since the boy did not want to upset his parent again, he did not show any signs of internal struggle. From outside, he was still the same naive kid. He wanted things to go back to normal. Unfortunately for him, the consequences of his former actions made that difficult. When he arrived to the kindergarten, his peers surrounded him and begged to see his quirk in action. He wasn't used to getting so much attention. In fact, he kind of missed being under the radar. Greenhead dismissively told everyone that he wasn't in the mood, much to the children's disappointment. They all left him alone, except for Girl with Horns. Midori, something is bothering you. She tried to hug him. I'm fine, honestly. He pushed her away gently. You are a terrible liar. I suppose that's true. Look, Mina, I don't want to burden you with my problems. Besides, it's nothing too terrible. I just need some time alone. If you change your mind, talk to me. She went to play with other children. Several days have passed without Izuku using his quirk once. Some children thought he became quirkless for whatever reason, as they couldn't comprehend why Greenhead would not use his cool power. The villains did not know what they could do to lighten him up, given how they were the reason of his current mood. Izuku was taking a stroll through the park with his head down. If he wasn't so self-absorbed, he would have noticed a familiar persona coming towards him. Good evening, Izuku. She lifted his chin. I see you are in a bad mood. What happened? She is a hero. Izuku thought to himself. Maybe she knows what I should do. Are you seriously going to rat us out, kiddo? It was Kira's voice. You are supposed to be smarter than that. If she learns about us, she'll lock you up in a crazy house, if not worse. You may not believe in heroes, sir, but I do. The boy said out loud. Who are you talking to? The heroine looked around. Midnight Sama, are you good at keeping secrets? He promptly ignored her question. Of course, little guy. She gave him a wink. As long as you didn't kill anyone, it's all good. I think we should sit down. It's a long story. Don't do it. All three voices screamed in unison, causing a minor headache. Much to their dismay, Izuku told her everything about his quirk. How it placed several people in his mind, the evil nature of those people, the way he borrows their extraordinary abilities and how he doubts himself becoming a hero. However, he was unable to summon any of the stands for a practical demonstration, probably because he angered his guests. Nimari was at a loss for words. She suspected that Izuku might still be blaming himself for hurting Katsuki, but the situation was far more complicated. At first she thought it was his wild imagination, but the boy's tone and face made him look serious. Not to mention, she recalled going up the stairs seemingly instantly the day before, so at least the part about skipping time must have been true. Izuku needed help from someone more knowledgeable and resourceful than her, someone with appropriate experience. She comforted the boy who almost began crying. Izuku, I know you want to keep this between us, but this isn't my area of expertise. There is, however, a person who can definitely help you. I need you to trust him like you did me. Who is that person? He is the principal at UA. Will you talk to him? Now Izuku was speechless. UA, the best hero school in the country and the world. And he could meet its principal. It was almost too good to be true. Boy's eyes were shining like stars, which Pro-Hero took as sign of agreement. I'll come and pick you up tomorrow morning. Tell your guests to let you use their powers tomorrow. I'm sure the principal will help you with your predicament if you impress him. Everything will be okay, I promise. Izuku ran home in excitement. He explained to his mom that he'll be going to UA to show his quirk tomorrow, which caused her to faint. The child had to put her in bed and bring her smelling salts from the first aid kit. She apologized for scaring him and told him that she was proud, although internally she was cursing her pumpkin's bizarre quirk. At least it was better than nothing, she concluded. The villain's reaction varied. Kira scolded him for carelessness like an angry dad. Dio was excited to get into action again, and Diavolo wondered if potential connection to a powerful person was worth the exposure. In the end, Vampire and ex-boss gave their permission in exchange for books, blood and wine, while the killer locked himself up in his room. I think I figured out the restriction on changing stands. Dio suddenly said. What is it? Izuku asked. So far it worked when you were in your sleep, and failed when you were awake. My guess is that change is only possible when you are in this house. I guess that means he can only use one of our stands tomorrow. Diavolo scratched his head. Use my King Crimson, that way you won't burn under the sun. I agree, sir. Boy ran behind him as to hide from Dio. Stupid child. Dio went to his room. It would be an understatement to say that Izuku was intimidated. The UA building was enormous, and the wall surrounding it made it look like a fortress. Even God and Devil, with all their wealth and power in the past, couldn't help but admire the sight. The green head went through the school hallways along with Pro Hero Midnight, taking mental notes of its internal structures. He was tempted to talk to students, but they went too fast for him to lock onto anyone specific. Finally, they arrived to what looked like Principal's office. There he saw a man in a brown trench coat and a strange-looking animal. Am I rat, or a bear, a dog? No, I am Principal Nezu. Hello, Mirodia Izuku. The animal began their conversation. Hello, it's an honor to meet you. Izuku aggressively bowed down. Likewise, Midoriya, likewise. Nezu pointed at the stranger. This is Detective Tsukauchi, a good friend of mine. He will verify that you are telling the truth. I hope you don't mind him being here. The kid shook his head. A talking animal? Diavolo asked. No one in particular. Who knew that's possible? Coming from a man who can delete time. Dio smirked. Touché. Can you quiet down, please? The child was irritated. Tell me everything that you deem important, Midoriya. I'll ask questions after you are done. Izuku repeated his story once again, even mentioning Dio's theory about form changes. He then demonstrated King Crimin's abilities to the audience. Detective confirmed that everything the child told was true. Nezu was both excited and stressed out. The boy in front of him held incredible power. With proper teaching, he could definitely become a top 5 pro hero. On the flip side, if he chose the path of villainy, the consequences would be catastrophic. He would not only have a quirk that bends reality, but also guidance from the prisoners of his mind. Making sure he doesn't go down that road was of utmost importance. Midoriya, do you want to become a hero? Greenhead nodded silently. But you think that's impossible because your quirk is evil. He nodded again. Well, let me assure you, there are no such things as evil quirks. Even if your powers come from literal villains, what you do with them is what defines you. You really think so? His eyes got wet. Absolutely. In fact, UA had quite a few students whose quirks were deemed villainous. Take Eraserhead, for example. He was shunned in the past because he can disable other people's quirks, but he still became a hero because his heart was in the right place. Izuku tried to wipe away tears of happiness. He could still be a hero. Now, as for your guests, ask them what they want in exchange for cooperating with you, but tell them to be reasonable. I may have a lot of influence and money, but I even have limits. Izuku started writing down on a piece of paper provided by the rat. Some of the points there made him blush, especially since Midnight was watching him. Finally, he handed the paper to Nezu, who skimmed through the list. Sure, I can arrange that. The boy was shocked at the response. He was certain that some demands would have been shut down. By the way, I noticed that 2 out of 3 quirks in you can manipulate time. Does Killer Queen have something like that as well? Yes, it does, but you will never want to use it. That was Kira-san's response. Even so, I'd like to know what we'll be dealing with. Ask Kira-san and others to list all of their abilities. After all, I agreed to provide everything they wanted. The boy started writing again. Killer Queen's additional bombs included an almost indestructible miniature tank that requires a freshly removed hand, as well as a strange time looping trick that needs another person's help. Vampires can apparently mind control humans with their hair follicles and spread vampirism via blood transfusions. Finally, Epitaph can somehow detect invisible people, which no one would assume just from its basic ability. Quite an impressive list, young Midoriya. Nezu laughed quietly. You will receive everything within a week or 2. A psychologist will monitor your mental state every Sunday. Don't worry, you can trust her. Also, I have to agree with Diavolo. His time erasure is better kept as a secret, otherwise the world would hate you for it. What? Why? It affects the whole planet, if not the whole universe. The reports of memory losses occurred in practically every country. Only use it when you absolutely have to. In fact, you should also keep all of the abilities from the last paper to yourself, at least for now. Oh, okay. Other than that, go and live your best childhood. We will let you know when to begin hero training. Before I leave, may I please get an autograph? The large burden has fallen from Izuku's shoulders. He could actually become a hero one day. He was so glad that the first thing he did upon arriving to the kindergarten was making another firework with Killer Queen. "Midori, you are back to normal," Mina exclaimed. "Yes." He tried to hug her. "Sorry for not explaining my issues to you." "It's okay, I don't hold grudges." She hugged him back. "Mina, I need your help. Kachan will be released from the hospital in a few days. I want to make a proper apology to him." "What are you going to apologize for?" Her tone got serious. "For that fight. You told me it was his fault." "The conflict might have been his fault, but its result was mine. I should have held back more." "Sometimes you are too kind, Midori." She pouted before patting him on the head with a smile. "Fine, I'll help you, but you really need to show me that yellow quirk soon." Izuku wanted to give his friend the best apology ever, but he couldn't decide on the gift. He figured that since Mina was such a people's person, she would pick a perfect present. She recalled that the ash blonde often compared kindergarten food to his mom's mapo tofu in an unfavorable way. It was decided that Greenhead would prepare it on the day of Bakugo's release. In the meantime, the boy explained certain of the details of his quirk to her. How he changes forms, some, but not all, of the abilities, as well as his reluctance to use the world because of its inherent downside. He completely omitted the villains or his visit to Ua. Mina could tell that there was more to his story, but didn't want to pry further, at least not now. The time has come. Surprisingly, Kira volunteered to help him with cooking. Izuku bought the ingredients using his merch savings and got to work. After 40 minutes, the tofu was ready. The serial killer was a great cook, much to the boy's surprise. On the way to his friend's home, the pink girl joined him. Bakugo's house was quite big, not surprising given his parents' work in fashion industry. Midoriya rang the doorbell with his quirk. After some time and muffled screams, Katsuki opened the door. His head was completely healed. "Deku, why the hell are you here? And what's Horns doing here?" He was loud as always. "Hi, Kachan, I came here to say sorry." Izuku handed over his gift while smiling. Killer Queen made a heart gesture. "I am here to make sure you dummies don't attack each other again." Ashido gave a small chuckle. "Sorry. For what?" Blonde was genuinely surprised. He doesn't remember. Maybe the damage was worse than we imagined. One of the voices wondered. "You know, for that fight. When I sent you to the hospital. There is nothing to apologize for, Deku." "What, are you not mad at me?" "No, I'm only mad at myself for being too weak and too slow. I should have kicked your ass, not the other way around." "So, are we still friends?" "Yeah, whatever." Katsuki shrugged. "What's taking you so long, brat?" Mitsuki Bakugo appeared behind her son. "Hi, Izuku, Mina. What brings you here?" The green-haired kid explained the situation. "You are so sweet, my boy." She slapped Katsuki on the back of his head. "You are lucky to have friends like him, brat. Accept his gesture of goodwill right now. Don't tell me what to do, hag." Izuku and Mina spent the day in the Bakugo household as guests. Inko Midoriya thought she finally got used to her son's quirk, but she couldn't be more wrong. Nimari Kayama came knocking on her door one evening, as Nezu sent her to explain everything. He figured that the messenger should be someone familiar. "Hello, Mrs. Midoriya." She bowed down respectfully. "Hello, Ms." The mother tried to recall. "Kayama, Nimari Kayama, but most people know me as Midnight." "Right, you were the pro who stumbled into my son a few weeks ago." "Oh no, did he hurt someone again?" She bit her lip. "No, but I am here to talk about him." The off-duty heroine entered the apartment. "It will be a lot to take in, so you better take a seat." Brunette spent the next hour retelling all that happened between her and Izuku, from that fateful meeting in the park, to the demands that villains made. Inko didn't know what to say. Life did not prepare her for this. Izuku, her precious pumpkin, was forced to coexist with very dangerous individuals, and there is nothing she could do about it. "I assure you, we've got this under control. Your son will be monitored by the best psychiatrist in Japan. He is in good hands." "If you say so," green-haired lady said through her tears. Nezu's preparations were finished. Izuku's family moved to a big house, as per one of Dio's demands. It was right next to Bakugo's house, and Izuku couldn't tell if it was coincidence or not. Izuku also received a cloak made from special materials that completely absorbed ultraviolet specter, meaning he could actually walk outside with the world during daytime. There were also several boxes full of books, ranging from world history to religious teachings. By far, the most disturbing request made by Dio was blood consumption. Twice per week, Izuku had to turn into a vampire and go to a certain hospital, where he would drink blood from volunteers. Nezu reassured him that all of them signed a non-disclosure agreement and thus were legally forbidden from telling anyone about this. Dio was right, fresh blood tastes better than anything else. Child made sure to not take more blood that a person could safely give, all under doctor's surveillance. Several people actually asked him to turn them into vampires, much to Dio's excitement, but Izuku rejected every single attempt. Each volunteer got a 3-month break before their blood was sucked again. Harem made 2 requests. First was getting all sorts of paints, papers and canvases. He was hoping that if Izuku used them he could import them into the mind space. Second was even worse than blood drinking. Greenhead had to go a love hotel, where several girls of various ages were waiting for him, and play with their hands for hours. He licked them, sniffed them, used them as pseudo-brushes to paint etc. He even recognized some of the girls as his blood donors. At least vampirism could be explained away as an unlucky mutation, but this was reprehensible behavior. Midoriya couldn't tell which was worse. Girls seemingly being into this, or him slowly getting used to and enjoying it. This ritual also occurred twice a week, with girls repeating every 2 months. Diavolo was the tamest one. All he asked for was Italian food made by an actual Italian chef, and a lot of vintage wine. A famous chef was hired by the rat to prepare a dinner for Midoriya family every day, leaving Inko with more free time. Izuku tried drinking the wine as a vampire in hopes of having a stronger liver, but it didn't taste very well. He had to drink it in very small doses but minimize the damage to his body. Every Sunday the child was visited by a nice-looking lady with a care haircut and deep blue eyes. She asked him about his well-being, his relationships with peers and guests, and his thoughts on the future. All in the name of preserving his well-being. Inko tried not to interfere with the bargain between villains and the UA principal. Midnight convinced her that this was the best way to handle the situation, although her heart still hurt. As for other children, Izuku was only allowed to reveal part of the truth. When he asked about his new home, he lied that his father in the US received a big promotion. The only ones who could tell something was off were Katsuki and Mina. Bakugo's behavior changed after his loss to Midoriya. He still had a huge ego and considered himself the future #1 hero, but he stopped physically assaulting other kids. Rumors said that Izuku threatened to break him if he ever crosses the line again, but that was a gross over-exaggeration. Boy politely asked him to be less of a jerk, although Katsuki still took it as an implicit threat. However, this didn't stop them from hanging out together. Once Mina got curious and tried to discreetly follow Izuku around the city. Unfortunately for her, the world had deceptively sharp senses and managed to notice her. Greenhead was grateful she didn't tail him to a love hotel. Knowing that she can see through his lies, he made her promise that she'll not tell anyone about this. After receiving said promise, he told her about his special needs. He expected her to be disgusted, but she was surprisingly understanding. After calling him a weirdo in a playful manner, she walked away. He was hoping to not see her in that hotel in the future. All of this felt incredibly strange at first, but son and mother got used to their new rhythm of life. Days turned into weeks, then months, and then years. Izuku was 13 years old by now. He led a great life, with loyal friends and a powerful quirk. Future seemed promising, but the present would challenge his dreams time and time again. The first challenge occurred when his best friend was captured by a sludge villain, with heroes being powerless to stop him. Vampire, mafioso and serial killer all sat in the kitchen. They ate in silence until Dio tried to start a conversation. Since we are stuck here for a foreseeable future, I say we should get to know each other better. As long as Kid isn't here to get more emotional trauma, we can be more honest about ourselves. What are you going to gain from it? Kira deadpanned. I'll get entertainment, that's for sure. After spending so much time in that coffin, I loathe boredom. I've already told my story. Diavolo sipped from his glass. More like a brief summary of your story. Come on, I bet you met all sorts of interesting characters in your time as a boss. Spill it. Dio's flatmates looked at him with slight contempt. All right, since you are both so shy, I'll go first. The buff blonde told them his story, from miserable childhood to an epic showdown with Stardust Crusaders. While this happening, he poured more and more wine in their glasses to make them more talkative. His life was bizarre, even by their standards. You fought Jotaro Kujo, that makes two of us. Kira's voice was angrier than usual. But he didn't steal your ability. Dio slammed the table, and didn't claim it for himself. That Enya woman. Diavolo tapped his head. I think she is the one I sold most of my stand arrows to. So it was you who found them. That means our fates were intertwined even before we got here. You might be correct. Boss frowned. By the way, why the hell did you do all that crap in time stop? Putting your minion inside a coffin, moving Polnareff downstairs. You should have just killed your enemies. First, because it's funny. Second, I wanted to throw them off for a bit, see if they can figure me out. Besides, once my secret was out, I went all offensive. Okay, who's next? Let's just get this over with. Kira rolled his eyes. In sharp contrast to Vampire's origin, Slim Blonde led the most mediocre and boring life imaginable. Never standing out, never getting anything above third place, and never making connections. Even his murders did not pursue a greater goal, they were simply urges he couldn't control. The only interesting part was when he had to hide from Jotaro and the others. You had a stand that instantly kills even from range, and this is what you used it for. Dio was furious. This has to be a biggest waste of stand potential I've ever seen. Diavolo nodded in agreement, while Kira shrugged. Not all of us are power-hungry megalomaniacs. Some just want to live in peace with ourselves. You know, I was killed because of bullshit I couldn't possibly see coming. Dio continued, but you held the victory within your hands, yet you dropped it. If only you stayed home and let Bites the Dust do its work. Yeah, that's practically a requiem in anything but the name. How was I supposed to know Hayato was that clever? By all accounts, he shouldn't have figured out a way to outsmart me. Besides, I was a lot closer to winning than you, even though I didn't have an army to throw at my problems. Whatever, let's move to the devil. Diavolo told them about living with Doppio, erasing all traces of his past, ruling Passione and his encounters with traitors. He also mentioned his most memorable deaths from the loop. How could you do that to your own mother? Dio stood up. She was a liability, that's all. Boss took another sip. If it weren't for the rules, I would have killed you right now. As if. My King Crimson would have foreseen and skipped over your pathetic time stop. No, the world would have stopped you in your tracks. How can you stop something that no longer exists? Calm down, both of you, Killer intervened. We won't gain anything from bickering and yelling at each other. You aren't children for Christ's sake. Dio gave Kira an icy glare before sitting down. You know, I think I might have seen you two in the loop. Diavolo suddenly told them, not in person, but the ways in which I died resemble your abilities. One time I tried to open a door and exploded, the other time I was sitting at the cafe veranda before seeing knives appear out of nowhere and fly towards me. That can't be right. Kira shook his head. I can recall everyone I've ever killed, and you aren't in that list. Maybe it's just a coincidence then. The villains finished dinner and went to their rooms. Their opinions of each other became worse. 13-year-old Izuku was walking through the city. He wanted to meet Katsuki near Arcade Center. On his way, there were loaders carrying a giant mirror. Boy took a look at himself. His hair was long enough to reach his chest, with a bang covering his entire forehead. He was wearing a green turtleneck with a cut near the neck, as well as dark green jeans and sports shoes. A crime scene occurred before his eyes. A big villain was wreaking havoc in the area. Thankfully, he was swiftly stopped by combined forces of Death Arms, Kamui Woods and MT. Lady Midoriya couldn't help but feel bad that the latter got all the recognition despite it being a team effort. No matter, he did not want to be late for the meeting. Since the street was blocked by police, Izuku chose to walk through the alleys. It was a terrible mistake. A weird sludge dropped on him from above, covering his upper body. Opening his mouth to call for help made the situation even worse, as sludge began filling his mouth, along with other orifices. "Don't worry, little one." An ominous voice came from the sludge. "I'll just hijack your body to get away from authorities. The pain will go away soon, I promise." "Oh my god, we are going to die. I don't want to die. I like this life. If only you had epitaph today." "We aren't going to die, you drama queen." Hira sounded disturbingly calm given their predicament. "Summon my stand and blow this cretin away." Just as Izuku tried following that order, a loud scream resonated in his ears. Detroit smash. Izuku woke up in the mind space. His guests surrounded his bead. They all had concerned expressions on their faces. "I told you to be careful, you fool." Diavolo scolded him. "You could have died." "I am sorry, Diavolo-san. I didn't think there'd be two villain attacks so close to each other. Anyway, you should visit a doctor and get yourself checked. Who knows what that sludge man could have done to your body." Greenhead rolled his eyes. The ex-boss could rival his mother in how overly cautious he was. It was kind of sweet of him. Kid, wake up." Someone was gently slapping Izuku's cheeks. He opened his eyes, but couldn't believe them. It was number one hero, All Might, in the flesh. Boy even rubbed his eyelids to double-check, but the man was still there. "Oh my god, you are All Might. May I get an autograph?" "Sure." All Might handed over Izuku's open notebook, with an enormous signature over his own page. The boy was ecstatic. He couldn't wait to show this to Kachan. "I have so many questions. And I have so little time. Sorry kid, but I'm needed elsewhere." Number one hero jumped away. To his surprise, the boy managed to grab him with his pink quirk. "Hey, I love my fans, but this is too much." All Might landed on nearby building before emitting a strange gas from his body. When the gas dissipated, Izuku saw a small human with skeleton-like appearance. "Oh my god, All Might, is that you? Are you all right?" "Yes, it's me. I have certainly seen better days." Skeleton coughed out blood. "What happened to you?" "I won't go details, but here is the gist of it. Several years ago I fought a powerful villain. I killed him, but he managed to brutally injure me. He showed a nasty scar on his side. My quirk has been running on fumes ever since." Midoriya. All Might had a serious look on his face. "You must not tell anyone about this, not even your closest friends or family. Can I trust you with that?" "Of course, sir." Izuku nodded aggressively. "I know how important it is to keep secrets. By the way, how you know my last name, sir?" "It was on the notebook." Teen wanted to facepalm at his own stupidity. He was getting late. From being unconscious for 10 minutes, to climbing down from that building and getting back on track, the boy was an hour behind the schedule. No doubt, Kachan would be furious. He ran as fast as he could. The scene he saw near the arcade was horrifying. A sludge villain. Was it the same guy? Captured someone. That someone was violently trying to fight back. Izuku saw explosions coming from victims' hands. No, it can't be. The villain took his best friends hostage. The nearby heroes stood in place doing nothing. Boy figured they didn't know how to approach this situation. But unlike them, he already came up with a plan. He pushed the policeman aside and ran directly at the sludge, ignoring all the screams from behind. When Kamui Woods tried to trap him with his quirk, he simply destroyed the wood with Killer Queen. Finally, as the sludge monster tried to hit him with a tentacle, Teen dodged to the side and let his quirk touch the tentacle. "It's over for you," Izuku shouted at the top of his lungs. "Killer Queen has turned you into a bomb. If you don't release your victim and surrender, I will destroy you." The villain laughed as he tried to hit Izuku again. "Yeah, like I'd ever believe that. Besides, if you explode me, you will kill this guy as well." He waved Katsuki like a doll. Midoriya let KQ pick up a nearby brick, put it near his face and press the switch. Half of the brick was gone, but the boy's face remained unharmed. "See," he laughed back, "I can be very precise with these detonations. I'll blow up every part of your body except those near the boy. I doubt even you can survive that." After some thinking, the sludge villain begrudgingly agreed. He let Bakugo go and didn't stop police from arresting him. His eyes were locked on the cat Quirk's hand. It was one thumb motion away from activating the switch. Crowd cheered at the boy and his bravery, but policemen and heroes held a different opinion. They thought the green head was getting in the way of professionals' work. One of the officers approached him for arrest. Izuku did not resist. He didn't regret his actions at all, plus he was hoping that Nezu would back him up. Izuku was waiting in his prison cell. Principal promised to look into the problem, but warned that it would take some time. Boy wondered if he'll be late for dinner as well. That was incredibly stupid. Hiro was annoyed beyond belief. We are going to miss my appointment at this rate. Saving people is never stupid, sir. Teen argued. Two men approached his cell. One of them opened it and went away, the other entered it. It was All Might in his weakened form. Hello again. Were you sent here by Mr. Nezu? Izuku was shocked. No, my boy. I came here to vouch for you. I'm honored, but how did you know I was here? I was nearby when the incident occurred. I couldn't help the poor boy because I was completely out of energy by that time. It's all right, sir. You've already helped so many people. It's not just that. When you grabbed me, the sludge container must have fallen from my suit, so it was my fault that you had to stop that villain. What are you saying, sir? If I didn't grab onto you, none of this would have happened. It is my fault. All Might chuckled. He did not expect to enter a blame-shifting contest today. In any case, I would not want you to get into troubles for this, not after you saved that boy. Thank you. The boy hugged the hero. Once again, Izuku got away with only a slap on the wrist. All Might's influence must have been comparable to Nezu's. Speaking of whom, Teen tried to call the rat and tell him that help was no longer necessary, but instead saw a message. Big brain. Midoriya, come home as fast as possible. We have something important to discuss. Kid never ran so fast in his life. I'm honored, but how did you know I was here? I was nearby when the incident occurred. I couldn't help the poor boy because I was completely out of energy by that time. It's all right, sir. You already helped so many people. It's not just that. When you grabbed me, the sludge container must have fallen from my suit, so it was my fault that you had to stop that villain. What are you saying, sir? If I didn't grab onto you, none of this would have happened. It is my fault. All Might chuckled. He did not expect to enter a blame-shifting contest today. In any case, I would not want you to get into troubles for this, not after you saved that boy. Thank you. The boy hugged the hero. Once again, Izuku got away with only a slap on the wrist. All Might's influence must have been comparable to Nezu's. Speaking of whom, Teen tried to call the rat and tell him that help was no longer necessary, but instead saw a message. Big brain. Midoriya, come home as fast as possible. We have something important to discuss. Kid never ran so fast in his life. He finally returned home. His mother, his psychologist, Kinuyo Kizun, Pro Hero Midnight and Principal Nezu were talking in the kitchen. Izuku, I saw you on the news. Inko was sobbing. You ran head first into danger. How could you? Kachan was going to die. Mom. Boy tried to sound calm. No one else could help him, certainly not heroes who just stood there. Besides, I've planned everything from the beginning. Your plan was too presumptuous, young Midoriya. Nezu sipped some tea. What? What do you mean? You assumed that Sludge Villain would not only believe you, but also not take any risks against Killer Queen. But what if he did? What if he believed your quirk was weaker than it really is? Would have you killed him if he didn't comply? That would have made your case a lot worse. You are not a licensed hero right now, and that clearly wasn't self-defense, so the HPSC could have easily deemed you a villain. You are lucky you didn't have to go past verbal threats. That gives you room for plausible deniability. Greenhead's heart skipped a beat. He was one step away from becoming a villain, and that's after receiving all the help from the rat and encouragement with his dreams. Sir, I wasn't going to kill him. It was just a bluff. If he refused, I would have scared him a bit more by blowing up a tiny chunk. That wouldn't have made much difference. You'd still be a villain for harming another person with your quirk without a license. Teen frowned. He was getting angry. What was I supposed to do then? Let my friend die, huh? You could have at least called me first. I have numbers of every hero in Japan. I am sure at least one appropriate specialist was close enough. Izuku did not know how to counter that. He simply stared at the principal. Sorry, sir. I must have disappointed you. Try not to do that again, please. I have so many plans for you. Well, that's in the past. Let's talk about the future. Starting tomorrow, you will train for the entrance exam at the U.S.J. Pro Hero Midnight and Dr. Kizun will look after you while this is happening. Can my friends join me? Specifically Mina and Katsuki. I promised them we will all go to U.S.J. together. Fine, but there is an issue with your classified abilities. You would need to train at least some of them, specifically mind control, time stop and time erasure. You either need to dedicate days to training alone or make them sign non-disclosure agreements. I trust them wholeheartedly, sir. I am sure they trust me just as much, so second option is a no-brainer. But should I really train time erasure? You told me to only use it in emergencies. I have been running some risk assessment tests. My conclusion is that if you dedicate a specific time interval to training this ability, the world population will be able to adapt. Interval from 1500 to 1530 is our best bet. It's when most people in the world are asleep. Obviously, you also need to be predictable with days of week, unless my other theory holds true. What theory? We know that your imaginary friends can be swapped when you are asleep, but perhaps we don't need for you to naturally tire out. My theory is that Midnight's Somnambulist can enable you to change quirks more frequently. Sir, Inko tried to protest. Are you seriously going to do that to my son? It has to be dangerous. It's not dangerous at all, honey. Nomori patted the nervous mother on the back. Boys at my agency were affected by my quirk dozens of times, and they are healthy like bulls. Still, as his mother, I want to ensure his safety. I will be observing the training process too. Aren't you busy with work? Izuku was surprised. To hell with work. I'll probably lose my mind without knowing how they are training you. Mrs. Midoriya, your worries are misguided. Mrs. Kayama has been a professional hero for more than a decade now, and she's already got credentials to teach at any hero school. She's one of the most qualified heroes for this task, I assure you. Inko Midoriya was sad. For years it felt like she outsourced Izuku's upbringing to Nezu and Dr. Kizun. Her son never liked to bother her with his demons. She felt as if she failed him as a mother. Sir, I believe we shouldn't completely disregard her concerns. The boy's case is unique, so his mother would understandably want to be aware of his situation at all times. There has to be a middle ground. Kinuyo intervened. Very well. Nezu sighed. I will provide Midnight with recording equipment, so she can capture the process and show it to you, ma'am. Inko could only nod in silence. She was going to need professional help too. Izuku went to his room to message his friends. Green Devil. Mina. There is something awesome I want to do with you, but you and your parents will have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Alien Queen. Are you finally inviting me to that love hotel? That's so unnecessary. You can come and play with my hands anytime you want, my cute weirdo. The boy cringed. This girl always knew how to press his buttons. He could hear voices laughing at his expense. Green Devil. No, not that. Starting from tomorrow I'm going to receive training from a pro hero, and I want to do it with you. Alien Queen. What's so secretive about it? Green Devil. That's what NDA is for. Alien Queen. Okay, Midori. I'll let my mom and dad know. See you tomorrow. Green Devil. Kachan, how are you? Tsar Bomba. I'm fine, Deku. And you? I heard you were arrested for fighting that scumbag. Green Devil. Don't worry about it, I've got it covered. Listen, I'm going to receive training from a pro hero tomorrow. If you want to join, you will have to sign an NDA. Tsar Bomba. Let me guess, you impressed that hero with your kitty cat. Green Devil. Something like that. Tsar Bomba. Fine, Deku. I'll tell Hag and Geezer. CYA. Izuku had to wake up at 6 a.m., much earlier than he was used to. After eating breakfast and taking care of his hair, he hurried to Midnight's agency. His friends arrived shortly after him. I must say, you almost scared me, Midori. I didn't expect one of the most powerful people in Japan to knock at my door shortly after your message. Mind giggled. Yeah. What's your deal with that rat, Deku? Are you blackmailing him? No, guys, he just saw great potential in me. There you are, kids. Midnight came from her agency's entrance. Don't be shy, come in. One of the floors in Midnight's agency was a dedicated gym, with various complex-looking devices. You three will receive general body training, as well training specifically designed for your quirks. I'll whip you up into future heroes in these 2 years. Now, I imagine you have questions. Yeah, why the hell did our parents sign NDAs? Are we going to do something illegal? No, Katsuki, Izuku sighed, it has to do with my quirk. It's time I'll tell you more about it. Oh, cool, let me guess, you finally unlocked a 4th form, right? No, Mina, let me explain, he gulped. Izuku decided to omit the head villains for now. He only mentioned previously classified abilities that he was going to train. Wow, Midori, you can control time. She pointed at the clock on the wall. Can you do that erasure thing now? No, I'm only allowed to do it at very specific times, or during emergencies. Bummer. Teens began their training. The general body course consisted of running, climbing walls, lifting weights and many other exercises. Mina had to adjust the pH of her acid for various materials, as well her precision when aiming her fluids. Killer Queen and Katsuki had to control the magnitude of the explosions they produced, as well as increase their maximum potency. When using King Crimson in the world, Izuku lifted weights designed for super strength quirks and tried to catch bullets shot near him. Training time-based abilities was as simple as using them frequently, although it was quite draining. For vampire mind control, Boy had to increase how many targets he can handle. Turns out, Nezu's theory was true. Forced sleep via somnambulist or otherwise allowed Izuku to change his ability even in the middle of the day. This made the boy excited and his mother distraught. She knew the boy would weaponize his sleep if it meant being a better hero. This was the big day. Izuku knew he would pass the entrance exam with flying colors. His intellect was admirable and his quirk controlled time itself. Surely, nothing could go wrong. The UA building looked magnificent. It has been years since Izuku stepped his foot here, so he felt a bit intimidated. People around gave him a confused look. A large cloak has been covering his entire body, as if to hide his appearance. The mask, sunglasses and gloves contributed to this feeling. The boy did not appreciate people staring at him like that. Don't pay attention to these insects, kid. You made the right choice by coming here with the world. Dio reassured him. You will crush whatever obstacles come your way. Thank you, sir. Greenhead smiled. Suddenly, he noticed that a girl in front of him tripped and was falling. Gears, grab, grind, just as I was taught. Flow of time has been stopped. Izuku walked up to the girl, put her back on her feet and fixed her posture. He wasn't officially allowed to use time control outside of training, but it's not like anyone would notice. He went back to the starting position and walked past the brunette as if nothing happened. Izuku did not want to look her in the eyes. She looked around confused at what was going on. She is one of the girls from the hotel. Hiro was laughing out loud. Imagine if you two end up in the same class. God, please, no. Izuku mumbled. Request denied. Dio joined on the laughter. Ignore these clowns and focus on getting the job done, Midoriya. Thank you, Diavolo-san. Everyone went to the orientation room. Present Mike tried to cheer up his audience, but everyone was too tense to play along. He began explaining the rules of the exam. The examination will consist of 2 parts, written test and practical test. Written test will last 3 hours and cover a wide variety of topics. After a 30-minute break, practical test will be conducted in several UA battle centers. Your designated battle center is indicated in your tickets. The test itself involves stopping robots disguised as villains in an urban setting. Depending on the danger level of a foe villain, the points you get from subduing it range from 1 to 3. Subduing robots can mean anything: damaging them directly, hacking their mainframe or simply immobilizing them. The back of each robot also contains an off switch, but relying on it won't be easy as they tend to target the nearest candidate. Additionally, there will be actors simulating various disasters in the area, such as being stuck under rubble or in a burning building. Helping them will also provide you with points. You will have a total of 10 minutes for the practical test. Any questions? Someone raised an arm. It was tall boy with dark blue hair and glasses. Sir, you said that points for villains range from 1 to 3, but our tickets say that there are 4 types of robots. You must have made a mistake, not fitting for his prestigious establishment. This guy is so pretentious, it's annoying. Mina whispered to Izuku. I'm glad you asked, boy. The 4th type of robot is a 0-pointer, an obstacle designed to be avoided. You will recognize it from its enormous size. As the name suggests, stopping it will not earn you any points. The tall teen with bowed down. Apologies. I shouldn't have doubted UA's competency. Izuku was sitting in the bus on its way to the battle center A. His friends were sent to different centers, likely to prevent cooperation. He was still thinking about the written test. Most of those questions had nothing to do with school curriculum. I'm glad I spend so much time reading books with you, Dio-san. My score would be much lower without it. See, when I tell you to do something, you should do it instead of whining. Excuse me, are you 2 brothers? Someone interrupted Greenhead's train of thought. It was a boy with a black bird head. What? I don't have any siblings. Birdhead was looking at the world, who was sitting near his user while also being covered with a cloak. That's just my quirk. We both sunburn easily, so the cloaks are necessary support equipment. Wow, they are just like us. A shadowy figure appeared in front of the boy. Hi, I'm Dark Shadow, and this is Fumikage Tokiyami. We also don't like bright light. Nice to meet you. Silence. I told you to not speak without my permission. Tokiyami was irritated. You are such a buzzkill. Dark Shadow retreated back into the boy. I apologize on the behalf of my quirk. No harm done. I'm Izuku Midoriya and my quirk is the world. He offered his hand. What a powerful name. I hope we will see each other in the future. Fumikage said before accepting the handshake. After hearing a signal from Present Mike, everyone rushed into the gates to get ahead of the competition. Robots were decently tough, but his quirk made short work of them. No, destroying the robots wasn't an issue. The issue was Izuku's lackluster mobility and range. He ran pretty fast, but needing to get within 10 meters of a villain often meant that someone with a ranged quirk would steal the points. Midoriya had to run to areas that he thought were less populated. Of course, he did not miss any chance extra points by rescuing the actors. Suddenly, he heard buildings collapsing in the distance. It was the 0-pointer. Just as Greenhead turned away to run, a cry for help reached his ears. The voice came from the same direction as the giant robot. Izuku ran towards the cry. The hell are you doing, kiddo? You won't get points for fighting that thing. I'm not going to. I just need to help whoever's in peril. A girl was trapped under rubble. The same girl he saved from a fall earlier today. 0-pointer and the kid were rapidly approaching her from opposite directions. He's too far. He won't reach her in time. Unless. The world, do your thing. Robot has stopped moving. One of its arms was already near the girl, ready to flatten her. Just as time resumed, TW went upwards to push against the metal limb. It was quite painful. Even with its immense strength and durability, the world's arms started to crack under the pressure. Izuku's arms received the damage as well, which prevented him from lifting the piece of rubble. It's too late. Run and save yourself. The girl tried to reason. No, this is fine. I just need to stall until time stop can be used again. He was sweating down a river. So this is how Jotaro felt. Dio thought to himself. Seconds felt like minutes. Finally, the little vampire stopped time for a second time. TW quickly lifted the rubble and snatched the girl. Izuku wanted to ran away from 0-pointer as fast he could. However, the alarm went off shortly after he escaped, indicating the end of practical test. You are safe now. Izuku was carrying the girl whose left leg looked terrible. Thank you. I knew you were a great guy, even though you are kind of weird. She rubbed her hand against his cheek. Feeling better. What? How did you know it was me? I recognized a familiar voice. She smiled at him. Plus, you generate this inexplicable aura of badassery. Thank you. He let out a nervous laughter. Hey, I know I'm not supposed to ask your name as per agreement, but I'd really like to know the man who saved me twice in one day. Greenhead's blush was conveniently obstructed by his cloak and mask. I am Izuku Midoriya, Ochako Uraraka. I hope to see you in the school, Midoriya-kun. She was nervous as well. I hope so too. Ha ha ha. Hira sounded pleased. After leaving Uraraka to the medics and explaining that he has super regeneration, Izuku left the UA grounds and headed towards home. On his way back he texted his friends. Future heroes from Aldera. Green Devil. I am glad this is over. How's everyone? Alien Queen. That written test was a nightmare. I might be rejected from UA because of it. Zar Bomba. You should have spent more time on studying, horns. That's what you get for half-assing. Alien Queen. You are so mean, Kachan. Zar Bomba. Only Deku may use that name and live. Green Devil. Please, do not kill her, Kachan. Zar Bomba. Fine. Did anything interesting happen in your practical tests? I basically flew through the area and blasted the villains away. Alien Queen. No, I simply slid through my battle center and melted robots' legs. I hope that counts as immobilizing. Green Devil. I had to save a cute girl from being crushed by Zero Pointer. Zar Bomba. No fucking kidding. How? Green Devil. By almost being crushed myself. Alien Queen. You said she was cute. Should I be jealous? Green Devil. Maybe. Zar Bomba. Not this shit. I'm leaving. 3 weeks have passed. Izuku received a letter from UA. Unsurprisingly, he was accepted, with his written score in top 5 and practical score being second only to Katsuki. What did surprise him was the announcer. Apparently, All Might was going to teach at the UA this year. Greenhead wondered if it had something to do with his injury. Greenhead wanted to come early during his first day at the hero school. After having breakfast and saying goodbye to his mother, he hopped on the train to UA. Remember, Izuku, you must establish yourself as the strongest one in the group. The sooner others get this message, the better. Dio sounded more serious than usual. You sound like Kachan, sir. Just be careful and don't do anything idiotic. Diavolo almost parroted his mother. Midoriya arrived to the classroom 2 hours earlier than usual. The first thing he saw was Katsuki bickering with a tall boy from before. Get your legs off the desk this instant. You are being a disgrace to this school. Someone will use that desk in the future. Bluehead waved his hand with a robotic motion. Stop getting on my nerves, Four Eyes. It's just a fucking desk. Could you two please be quiet? I'm trying to read here. A girl with a raven ponytail asked. Screw you, nerd, you're not my mother. Students stared at Bakugo with contempt. This is a perfect opportunity. Vampire spoke again. Tell the blonde to comply, that way people will know that you mean business. Izuku frowned. He didn't like ordering his friend around because his brashness wasn't a big deal for him. Still, maybe Dio had a point. Greenhead put his hand on Katsuki's shoulder. Kachan, please, remove your legs from your desk. Fine. Bakugo pushed the hand away and pointed at the tall boy. I'll deal with you later. The student with glasses ignored the threat and instead bowed before Izuku. I don't know how you did it, but I am grateful. My name is Tenya Iida. I come from Sume Middle School. Sounds fancy. Izuku Midoriya. I am from Aldera Junior High. Nothing crazy, just a regular school. He awkwardly bowed in response. Katsuki Bakugo here is my friend. I know he can be rude but he is a great guy, I promise. I find that hard to believe. Iida shifted his view towards Bakugo. Izuku looked at the classroom. There were only 12 desks and 4 students at the moment. Why are there only 12 desks? Where are the rest? There won't be the rest. The girl explained. The hero classes will only contain 12 students starting this year. This will ensure we get the best training possible. Good to know. Let's get to know each other. She sighed before standing up. I am Momo Yaoyorozu, one of the recommended students. I went to the same school as Iida-kun. So are you two friends as well? He could see a hint of sadness in her eyes. No, we're in different classes, and my schedule is very strict, so I never got a chance to know him well. Oh, okay, what do you mean by recommended? Most people enter the hero course through the entrance exam, but a select few can get through a recommendation from a public figure or an organization. I was recommended by my parents' support company. That's cool. Izuku was amazed. We'll have to ask the rat why he didn't recommend us. You mind if I ask you about your quirk? He pulled out his notebook from his bag. Sure. My quirk is called creation. It lets me reshape lipids in my body into any inorganic object, as long as I know the object's chemical composition. Izuku furiously wrote that down. What about you, Midoriya? Well, it's complicated. My quirk is called Imaginary Friend and its form changes when I sleep. The current form is called King Crimson. Fascinating. I'll make sure to observe your quirk in action. She returned to her book. It was dedicated to various firearms. Izuku turned to Tenya and asked him about his quirk. My quirk is engine, just like with my brother, Pro Hero Ingenium. Although, my engines are on my calves. They let me run incredible speeds. Thank you. Two boys entered the classroom. One of them had red and white hair, and the other one looked familiar. Tokiyami-kun. I'm glad you made it. Greenhead went to offer a handshake. Did you seriously come to this course for friendships? We are supposed to train and become heroes. The boy with dual-colored hair said with monotonous voice. He took a seat without waiting for the response from his surprised classmates. He is just like Kachan. He is an asshole. I am pleased as well, Midoriya. It's good to know that another disciple of Dark has overcome those mechanical beasts. He looked behind his new friend. Where is your cloak? You must know that sunlight will enter this room in the afternoon. I left it at home. You see, my skin's tolerance towards sun varies. Sometimes I burn in seconds and other times I'm no different from most people. Does it depend on your quirk's form? Momo asked from afar. Clever girl. Dio was impressed. Yes, it certainly does. I beg your pardon. Bird was flabbergasted. I'll explain everything a bit later, promise. In the meantime, do you mind telling me more about Dark Shadow? The quirk in question appeared and waved at Izuku. Hi. I certainly don't mind talking about myself. I am a sentient quirk that was bound to Fumikage since his birth. I am pretty tough and strong, and I can stretch myself up to 50 meters. Is the world sentient too? Is a he friend of King? Why are they named like that? Can I talk to them? Like I said, I'll explain everything later. Thank you for your explanation, Dark Shadow. Next batch consisted of 2 mutants. A very tall boy with multiple hands and a face mask, as well as a girl with wire-like jacks on her ears. Hello, I am Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. Mizo Shoji. Nice to meet you too. He went straight for the desk. Kyoka Juru. She plugged her wires into her phone as if they were headphones. I guess they aren't a talkative type. The last 4 students arrived 1 minute before the beginning. He recognized Mina and Ochako. They were all laughing at something along with a third girl, who had bright green hair and deep green eyes. The fourth girl's hair had much darker shade of green, and her eyes were unusually large. Hey everyone. Mina greeted the rest of the class with a smile and a hand wave. The class will start in less than a minute. Get to your desks immediately. A tired voice caught her by surprise. She turned around. A tall and slender man was standing behind her. His clothing consisted of a black shirt, pants, a utility belt and a long white scarf. He looked like a homeless bum. Everyone sat down. It took you 10 seconds to get to your positions. He was looking at his watch. I want you to cut this time in half by the end of this semester. Iida raised his arm. Sir, are you our homeroom teacher? Yes. My name is Shota Aizawa. I am an underground hero and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years, assuming I won't expel you. Now, I know this is sudden, but I need you to put on your sport uniforms and meet me outside. Go. He sounds familiar. Diavolo was angry at something. You told me the same thing about Kachan. Yeah, but this guy sounds like one of the traitors. Maybe has him as imaginary friend? Everyone gathered near the UA sports field. Aizawa was holding a tablet. Tenya raised his arm again. Sensei, shouldn't we be attending entrance ceremony? That's just an empty formality. Here at the UA teachers are given more freedom in how they conduct classes. Right now I am interested in checking if you got any potential inside you. You know how exercises in other school forbid usage of quirks? I find that incredibly irrational and short-sighted. Today we will conduct a quirk apprehension test. It will contain normal athletic exercises, but you are allowed to use your quirks in any way besides harming each other. Sounds like fun. Mina got excited. You think this is fun? Their teacher got agitated. How about this? The one with the smallest total score will be expelled immediately. Almost everyone's jaws dropped. Even Izuku was taken aback. He's bluffing, right? Kira was wondering. What's the point of those entrance exams if you're going to expel someone on the spot? Maybe. I swear I know this guy from somewhere. The girl with bright green hair raised her hand. Sir, what if someone's quirk doesn't help with physicals at all? Then you will have to try extra hard. That bullshit, she almost screamed. All your quirk does is disabling quirks of others. You'd be expelled if you were in my place. That's unfair. Disabling quirks. Right. This man must be underground hero Eraserhead. Izuku came to a conclusion. Our world is full of unfairness. Get with the program or leave. The girl started crying. Ochako and Mina tried to comfort her. The first test required throwing a ball as far as possible. Katsuki was asked to perform the exercise first because he top scored during the entrance exam. His furthest throw in Aldera was 50 meters, but with the quirk it was 800 meters. This test would be a breeze for Izuku and King Crimson. His ball landed at 1 kilometer mark. But the best result by far was achieved by Uraraka, who launched the ball into space by removing its gravity. Next was 50-meter dash. Greenhead wished he still had the world right now, but it wasn't time for regrets. He came up with an idea. King Crimson would throw him like a sack of potatoes and catch him on the other side. Landing was quite painful, but worth cutting down on seconds. He was still no match for Iida or Kachan though. For sidesteps Izuku tortured himself again. KC violently shook its owner from one side to another until he puked. Everyone gave him concerned looks over his performance. At least he got first place. 3-kilometer run was the first obstacle that Izuku conquered without his quirk. Continuous self-launching would be too painful and inconvenient given the circular shape of the track. He was completely outmatched by all mobility-boosting quirks, but still performed all right. Iida was ahead of competition once again. In grip test Midoriya scored 400 kilograms, with Shoji not being far behind at 375 kilograms. Wow, you are so big and strong, I like that. Mina gave Mizo a wink, but was ignored. Long jump meant Izuku had to cosplay a projectile again. He was beaten by Shoto, his name was announced by Eraserhead, and Katsuki. Finally, sit-ups and seated toe touches were dominated by Izuku and Tokiyama due to their quirk's autonomy. Everyone else had to depend on their natural skills. Eraserhead's tablet made a hologram and showed everyone's results asterisk. First Izuku Midoriya 9 divided by 9 divided by 11 divided by 4 divided by 11 divided by 9 divided by 11 divided by 11 equals 75. Second Katsuki Bakugo 6 divided by 10 divided by 6 divided by 10 divided by 8 divided by 10 divided by 8 divided by 6 equals 64. Third Tenya Iida 3 divided by 11 divided by 7 divided by 11 divided by 6 divided by 5 divided by 9 divided by 8 equals 64th Shoto Todoroki 7 divided by 8 divided by 5 divided by 9 divided by 4 divided by 11 divided by 5 divided by 7 equals 56. Fourth Momo Yaoyorozu 10 divided by 6 divided by 9 divided by 8 divided by 9 divided by 7 divided by 4 divided by 3 equals 56. Fourth Suyu Asui 4 divided by 7 divided by 10 divided by 7 divided by 5 divided by 8 divided by 6 divided by 9 equals 56. Fifth Mizo Shoji 8 divided by 3 divided by 3 divided by 5 divided by 10 divided by 6 divided by 7 divided by 4 equals 46. Sixth Fumikage Tokiyami 5 divided by 2 divided by 2 divided by 1 divided by 7 divided by 2 divided by 10 divided by 10 equals 39. Seventh Mina Ashido 2 divided by 5 divided by 8 divided by 6 divided by 2 divided by 3 divided by 3 divided by 5 equals 34. Eighth Ochako Uraraka 11 divided by 4 divided by 1 divided by 3 divided by 3 divided by 4 divided by 2 divided by 2 equals 30. Ninth Kyoka Jiru 0 divided by 1 divided by 4 divided by 0 divided by 0 divided by 0 divided by 1 divided by 1 equals 7. 10th Toru Hagakuri 1 divided by 0 divided by 0 divided by 2 divided by 1 divided by 1 divided by 0 divided by 0 equals 5. Kyoka let out a quiet sigh, while Toru fell on her knees and started crying. Uraraka tried to calm her down. By the way, I wasn't going to expel anyone based on these results. Their teacher made a creepy smile. That was a logical ruse to make you go plus ultra. Really? Hagakuri asked through her tears. Yes. Called it. Kira grinned. It was obvious, no? Momo asked the crowd. They stared at her with confusion. Don't get too full yourself, Yaoyorozu. I would have expelled anyone who had no potential. Thankfully, this class is free from such people. He looked at Izuku. Midoriya, principal has allowed you to reveal the general nature of your quirk and certain classified abilities to your class, the ones you already told your friends about. Do it quickly so we can go on. Everyone bar Katsuki and Mina locked their eyes on him. After letting out a sigh, he mentally prepared to reveal parts of his secret to the audience. He could only imagine what kind of questions will fly his way. Listen up, everyone. My quirk is called Imaginary Friend, and it has 3 forms. I can change these forms when I'm in deep sleep. You've already seen the first form, King Crimson. Another form is called the World. It looks like a yellow diver. Having TW also turns me into a vampire for as long as it is chosen. Being a vampire has many benefits. I am stronger and faster than a normal person, possibly immortal, and can regenerate wounds incredibly quickly. The drawbacks are that I need to consume blood and ultraviolet light burns me faster than any fire. Finally, there is Killer Queen, a quirk that resembles a human with some feline features. All 3 quirks possess varying degrees of superhuman strength, and they all have special abilities. Izuku stopped talking for some reason. He was staring at the ground. Are you going to show us these abilities, Kiro? Suyu put her finger near her lips. Huh, oh right. Today I'll show you what KC can do, but first, promise not to laugh. Students looked at each other in confusion before giving their promise. Greenhead put aside a strain of hair from his forehead, revealing a smaller face. He could see that some classmates could barely contain their laughter, which made him roll his eyes. This is Epitaph. It shows the nearest future. The little face projected light on the ground. Eraserhead's phone started ringing and he had to pick it up. Shortly after, prediction became reality. Everyone gasped at the realization. Next is Peak of King Crimson's Might. This ability is officially classified. It's the power to, fascinating, isn't it? What? Students were dumbfounded. Did you just say something? Jiru asked. Yes, I just revealed King Crimson's ability to you. Could you please repeat? Suyu sounded completely unimpressed. I didn't understand you. Sure. Izuku made a devious smile. Just make sure you're paying close attention. King Crimson can, got it. What sorcery is this? Tokiyami never spoke so loud before. I got it. Toru raised her hand. Your quirk can affect people's memories. You erased our memories right after explaining what it does. Not quite. Izuku chuckled. No, it's something much more unsettling. Momo was holding her phone. King Crimson erases time itself. Students looked at Izuku like he was devil himself. Midoriya, is that true? Yes. He gave raven-haired girl thumbs up. How did you figure it out? Ever since this strange phenomenon began 2 years ago, I've been trying to monitor it. It's been way too consistent to be a simple coincidence. Twice per week, from 1500 to 1530 people and equipment would suffer from a strange feeling, as if they lost track of time. Simple alteration of memory couldn't do that. I figured a good way to detect its occurrence is to record. I started doing it right after your first skip. Video cuts out same way it did in my ears. She looked really proud of herself. Izuku applauded at Momo's intelligence. He didn't actually expect someone to figure it out so quickly. I've been trying to minimize the annoyance I cause when training this ability. He scratched the back of his head. I imagine you all got questions. That can wait. We're going to back to the class. Aizawa walked towards the entrance door. Everyone followed him inside. The rest of the lesson was spent listening about curriculum and upcoming events. Intercom in the classroom made an announcement right before the class ended. Midoriya Izuku, come to Midnight's office immediately after the class. She wants to talk about your equipment. Nezu didn't even try to hide amusement in his voice. Most of the boys and some of the girls have him a jealous look. Wow, is Midnight designing your costume? Uraraka gasped. I wish my costume was designed by a pro hero. Don't be silly. No one knows what your costume needs better than you do. Iida fixed his glasses. I guess you were right. Izuku entered Nimari's office. It looked surprisingly normal, unlike the room in her agency. He greeted the heroine and sat down. Hi, Izuku. We finally finished fine-tuning those sleeping pills you requested. They'll knock you out almost instantly and they don't expire for a month. With that said, you should not overuse them. My quirk gas and its derivatives may be safe to consume, but the frequent act of inducing deep sleep and waking up is likely to damage your brain's biorhythm. They must be used sparingly. I understand, Sensei. Good. Now, I have a favor to ask you. He blushed for a moment. This is going to be fun. Vampire laughed. Ask anything. You've helped me so much before. When you graduate, I'd like you to be my sidekick for a few years. It would be wonders for my ratings. You mean you want a young boy like me to follow you around and obey your every command? Ha ha ha, she wiped a tear from her cheek. I'm glad you've adopted my sense of humor. To think you were once a disheartened child I met in that park. So, is that a yes? Sure, excellent. Maybe I'll even teach you how to attract pretty girls into your own agency. Or boys, whichever you prefer. The rest of the day was uneventful, aside from the fact that even regular subjects like math or English were taught by pro heroes. Midoriya wanted to answer remaining questions about his quirk, but half the class had to go home as soon as possible. Instead he decided to answer questions in a group chat so no one would miss out. Mina already happened to gather all the phone numbers. Ooh, a class 1A. Green Devil. Hi everyone, I can now answer everyone's questions. Eternal Darkness. Me first. I was asking you first. Are you imaginary friends sentient? Green Devil. Yes, but they don't talk. Not in the same way you do, Dark Shadow. Eternal Darkness. Are World and Crimson friends? What about Killer Queen? Green Devil. No. They always argue how one is superior to another. KQ just quietly sits in its corner. Hero. So they are more like siblings. Green Devil. No, Suyu. They are like roommates who hate each other's guts. Rockstar. It must have been tough growing up with them. Green Devil. I got used to it. They are like a family to me now. A dysfunctional family, but family nonetheless. Rockstar. I think KQ and KC are named after and an old song and a band, but what about TW? Green Devil. It's named after a tarot card. Rockstar. Who the what now? Eternal Darkness. Your ignorance is astounding, Juro-san. Goddess of Creation. It's a set of old European cards used for games and fortune-telling. You can't see me. Wow, what a username. Someone has an ego problem. Goddess of Creation. My ego is fine, thank you very much. Green Devil. Does this mean no one has questions left? Ingenuim. I have a question. Why didn't you name King Crimson after a card if fortune-telling is its ability? Green Devil. Honestly, no idea. I just picked the names that sound cool. Handyman. Is KC your strongest quirk physically? Green Devil. It's stronger than KQ and comparable to TW. You can't see me. What other special abilities do you have? Green Devil. I'll show them to you soon. Hero. Could you please train your time erasure at another time? My little sister's favorite show goes live at 1500. Green Devil. I'm sorry, but the time was chosen by Principal Nezu. You'll have to discuss it with him. Goddess of Creation. Are your other abilities as disruptive as time erasure? Green Devil. Out of the ones I actually use, no. Goddess of Creation. That sounds ominous. Alien Queen. I just noticed that Midori and Yaomomo have contrasting usernames. That's funny. Goddess of Creation. Yaomomo. Is that a nickname? Alien Queen. Yeah, do you like it? Goddess of Creation. I don't mind it. Alien Queen. Midori, have you had fun in Midnight's office? Green Devil. I certainly did, Mina. You can't see me. What were you doing there anyway? Green Devil. She informed me about finalizing the design for certain support equipment. Goddess of Creation. You are going to carry her gas with you to change between imaginary friends at any moment. Green Devil. Okay, you are starting to scare me. Goddess of Creation. I'll take that as yes. Space Walker. Do you have plans for today's evening? Green Devil. Right, sorry guys, but I have urgent business to attend to. We can continue later. Izuku had to go to the Love Hotel to please the serial killer's desire. He had already gotten used to it, but things would be different this time. Previously, the girls he played with were strangers that he tried not to form any emotional attachment to. This way he was able to mentally separate his usual self with his, Kira, self. But now one of the girls would be a person he has to interact with outside of the ritual. This would definitely make things awkward. Izuku returned home, where his mom was waiting for him. Pumpkin, you are back. She went for a tight hug. How was your first day at school? It was great. Everyone was nice to me, and I got to show off King Crimson's power. Yeah, I noticed. Sorry, I hope you weren't making a new account or anything. He looked her square in the eyes. Mom, there is a problem. One of my classmates is a girl I visit in a hotel. I don't know what to think. How do I prevent this situation from being too awkward? Izuku hasn't been asking his mother for advice for a long time. The fact he did it now proves that he still trusts her judgment. Inko Midoriya could still be a good mother. She just needed to guide her son through the bizarre situation Kira Yoshikage had put him in. My son, the most important thing you should do is establishing boundaries. Make it clear that you respect her as a person, and that you will not let your urges get in the way of her education. Also, offer her to quit if she is too uncomfortable. I'm sure Nezu-san can find a replacement. I believe you can do it the right way, my boy. She hugged him. I swear, I'd strangle Kira if I ever met him. She clenched her fist behind his back. Sniff asterisk. You know, kid, I almost envy you. Your mother is such a good parent. Dio was crying, something that was rarer than finding a four-leaf clover. Thanks for the advice, Mom. I'll be leaving soon. Izuku approached the Love Hotel. He was wearing a pink suit with a green shirt underneath, as well as pink pants and shoes. He only used this attire for the ritual, another way of separating himself from the situation and internally shifting the blame on the killer. After greeting the receptionist, he went to his usual room, where 3 girls were waiting for him. First was Ochako Uraraka. She was wearing a white shirt, jean shorts and yellow sandals. Next to her was a red-haired girl about the same age. She was sporting a short dark green dress, sneakers of the same color and a black jacket. Her hair was tied in a ponytail. She was one of Yoshikage's favorites because of her quirk. Finally, there was an exotic-looking older woman. Her skin was sky blue, her long hair lilac, and her eyes featured black sclera with bright green pupils. Her navy blue dress was nicely complemented by a red jacket with black fur. Hello. Black Belt, Sensation, could you please leave the room for a bit? There is something I need to discuss with G-Force. Actually, Uraraka intercepted him. I think Black Belt should stay. If my guess is right, then you'd have to talk to her anyway. Both red heads and green heads' eyes widened. Crap, is she in UA too? I didn't see her today. She must be in a different class. It's a shame, really. I'd love seeing Black Belt every day. Kira snickered. Very well, Sensation, could you please wait outside? You can't do this to me, Tiger. I'd be dying of curiosity if you left me out. Izuku sighed. The situation was getting worse by the minute. This doesn't leave the room, understand? Of course, my dear. I read that document carefully before signing it. You can trust me with all of your dirty secrets. She winked at the frustrated boy. Black Belt, do you attend UA High? Why are you asking me this? She frowned. I am in Class 1A of Heroics course in UA. If we attend the same school, then we'll inevitably run into each other. Black Belt began straightening her ponytail, even though it was already fine. Yes, I am in Class 1B of Heroics course. Goddammit. Well okay, I suppose we can drop the codenames. My name is Izuku Midoriya. He looked at Sensation, who zipped her lips. The thing I want to talk about is setting boundaries. Uraraka and Kendo. Itsuka Kendo. Uraraka-san and Kendo-san, I want to make this clear. I respect both of you as individuals and hero students. I promise to not let our affair get in the way of your heroics. If you feel uncomfortable, you can leave before our contract ends without repercussions. That last part was unnecessary, kid. Itsuka and Ochako looked at Izuku, then at each other. Finally, the brunette walked up to him. It's fine, Midoriya-kun. You've been helping me financially for the last several months. My parents are in a tough spot right now, so I'd prefer not to burden them too much. Letting you play with my hands is a small price to pay. Besides, you are kind of cute. She caressed Izuku's cheek. You know, I used to think you were weird. Kendo spoke. But you were bastion of decency compared to that little shit in my class. You at least have manners and respect boundaries. Honestly, I'd much rather have you in my class than that guy. So no, I'm not leaving either. I'm glad we understand each other. Midoriya smiled. Since we are having a heart-to-heart, I'll confess too. The blue woman licked her lips. My name is Kazuki Chitose, I'm a journalist. Don't worry, I'll keep this fun between us. I hope there won't be another situation like this. Izuku mumbled. And I hope there will be. Kendo-san, would you please let me kiss your hand now? A new day at UA meant new heights to reach and new obstacles to overcome. Class 1A would finally have a heroics lesson. Just as Present Mike finished with English and left the classroom, a large man barged in at a supersonic speed. I am here, All Might proclaimed. I'm coming in like a normal person. Wow. We going to have number one hero as our teacher. Hagakure exclaimed. This class rocks. Juro wasn't far behind. Does this guy even know how to teach? Diavolo wondered. I thought all he is good for is punching and screaming. He was hired by Principal Nezu, sir. I am sure he knows what he is doing. Brace yourselves, my students. Today we will conduct our first practical exercise in the form of team battles. Shouldn't we go over basic training first? Momo raised her hand. Aizawa-sensei's test showed a massive disparity in our physical capabilities. Afraid of losing, nerd. Katsuki grinned. I'm merely stating facts. Fear not, young Yaoyorozu. This exercise will put a bigger emphasis on teamwork and strategy instead of raw strength or speed. Your physical training will be conducted in future lessons. Now, your hero uniforms are in the changing rooms. Put them on and meet me at the entrance to Battle Center B. I'll be waiting there. He ran out of the classroom as fast as he entered. Hell yeah, time for some fun. Mina was ecstatic. Izuku's hero costume consisted of a classic all-black suit, dark blue gloves, black dress shoes, a utility belt and a crimson cape. It also included a black metallic helmet with green glowing eyes. Every piece of the costume included the UV-absorbing layer on the outside. His belt included pistol bullets for ranged combat, sleeping pills, potent sunscreen and a few vials of blood. Midoriya, I've been wondering. Shoji asked while they were changing. Did people ever freak out about your vampiric nature? No, but that's mostly because I've been keeping the ugly parts under wraps. I receive blood donations from a certain hospital. Besides, if things go dire I can forego using the world. Don't even think about it, brat. It must be nice to have that as an option. Giant sighed. I feel bad for you, Shoji-kun. Little vampire thought to himself. Students gathered in front of the battle center. Boys looked with surprise at a pair of floating gloves waving at them. Hagakure, is that you? Are you naked right now? Iida screamed at the gloves. Only one way to find out. One of the gloves invited the blue-haired boy in. The other slapped a lower part of Toru's body. This is extremely inappropriate. Tenya was red like a chili pepper. Cease with this behavior at once. Come on, don't be such a prude, Iida. Mina wrapped her arm around what should be the invisible girl's head. Their argument was stopped by All Might's arrival. Hiro started explaining the exercise. You will be randomly divided into 6 pairs and assigned a hero or villain affiliation. First, there will be a 10-minute preparation stage. Then a team of villains will need to protect a fake bomb for another 10 minutes, while the hero team has to defuse the bomb by touching the tiny screen on it. Alternatively, Either team can win by putting on these handcuffs on both of their opponents. If you are cuffed, you are out of the game. The location will be a warehouse in the battle center. Everyone else will be observing efforts of current teams. Anyone got questions? Yes, sir. Iida karate chopped the air. What's the point of villain teams? We aspire to become heroes, not oppose them. To beat a villain, you must be able to think like one. Exercises such as this one will teach you how to anticipate bad guys' moves and counter them. Understood, sensei. Can we blow shit up? Ash Blonde smirked. Language, Bakugo. Tenya got irritated. While collateral damage is sometimes unavoidable, try to minimize it as much as possible. Heroes often have to pay for destructions they cause. What a load of crap. What if there is a power mismatch between teams? Momo asked. If two combat-oriented students were matched against support quirks, the fight would be too easy for one side and impossible for the other. In real life, you may often get thrown into unfavorable positions, including a difference in power. The best thing you can do in these situations is leverage your strengths while playing around your weaknesses. You will be judged on how you approach the situation, so you may still get a high score even if your team loses. With no more questions, students drew pieces of paper from a box. Alright, first fight is Team E as villains versus Team C as heroes. Yaoyorozu and Shoji were assigned to disarm the bomb, while Midoriya and Hagakure had to stop them. Alright, Shoji-san, first things first, we need to understand each other's abilities. My quirk allows me to create any non-organic object as long as I know its chemical structure. Time it takes to create something depends on size, complexity and my leftover energy. My quirk lets me grow many arms at once, not just 6 you see now. Additionally, I can grow extra organs on my arms to help with recon. My eyes and ears are exceptionally perceptive, so we shouldn't get jumped by the villains. Forgive me for asking, but is Hagakure actually naked? No, Momo face-palmed. It's just a dumb joke that girls decided to play along with. Her costume is basically camouflage uniform that she makes invisible. She can do that, yes. The gloves she wears are to indicate her position without dropping invisibility. And to make boys sweaty, I suppose. Mezu's quiet laughter did not escape her ears. My costume is designed this way to accommodate my quirk. I don't care what you or anyone else says. Genius pointed a finger at the giant. I didn't say anything. Whatever. Back to Hagakure-san. I saw that she can make her costume and her body invisible, although it takes some time to kick in. She can't instantly evaporate. This makes me wonder. What are limits of her ability? If she can make the bomb invisible, she'll undoubtedly do it and try to hide a corner somewhere. We also don't know if she can move far away from the objects made invisible by her. Maybe there is a range cap. Best thing we can do is track her down and interrogate her. Even if she's invisible, I can still hear her breathing and heartbeat, as long as there is not too much noise in the background. Good, now on to Midoriya-kun. We know what King Crimson does, and I've figured out Killer Queen's ability. How? All of Shoji's eyes widened in surprise. I did my homework, Momo answered. 2 years ago there was an incident with a certain sludge villain. He was apparently coerced into surrender by a civilian whose quirk could turn objects and presumably people into bombs. Description of the civilian and the quirk align perfectly with Midoriya and Killer Queen. Remind me to never get on your bad side. If we win, I'll let you get on my good side. She smiled for a moment. Anyway, we don't know what the world does. Maybe vampirism is its ultimate ability, or maybe it's something else. It should be comparable to time erasure if World and King argue about superiority. Our best bet is to try and find the invisible girl, while being ready to fight off the devil. I'll make us some gear. 10 minutes have passed and heroes entered the building. Yaoyorozu was holding a tranquilizer dart gun in her hands and looking around, with a strange-looking blaster tied to her back. Mezu was multitasking like crazy. One arm was looking at a watch, another was listening for their opponents, 2 were holding steel sheets like shields, 1 more was holding a second tranq gun and final one had the second blaster. One is standing still on the top floor, and the other is walking near on the top of the stairs to the second floor. Great, we can avoid Midoriya completely by using a different set of stairs. As they walked, Shoji got spooked. What? Impossible. He just teleported. Are you sure? It might have been time erasure. No, the arrow on the watch didn't jump forward. Calm down. Momo patted him on the shoulder. How far did he teleport? About 10 meters. I guess this is his ability. Oh no, he's walking towards the other set of stairs. Either he switches at random or can somehow detect us. Let's try to go through first stairs. It was futile, as Shoji heard someone moving towards the original location. Okay, he can definitely track us somehow. Maybe we should split up. I don't think he can catch both of us, Shoji suggested. Out of the question. We'll be easy pickings for him individually. No, we have to stay close. If he wants a fight, he'll get one. Students approached the stairs, where two menacing figures looked at them from above. One of them sported yellow as the main color. You shouldn't have come here, heroes. Izuku was doing his best Dio impression. This is my world, you are not welcome in my world. I am immortal and everlasting. You don't scare us, villain. Momo remained calm. We will stop you. Ho ho ho. Okay, let's make this interesting. If either of you can punch me within the next 10 seconds, I will surrender. If not, you will be in a world of pain. Get him. The mutant rushed towards his opponent. Just as he almost reached his Izuku, he found himself at the bottom of the stairs. What the? 5 seconds left. Momo tried to shoot Izuku with a tranquilizer, but his quirk stopped the dart in midair. You won't get away with his. Mutant cried and ran upstairs for the second time. The result remained the same. Shoji was at the bottom of the stairs again. 0. Time for pain, heroes. Suddenly he disappeared, and in his place a dozen bullets and a dart were flying towards Mezu and Momo. The giant barely managed to block the projectiles with his shields. He is crazy. No, Shoji, he just takes his role way too seriously. I think I know what we need to do. The heroes met Midoriya again on the stairs to the 3rd floor. Even with a helmet, they could tell he was grinning at their misfortune. Now that you have tasted my power, you know you can't beat me. But I see great potential in both of you. Pledge your loyalty to me, and together we will rule this world. He offered them a hand. Jesus, did he repeat this speech? Mezu cringed internally. Instead of answering, they aimed their tranq guns at him. You still haven't learnt. Your puny darts can even harm me. Care to test that theory? Momo asked him with a smirk. Ha ha, you still think you have a chance? Fine, I will entertain you. Fire away. Izuku stretched his arms to his sides and closed his eyes. Bang. Greenhead's left leg and his right arm were blasted off his body. He collapsed on the ground. Instead of darts, the guns shot something else, something that could harm a vampire. Impossible. He screamed. My suit protects you from sunlight, but even it can't completely absorb high-intensity UV rays. Momo aimed her gun at his head. This was a gamble, but I'm glad it paid off. 5 minutes left. Voice from the intercom informed everyone. Shoji, find Hagakure and make her show you the bomb. I'll make sure our king of the world doesn't stand up. Don't get close to him. Use different stairs. Yes, ma'am. Shortly after, the mutant found the girl and the bomb near her. As he put a hand on the screen, the announcer declared Hero Team as the winners. Excellent. All Might clapped. When they come back, I want you to choose the MVP and provide feedback to the participants. The rest of the students began discussing the results. After finishing the exercise, Momo helped Izuku reattach his missing limbs and speed up his supernatural regeneration with a blood vial. My offer from before still stands. He smiled at the girl. Ha, you'd have to join me, not the other way around. She smiled back. All 4 students gathered and went to the monitoring room. Hagakure, I wanted to ask you. Midoriya turned towards the gloves. How did you recognize Eraserhead? I mean, I consider myself a connoisseur of pro heroes, but even I struggled to put the pieces together until you revealed his quirk. As an aspiring underground hero, Toru sounded proud of herself. I look up to him as one of the best in the field. Or at least I did, before he almost gave a heart attack yesterday. Now there was venom as her voice. Never meet your heroes, Momo concluded. Don't be too hard on him. Midoriya patted the invisible girl on the shoulder. He was just pushing everyone to their limits. Easy for you to say, Mr. Number 1. She pushed his hand away. Okay, I'll shut up now. Guys. Toru's tone became mischievous. Could you please not tell other boys about my suit? Iida's reactions are way too funny to pass up. Alright, but only if you tell me more about you Quirk later. Momo and Mezu just nodded, with former face palming. Who wants to declare the MVP of the first round? All Might asked his students. Obviously, Nerd was the MVP. She noticed that Deku got cocky and used his ego against him. Excellent, young Bakugo. Now, please provide feedback to others. What is there to say? Deku shouldn't have toyed with his opponents, while Hands and Gloves simply followed orders. They did all they could with their quirks. Right, anyone else has something to say? Frog Girl raised her arm. I think both Yaoyorozu-chan and Midoriya-chan went overboard with violence. Throwing bullets and cutting off limbs seems excessive, Kiro. I knew Shoji would have blocked my shots. If you repeat the video, you can see that I aimed for center mass instead of spreading out my shots. And I didn't expect his limbs to fall off. My plan was to injure them. Besides, he told us that he can regenerate quickly. Well, I think the entire class can learn from this experience. Next up, Team A is villains and B is heroes. Kyoka tried to formulate a strategy with Shoto, but he shut down her attempts at planning or even a conversation. When preparation time was over, she put her jack against a wall to scan the building. Both of them are at the top floor screaming at each other. Good, you might want to leave this place. Heterochromatic Teen put his hand on the wall. Suddenly the entire building got encased with ice. Jiro barely managed to escape before getting trapped. Holy shit, this guy can do that. She was shocked at the spectacle. After delivering the bomb to the top floor, Bakugo and Tenya began arguing. Blonde insisted on him attacking alone, while bespectacled Teen wanted both of them to defend the bomb room. As round began, their feet got stuck to the ground because of ice. LL looks like Two-Face is trying to scare us. Katsuki was shivering. What a display of power. We need to do something. Iida was freezing as well. I have an idea. Bakugo put his hands on the ground and released small explosions. After a while, he managed to break the ice and free himself. He freed his teammate shortly afterwards. Okay, new plan, FF4 eyes. Blonde rubbed his palms to warm himself. We need to strike Two-Face fast and hard. If we stall, he's turn us into icicles. It's much tougher for me to produce explosions at such low temperature, but I should collect enough sweat for one solid attack. How good are you at running on ice? I am fairly decent at it. Iida ran in place to gain heat. Gee good. If we are lucky, Two-Face thinks he's already won. We'll ambush him and take him down. What about Jiro-san? We don't even know how her quirk works. Ears. She had the second lowest score on the apprehension test. Whatever her quirk is, it can't possibly be as dangerous as this ice. We'll deal with her later. Let's get moving. Of course. Bakugo and Iida sneaked towards the lower floor, trying their best to not make noise. Todoroki, on the other hand, was taking a leisurely walk towards the stairs. In his mind, the ice and cold would perfectly counter speed and explosions of the villain team. As he turned a corner, his opponents rushed him from opposite sides. He sent a wave of ice towards the screaming blonde, only for it to get blown up. Surprised by this outcome, he increased the output of his quirk, finally trapping Katsuki's lower body. Just as he turned around to freeze his other opponent, Tenya got close and punched him in the head with all of his strength. Enraged Shoto grabbed the speedster to put him on ice, only to feel an explosion hit him from behind. Confusion and pain were enough of a distraction for Iida to put handcuffs on dual-haired Teen. Fucking finally. That was the last of my sweat. Now run back to the BB. Hero team has emerged victorious. Announcer surprised everyone in the corridor. What the hell? Anger momentarily dulled Bakugo's sense of cold. Shoto melted all the ice on Bakugo before being escorted by robots to the infirmary. The remaining 3 students went to the observation room. I must say, your plan was ingenious. Iida praised the earphone girl. Using Todoroki as bait and flanking us through your super hearing. It's nothing. Blushing Kyoka played with one of her jacks. I figured that the guy who scored the most points on entrance exam wouldn't give up without a fight. I mostly went just in case you somehow managed to take Todoroki down. That asshole didn't take us seriously. Katsuki grinded his teeth. Even when we jumped him, he only used one of his hands. He could have attacked the two of us simultaneously if they used both sides. Maybe he has to focus on one hand at a time. Or maybe he needs to stop fucking underestimating us. That was one hell of a spectacle. All Might laughed. Who wants to share their thoughts on the second round? Me, sir. Momo raised her hand. The MVP is undoubtedly Kyoka Jiro. What? Girl in question and the ash blonde screamed in unison. That's bullshit. She just took advantage of Two-Face's importance. And her plan worked flawlessly. Momo smiled at Kyoka, causing her to blush. She not only recognized that Todoroki-san's move will put a target on his back, but also perfectly utilized her quirk to avoid an undesirable fight. Bakugo-san and Iida-san spent the entire setup stage arguing and getting nothing done. While their on-the-fly thinking and coordinated attack are commendable, their tunnel vision and inability to cooperate without extreme circumstances hold them back. Todoroki-san suffers from the same issue as Midoriya-san. He was too confident in his ability to fight solo. I appreciate your thoughts, Yaoyazu-san. I will make sure we act better next time. Tenya bowed down. Next time I'll kick your ass, nerd. I hope I won't have to fight Todoroki-san anytime soon, hero. With that out of the way, All Might grabbed everyone's attention. Let us move to the final round. Team D are villains, Team F are heroes. So, Asui-san, let's get to know each other better. Ochako picked up a rock and it went flying. My quirk is called Zero Gravity. Whatever I touch with all 5 fingers loses its gravity. There is a mass limit to my ability, and using it on myself makes me want to puke. Call me Suyu, please. My quirk is called Frog. It basically gives me attributes of frogs. Strong limbs, sticking to walls, as well as a long and powerful tongue. She grabbed Uraraka, lifted her up and put her back down. Its maximum length is 20 meters. I can also produce venomous mucus, but it's very weak so we can ignore it. My main weakness is that I am susceptible to sudden temperature changes, hero. Well, Suyu-chan, you can call me by my first name too. I think we can surprise them if we just... So, Tokiyami, you mind if I call you Birdie? Your attempts at humor are unimpressive, Ashido-san. Dark Shadow emerged from the boy. He said he doesn't mind. Thanks, Dark Shadow. Now, what should we do? My quirk has significant reach. I'll be patrolling the lower floor with her, so we know where they'll be coming from. If they are separated, I'll attack one of them and let you know who to expect, otherwise I'll return here for a 2v2 fight. I didn't know DS is a girl. High five, sister. Were you even listening to me? Frog was holding Brunette in her arms and slowly gaining altitude. Once she reached the roof, Asui grabbed onto the fence with her tongue and dragged them there. Uraraka cancelled her quirk with a gesture. I must say, using your quirk on me was a great idea, hero. No other team attacked from above, so we have an element of surprise. Thanks, Suyu. Honestly, I only suggested it because you are strong and have good reach. This would have been way too risky with someone like Hagakure or Shoji. We should be quiet. Frog Girl lowered her voice. Let's carefully examine each room starting from the top floor. Fate was on their side today. The first room on the top floor contained the bomb and Lonely Mina guarding it. Get back. They are here, she screamed into her earpiece. What? How did they get past me? I'm on my way. Stay back. Alien pointed at the heroes. I have acid and I'm not afraid to use it. Uraraka and Asui ran towards Ashido from different directions. Mina was throwing her acid like crazy, but girls were annoyingly good at dodging. Finally, she managed to injure Brunette's leg, but before she could launch another portion of acid, Suyu extended her tongue and touched the bomb. Hero team has won. Yay. Ouch. Ochako went to hug Suyu before crumbling from the leg pain. Sorry, girl, I really did not want to lose. It's alright, Ashido-san. Just call me Mina. Excellent performance, girls. Their teacher clapped. Who wants to share their thoughts? If I may. Izuku raised his hand. The plan by Uraraka-san and Asui-san worked great because the villain team was conditioned to expect their opponents coming from below. Not to mention, the way they forced Ishido-san's attention to split. However, we have never seen Uraraka-san quirk work on other people, only small objects. So similarly to Bakugo's team, they were outmaneuvered by a technique they did not know exists. I agree with Midoriya-san. If we were to repeat this exercise, Uraraka's opponents would know what to expect and react accordingly. Momo pointed at Bird Head. I am glad that all villain teams were defeated. It goes to show that heroes. We were on a villain team, you moron. Katsuki yelled at Tenya. Today was quite educational. You've got to know more about each other's quirks and personalities. Make sure you learn from this experience. See you later, students. All Might ran away. Girls' changing room. Guys, do you have hots for anyone in our class? Mina asked everyone while changing. What kind of question is that? Yaoyorozu was caught off guard. Come on, you know what I'm talking about. Our boys are so fit and sexy and, you know. Well, Suyu scratched her head. I think Bakugo-san is good looking when isn't screaming. So, basically never. Pinky giggled. I've known him for years, he's always been a loudmouth. What about you, Mina? Toru wondered. I think Midori is cute. His smile is like a ray of sunshine. Then there is our big guy Shoji. I want him to crush me with those strong arms. She hugged herself. In my opinion, Todoroki is the coolest boy. Hagakure put on her school uniform. Sure, he has a scar and is distant from others, but it gives him an aura of mysteriousness. You get it, right? Shish. Jiro put her index finger in front of her mouth. Her jacks were in contact with a wall. Isn't boys' changing room behind that wall? Momo asked. Are you spying on them? Asui was concerned. Oh my gosh, are they talking about me? Tell me. Shut up. Kyoka whispered in frustration. I think Midoriya-kun found a hole in the wall and wants to peek. She readied her jack to stab whoever looks through the hole. 10 seconds have passed and girl sighed in relief. False alarm. He changed his mind and told Iida to call for our teacher. Or perhaps he saw the jack with no one the wiser. Momo thought to herself. Maybe we could have used this hole for a bit. Toru caught a stinky eye from annoyed Kyoka. Izuku and Mina were walking to doctor's room. Why are you going, Midori? It's not like you injured anyone. I just want to make sure Uraraka-san and Todoroki-san are okay. I'm glad her hands remained unharmed, hee. Hira smirked. Inside the office they saw 2 of their classmates and a short, old woman. Hello, recovery girl. It's good to know that at least someone from younger generation knows me. She smiled. Say, you are Midoriya, right? Do you mind turning others in your class? I'd be thrilled if students would heal off all the wounds on their own, instead of bothering me. I'm afraid principal prohibits me from raising a vampire army. Besides, blood expenses would be really high, especially for poorer students. What a shame. The medical hero shrugged. Those 2 are almost fully recovered, you can talk to them. I'm going on a lunch break. Shoto already stood up and went towards exit. Wait, Tadakori-san. Yes, I would like to apologize on Bakugo's behalf. He shouldn't have hit you so hard. There is no need, Midoriya-san. This was the last time Bakugo-san managed to send me here, I assure you. He exited the room. Do you sense deja vu too? One of the voices asked Izuku. Yeah, Pinky walked up to the girl on the bed. Sorry for burning your leg, Ochako. It's fine, really. Oh, Deku-kun. Deku. Yeah, that's how Bakugo calls you, right? Yes, it's a dumb nickname he gave me because my quirk emerged a bit late. You call me that if you want. Thanks, Deku. She looked away while blushing. This is embarrassing. Mina-chan, could you please leave us alone? What? No way. Are you 2 dating? I need to know. Mina, give us some privacy. Greenhead used his serious voice. Fine, but you better spill the beans later on. Pink Girl walked away. Before closing the door, she turned around to see if they changed their minds. What did you want to talk about? Do you want to cancel our agreement? No, Opposite actually. Is there a way to work overtime? What? Rent has gone up after recent destructions in the residential area. I can't afford my current apartment now. Can you please let me visit you more? A light bulb has sparkled in Izuku's mind. If that is your problem, you can live with me. Wait, really? Yeah, my house is too large for only 2 people anyway. I'll tell my mom you'd moving in. What if you mom disapproves? Well, she doesn't mind our little mischief, so we'll probably be fine. Thanks a lot. Uraraka hugged Midoriya. Geez, his mom is okay with that. I guess weirdness runs in the family. Izuku and Ochako were on the way to her apartment to pick up her things. While going, Greenhead decided to message several individuals. Green Devil. Hello, sir. Big Brain. Hello, Midoriya-kun. Is something bothering you? Green Devil. Yeah, 2 things. It appears my hero suit and my cloak by extension can't absorb high-intensity ultraviolet light. I'd like to make adjustments. Big Brain. Pay a visit to support department. I'll let them know you are coming. What's the second problem? Green Devil. Yaoyorozu-san mentioned being a recommended student. Why wasn't I recommended? Big Brain. The biggest factor that decides who gets in via this method is the people behind the recommendation. Todoroki was recommended by a number 2 hero endeavor, for example. I didn't want to recommend you because it would be seen as nepotism, and the only pro hero who you know personally isn't even in top 10. Besides, with your raw power I knew you would easily pass the entrance exam. Green Devil. Understood. Thank you, Nezu-sama. Alien Queen. Midori, what were you 2 talking about? Green Devil. She needs a place to stay, so I'm helping her move in. Alien Queen. Really? In that case, I need a place to stay too. Smiley face. Green Devil. I'm not joking. Apparently she rented an apartment but can't do it anymore because the price increased. Alien Queen. That sucks. Anyway, I'm going to pay you a visit today. Green Devil. What? Why? Alien Queen. I haven't been in your home for quite a while. Plus, I think tonight will be fun with 3 of us. Green Devil. Alright, just don't make me look bad. Alien Queen. IDK, I think it would suit you. Kisses. Pumpkin. Hi, Mom. One of my classmates can't afford rent, so I offered her to stay at our home. Please ask our chef Tonio to cook for 2 more people. Sunshine. Is it the same girl that we talked about before? Pumpkin. Yes, but it's not what you were thinking. I genuinely want to help her. Pumpkin. And before you ask, no, Yoshikage-san has nothing to do with it. Sunshine. Okay, my dear. Who's the second person? Pumpkin. Mina wants to visit us and have fun. Sunshine. Izuku, if you're thinking what I'm thinking, please use protection. I'm not ready to become a grandmother yet. Pumpkin. Mom. Uraraka lived in a modest 1-room apartment on the edge of the city. She packed her clothes and other belongings in a large bag. After a while the landlord came to pick up the keys. The pair said their goodbye and took a taxi towards Greenhead's home. On their way they met Mina and all 3 went together. Inko Midoriya cheerfully greeted the teenagers and told them that dinner would be ready in a few hours. She reminded Uraraka of her own mother. Ochako knew that Deku's family must be wealthy, but not that wealthy. He even had a separate room dedicated for paintings. All of them were portraits of women, including replicas of Mona Lisa and Birth of Venus. Curiously, there were also paintings of modern-looking girls, including Kendo, Cheetos and Uraraka herself. Holy crap, did you make these? Ochako asked. Greenhead silently nodded. Wow, I didn't. You were so passionate about drawing, Deku-kun. The brunette admired the pieces of art. I'm not. Izuku shrugged. I don't enjoy painting, not in the same way I enjoy analyzing heroes and quirks. Then why do you have so many drawings? And why are you so good at making them? Because otherwise I wouldn't let him use Killer Queen. It's a subconscious thing. Some people call it inspiration, I call it an urge. So it's just like R. Ochako looked at her hands before putting them down as she noticed Mina looking at her. You and Midori, huh? Alien Girl smiled at Space Girl as her cheeks got red. You don't have to lie to me, Ochako-chan. I've been his friend since we were 5. I know about his hand fascination. Oh, are you also? No, even though I asked him many times. Pinky looked at herself. I guess my hands aren't good enough. That's not the reason, Mina. Izuku turned towards her. Your hands are beautiful. The reason I'm keeping you away from that is shame. I feel ashamed of my obsession, but I can't properly function without indulging it. I want to keep this part of me away from my friends. He looked at Uraraka. Wait, that came out wrong. What I'm trying to say is I don't want people around me to think I am a freak, even if I am one objectively. Gulp. My dream is to be a hero that brings hope to future generations, which wouldn't be possible if public knew what I'm doing behind closed doors. Deku-kun. Brunette put her finger in his lips. You don't need to make excuses. I know that you are a hero. You've already saved me from that big robot, remember? I would never hold your fondness of hands against you. Yeah, Mina patted her friend on the shoulder. I'm sure you'll be a great hero. You're smart, strong and cute. Not to mention your quirk. And you are not a freak. Everyone has their preferences. You shouldn't be ashamed of what makes you happy. Thanks, guys. Izuku cried a little. I didn't think I needed reassurance up until now. He hugged them both. Does this mean you'll finally invite me? Ashido giggled. Why are you so insistent about it? I'm curious, that's all. She licked her hand. Well, Izuku let out a nervous laughter. I guess we can try it tonight after dinner. Yes, he could hear the killer screaming in his ears. Quiet, you freak. The devil sounded pissed. Today kept on bringing surprises to the space girl. Not only did Midoriya's live in a huge house, but they also hired a foreign chef who cooked divine meals. She couldn't believe that one of her classmates ate food like this every day. A part of her got really envious at him, but she quickly brushed it aside. All in all, Izuku seemed like a polite and considerate person, although not without bizarre quirks in his character. Still, she wasn't going to complain about someone who graciously offered her a place to stay. After the lunch, teenagers spent the entire evening playing video games and discussing how today's battle trial went. Mina jokingly suggested she join Greenhead's vampire army, but settled for getting a crude portrait of herself drawn with her palm. She took the drawing with her and promised to put it in her room. Ochako woke up in her new room. Part of her still couldn't believe this was happening for real. She had to pay Izuku back for his kindness somehow. When Uraraka and Midoriya left the home, they were noticed by Bakugo, who was also leaving his home. What the hell were you doing in Deku's house, round cheeks? He growled at the girl. Greenhead stood between his friends. She's just renting a room in my place, that's all. You better not start slacking because of her. Alright, calm down. He's so presumptuous. When Aizawa entered the classroom, everyone immediately jumped to their respective seats. I am glad you are making progress on that front. He took a glance at his students. Today you will need to choose 2 representatives of your class, president and vice president. I don't care how you do it, but I need your answer within an hour. Teacher yawned and tried to hide it with a palm. I'm just going to take a small nap for the time being. I'm beginning to doubt this school's hiring standards. Diavolo resonated within Izuku's ear. All Might barely talks during lessons and this guy falls asleep on the job. I'd tear him to shreds if he was my employee. You're being too hard on him, sir. I'm sure he just doesn't get enough sleep. Stop mumbling, Deku. Katsuki screamed at Izuku. Oh, sorry. He looked down. Back in the day the boy often used to subconsciously say his thoughts out loud, but over time it became less and less frequent. Slip-ups such as this one were thankfully a rarity. He wouldn't want to look insane on the outside. Bakugo. There is no need to yell at your classmates. Bespectacled boy berated him. Shut up. Katsuki stood up. Attention, extras. I should be the president because I am the future #1 hero. I will lead you all by example. People won't let you be the president if you scream at them. Frog girl deadpanned. Say that again. Everyone sighed. See. No one likes you. Raise your hand, Midoriya. It only makes sense that the strongest must be at the top. Dio commanded his host. Izuku's rolled his eyes at this order. Guys, I should be the president. We won't get anywhere if we just babble about this. Tenya chopped the air. I believe that anonymous voting is the fairest way to determine our president. But won't everyone vote for themselves? Shoji asked. We've only known each other for a few days. Given how we've seen each other in action during battle training, I am sure at least some people have gauged someone more fitting than themselves. What about choosing the VP? Usually the vice president is chosen by the current president. Midoriya answered the question in Iida's stead. Yes, I think that's how we'll do it as well. Anyone got objections? Silence. Excellent. Momo grabbed everyone's attention. I will provide everyone with a piece of paper. We will count the votes after I gathered them in my pencil box. Some people wrote instantly, while others took their time thinking about the answer. Finally, the results were in. Yaoyorozu 5, Midoriya 4, Bakugo 1, Tenya 1, Todoroki 1. What the hell? Ash Blonde got furious. Who voted for the nerd? While I'm curious about that as well, we shouldn't go against the principle of anonymity. Your screams prove why it's important. Iida looked judgingly at his classmate. I voted for her because she is clever. I mean, she deduced Midoriya-kun's quirk and managed to outwit him. That's quite impressive. The mutant looked at his nominee. Yeah, same. The purple-haired girl looked away. It's no wonder she is a recommended student. Momo slightly blushed. While she was hoping to win, she didn't outright expect it because she barely knew people in her class. Plus, she understood that elections are less about competence and more about charisma, something that she thought she lacked. It's an honor to represent our class. She glanced at Izuku. Given how Midoriya-kun came close to winning, I suppose making him the vice president would be the most sensible choice. If any of you has a problem, contact one of us as soon as possible. With that, the class representatives notified their sleepy teacher about the decision. He informed them that their next hero exercise would be a stealth mission, much to Hagakuri's excitement. Students arrived at Ground Gamma. It was a giant facility that resembled an abandoned factory, with industrial pipes on every wall. Here's how our current lesson will go. You will be split into 3 teams, but unlike last time, it won't be random. Each team has to get to the extraction point without raising an alarm. It will be raised if you get spotted by a patrolling villain. Villains here are represented by 1-point robots from the entrance exam. You can disable a robot to prevent the alarm, but I will penalize you for causing excessive damage. Remember, they are supposed to represent real people. A team completes the exercise if all of its members evacuate from the area. First team is Hagakuri, Tenya, Tokiyami and Ishido. Second team consists of Midoriya, Asui, Bakugo and Jiro. Remaining 4 are on the last team. You will have 30 minutes to complete this task. A small robot will escort each team to the starting position. Questions. How perceptive are those robots? Could I just run past them? About as perceptive as regular humans. And no, they will alert robots within your vicinity if you try to run loudly. Why are we doing this shit? Not everyone here wants to work underground. Heroes are not supposed to be one-trick ponies. Even if your quirk favors one aspect of heroics, you will still participate in rescue operations, stealth missions and other tasks regardless. Now stop complaining before give you a detention. Bakugo clenched his fists and stared at his teacher with anger. Okie dokie, guys, this exercise will be a breeze with my quirk. I just need you guys to come in contact with my skin. Toru took off her gloves. Iida suddenly felt something pulling his hand forward and a bit downward. What are you doing, Hagakuri? Flustered boy broke his hand away. Come on, boys. Invisible girl toyed with her teammates. You just need to touch me. Yeah, it's no big deal, guys. Look, Mina put her hand on Toru's lower back. So soft. Don't presume you can throw me off with temptations of flesh. Fumikage tried his best to remain calm. Look, boys, either you get over your prudishness, or we lose the exercise. Or you could grab us with your hands and be done with it. Don't assume you know my quirk better than me. Give me your hands right now, or I'll tell Aizawa-sensei that you threw the mission. After some thinking, Bird Boy and Bespectacled Boy sighed in defeat and offered their hands. Hagakuri placed them on her heaps. To their relief, there was a fabric between their palms and her skin. By the way, I lied. I totally could have grabbed you two with my hands. But I couldn't pass on the chance to tease you two. Both girls giggled. You were worse than a demon. Ah, thanks. You know, I wouldn't mind letting you touch my. Stop. Team 1 completed the exercise using the slow and steady method. Turns out there was a range limit on invisibility granted by Hagakure, so Dark Shadow couldn't be sent far for reckon. Tenya felt a little bad that his quirk was also useless given how loud it is. At least Mina got to melt some walls with her acid. First step towards completing this exercise is to discuss how our quirks can be used in context of stealth. I'll go first. The world's ability is to stop time for a few seconds, which allows me to move within enemies' field of view without them actually noticing it. Kyoka's Jack flew towards Izuku before getting stopped by TW. What's that for? For spying on us in the changing room. Jojo was furious. What? I didn't do that. Greenhead gulped. You just said that your quirk lets you avoid being noticed. I heard that you found a hole and wanted to peek. At first I thought you changed your mind, but now I know that you used the world to safely look through the hole. Just because I could do something like that doesn't mean I actually did it. I don't think you should assume the worst in people. Asui-san, back me up. The earphone girl stared at her classmate. Call me Suyu, please. And I have to agree with Midoriya-chan. We can't just accuse him of something based on his quirk. Whatever, I'm telling Sensei about this. Can you two get over this crap and go back to the task? Katsuki got irritated. Yeah, sorry, Kachan. Like I said, time stop combined with the world's strength would let us get past robots if I and my quirk carried you people. It only lasts 5 seconds though, so we'll need to move from cover to cover. My quirk lets me jump high, stick to walls and use my tongue as an extra limb. I could get on the high ground and look for the safest route, or even bring you guys up with me. My hearing is very sensitive and precise. I can pinpoint locations of every robot in 1 kilometer radius. My quirks is the exact opposite of stealth. Even small explosion would produce enough noise to be noticeable. So, this is on Deku and extras. Blonde blasted a jack coming his way. Nice try, extra. Team 2 ended the mission very quickly. They avoided most of the robots by moving on the roofs and pipes in areas with fewest villains. Bakugo was pissed that he became a literal extra in this exercise. What's there to plan? I'll just freeze every robot we'll come across. This wouldn't kill a human villain. Perhaps, but it would certainly maim them. Ideally we should avoid running into them in the first place, especially since we have everything we need for stealth. Momo argued with Shoto. We do. Ochako was surprised. Yes, with Shoji-san's sharp senses, vertical mobility of zero gravity and flexibility of my creation we will crush this assignment. Todoroki-kun, can you produce your ice silently? No, the dual-haired boy deadpanned. No matter, we don't necessarily need it. Just so you know, I consider this exercise to be a waste of my time. Only heroes who plan to work underground should go through this. However, I won't let my opinion get in the way of your grades, so I'll follow whatever plan you come up with. Great, Uraraka-san will launch us upwards so we can avoid robots on the ground. I will make a few grappling hooks and lassos for traversal, hopefully you know how to use them. Shoji-san, I need you to scout out the least populated route. Todoroki-san, only incapacitate robots with your ice on my command. Let's go plus ultra now. Even though Team 3 used the same strategy as the second team, they were much slower given how Mezu's hearing was less precise than Kyoka's and their lackluster mobility. Yaoyorozu's teammates almost fell several times, which wasn't surprising since they lack experience with such gadgets. Eraserhead congratulated his students on not being completely awful at sneaking and advised them to think about applications of their quirks in a rescue scenario. After the class was finished, he asked Izuku and Kyoka to stay and explain their problem. Both told their side of the story. Since there is no hard evidence or testimony, I will let this slide this time. However, you are now under strict surveillance, Midoriya. Do not do anything foolish to the school grounds. Understood, sir. And Jojo, spying on people with your quirk is a violation of privacy. I understand that you have concerns regarding Midoriya's behavior, but don't let your power get to your head. You should use your quirk responsibly. If you ever feel unsafe, let the staff now first. Alright, sensei. With that done, the boy went to the hospital for his bi-weekly checkup, and the girl went to meet the class president near the entrance gate. Jiro got a message from Yaoyorozu to meet her near the entrance gate. The class president was waiting for her near the limo. Kyoka was ordered to get into the car. Shoji was also sitting in the limousine. Wow, these wheels look fancy. Yaomomo must be really wealthy. Where are we going? Mezu asked Momo. Nowhere in particular. I just wanted to talk to you in private. This seems excessive. You could have just texted us. No, this needs to be said eye to eye. Sure, I am all ears. The giant grew ears on all of his arms, causing the girls to smile. I want you two to become my lovers, Momo said with a sultry voice. What? Both of her interlocutors screamed in surprise. There is no need to yell. I said I want to date both of you. At the same time, isn't that kind of greedy? The purple-haired girl asked. I believe I can afford having multiple partners, both emotionally and financially. But why specifically? We aren't even similar. Shoji was still dumbfounded. I have a thing for big, strong boys. She glanced at blushing Jiro. As well as petite, cute girls. Besides, I have a feeling that you like as well. Great. First Hagakure, then Midoriya, now Yaomomo. Is everyone in our class so damn horny? Kyoka rolled her eyes. What happens if we refuse? She asked her rich friend. You mean other than angering the heiress of the wealthiest family in Japan? Nothing at all. Raven-haired girl smiled innocently. Mezu and Kyoka looked at each other nervously. The former remembered how she acted during the battle trial. Something about Momo felt off, but he wouldn't want to get on her bad side. There was an angle he could try. Yaoyorozu-san, I don't think I deserve to be your boyfriend. I come from a rural background and my quirk makes my face hideous. You, on the other hand, are beautiful and rich. Clearly you are out of my league. Momo burst in hysterical laughter. Her classmates never saw her so emotional before. It was a bit terrifying. Finally, she managed to calm down and wipe tears from the laugh. My dear Shoji, I am out of the league for 99.99% of people on this planet. But if I cared about that, I'd be stuck with pretentious snobs as my potential dates. I don't want to limit myself like that, and I can live with my lover having less than a handsome face. So no, this excuse will not work. To prove her point, Yaomomo quickly swiped off Giant's mask and gave him a peck on a cheek, causing him to redden. He swiftly put the mask back on. Come on, you two. A chance like this only comes once in a lifetime. Momo blew a kiss towards her friends. Mezu sighed. Becoming a trophy boyfriend was not on his bucket list, but it seemed like he didn't have much of a choice. Well, I guess if you don't mind my face then I don't mind your antics. What about you, Jiro-san? After seeing the big man comply, Kyoka decided that she should just accept defeat and flow with whatever Yaoyorozu does next. She could only hope the class president wasn't too perverted. Alright, fine, she mumbled. Excellent. Now, both of you fall on your knees and kiss my feet. Great, she's even worse than Midoriya's villain impression. Shoji thought. Both sighed and began to kneel. Hey, I was kidding. Guess I should formulate myself better. For now, just fill out these forms for me. Raven-haired girl handed out large, multi-page documents full of questions, ranging from favorite tea sorts and allergies to personal schedules and hobbies. Take your time. When you are finished, we can dine together. I know a good place nearby. Bills are on me, of course. Dash dash, dash dash. After consuming blood, Izuku went towards home. He got a message from Kachan. Zar Bomba. Oi, Deku. We haven't brawled in a while. How about we meet at my place? Green Devil. Today, maybe we should wait until I'm not a vampire. Zar Bomba. Do you think I'm scared or something? Get your undead ass over here so I can kick it. Green Devil. Okay, fine. Just don't complain if I send you to a hospital again. Tell Aunt Matsuki to prepare something tasty. Dash dash. Hey, Mina, you are Izuku-kun's old friend, right? Hagakure approached Alien and Space Girl. Yup, I've known him since we were 4. Cool. Was he always like this? Like what? Cute, outlandish, clever. Pinky giggled a bit. All three, I suppose. He's been like this for as long as I can remember. Is he single? Ashido looked at Uraraka with a teasing smile. What are you staring at? Well, you live very close to him, so you should answer this question. Ochako rolled her eyes. Me and Deku aren't dating, okay. So I can try to ask him out. Toru jumped in place. Sure thing. Ochako looked at Greenhead's hands. They were admittedly pretty smooth. But I thought you were into Todoroki-kun. I tried asking him out, but he said his goal is to become the #1 hero, not chase skirts. What a shame, she pouted. Well, if I know anything about Midori, he always finds time to play with girls, hee. Mina instinctively compared her palm to Hagakuri's own. Really, I didn't expect him to be a Casanova. He's full of surprises, that's for sure. Eternal Darkness. Hi, Izuku. It's me, Dark Shadow. Could you get the world on the phone? Ah, hell, this will be awkward. Green Devil. The world is not at home right now. Killer Queen is speaking. Eternal Darkness. I haven't seen you before. Please send a selfie. KQ strikes a pose and makes a photo of itself and Izuku to send it. Eternal Darkness. You look cute, girl. Green Devil. I'm not a girl. Eternal Darkness. But you have Queen in the name. Green Devil. And you have Shadow in the name despite being corporeal. Eternal Darkness. I guess that's fair. Could I and Fumi come and play with you guys? I have never seen another sentient quirk before, so I see you and the others as my kin. Green Devil. I get enough headache from World and Crimson. Eternal Darkness. Pretty please. Green Devil. Fine, I'll see if we have enough free time today. Tenya-san, you are related to the pro-hero Ingenium, correct? Of course, Asui-san. He is my brother. What of it? Please call me by my first name, Hiro. My little sister Satsuki is a big fan of Ingenium. Could you ask him to visit our home someday? My brother is a very busy man, but I'll try. Thank you. I know I don't sound like it, but I am very happy right now. You're welcome. Izuku went to the support department to ask for improvements in his suit. As he approached the door, the explosion from within the room knocked him away along with the door. This was one of many moments when he wished he had TW or KC, as they easily avoid this misfortune. After pushing away the door, he saw a girl walking towards him. She had pink dreadlocks, hair and strange yellow eyes shaped like scopes. Hi there. Did you come to discuss support equipment? Yes. My hero suit's protection against UV light seems lacking. Did you blast yourself with a high-intensity ray just to test it? More like someone else blasted me. The girl made a goddamn gun just to exploit my weakness. Really? Wow, I've got to meet her sometime later. As for your suit, I'll look into possible improvements. No promises though, especially if the girl in question advances her own arsenal. If we are lucky, my invention may not explode in your face. Should I be concerned? I am not concerned at all. Shouldn't we be discussing this with Power Loader? He is busy, but don't worry. I'll let him know about your request. Thanks, I'm Izuku Midoriya by the way. Pleasure to meet you. Mei Hatsume. Now, I need to return to my babies. What? Greenhead was taken aback. She smells awful, probably because she disregards hygiene for work. Vampire concluded. I bet her hands are greasy and slimy. Killer was disgusted. She reminds of me of a certain doctor. He too was passionate about his work to a fault. Ex-boss added. Being a class vice president wasn't as awesome as Midoriya imagined it would be. Most of the time it just meant doing paperwork and attending meetings. That last part was even worse because he had to regularly meet up with Kendo, since she was president of 1B. Alongside her was an annoying blonde with a flair for dramatic, Nito Monoma. Both he and Yaoyorozu quickly picked up pretty that Itsuka and Izuku tried to avoid eye contact and blush in each other's presence. This led to a rumor that they either dated in the past or are dating in secret. Coupled with some other rumors, it made Greenhead look like a lady killer, much to Dio's amusement. Midoriya was hoping that full truth would remain hidden. Momo and her dates were sitting at a restaurant. At first Kyoka and Mezu were hesitant to order anything because of ridiculous prices, but after a frightening stare from their friend they chose something at random and ate in silence. Yaomomo was reviewing their forms in the meantime. What do you mean by nothing, Shoji? I mean I'm not interested in material possessions. Giant grew an additional mouth to speak. Is this another attempt to make me lose interest in you? No, that's true. It's how I've been raised. Well, it is quite annoying. Tell me if you ever change your mind. Now, on to you, Juro. Earphone girl shifted her attention from the table to the speaker. You like to play music a lot. Yeah, do you plan to make a career there? No, why not? I'm not good at it. I need to make sure. We'll be going to your home later so I can gauge your talent. What? Look, I'm really not good at this. Besides, I'm planning to become a hero. You might be severely underestimating yourself due to low self-esteem. A fresh perspective is necessary in cases like that. And besides, there are many heroes who do things on the side for ratings or other purposes. Trying certainly wouldn't hurt. What am I going to tell my parents about this? About you. We've only been a thing for a few hours. Tell them I am your potential producer, and that you are madly in love with me. Yaomomo smiled at Kyoka's annoyance. And what if they don't approve of you? I'll make them change their minds. You are a real pain in the ass, you know that. Juro spat out. Better get used to it, my love. Can you please keep me out of this musical thing? Shoji pleaded. Of course, we can have our personal date some other time. After the musician and mutant finished their meals, the trio went back into the limo. After reviewing your documents, I've come up with optimal dating schedules that shouldn't get in the way of training, studying or other important events. Some of them will be for 2, others for all 3. I'll send the schedule to our little group chat. I'm not going to disclose our relationship to our classmates, but you can try it. Anyone got questions? Are you planning to coerce more people like this? Possible but unlikely. I don't have enough free time for that. Do I have to date Shoji as well? Only if you want to. I'll pass. No offense, big guy, but you are just not my type. None taken. Why are you doing all of this? Mezu turned to Momo. Because I always get what I want, and right now I want you. She let out a small laughter. Class 1A was in a bus on its way to the unforeseen simulation joint. The road was quite long, so students naturally decided to kill time with chit-chat. Midoriya-chan, Suyu started. Yes, your quirk is unique. It almost feels like you took quirks from 3 different people. Ha ha, yeah, it definitely looks so from the outside. Because it's true, it's amazing. All my quirk does is set things invisible. Every quirk has its merits. I, for example, wouldn't be able to find you sneaking around. You know that's bullshit, right? Diavolo doubted his host. I'm just trying to lighten up the mood. Anyway, it's not the quirk, but what you do with it that defines you. Did you just quote a generic inspirational book? Something like that. So, where do you guys see yourselves in 5 years? Mina wondered. I'll be the #1 hero. Katsuki proudly pointed at himself. You'll never become #1 with your bad attitude. Asui deadpanned. What did you just say? See, you're proving my point. I'll probably be a recon hero. Kyoka took a glimpse at Momo. And maybe a musician. I'll be looking forward to your career. As for me, I'll be a rescue hero. Zero gravity is perfect for getting people out of rubble. Says a girl who got stuck under it herself. I'll most likely be a support hero. As thrilling as it is to get into action, creation is way more valuable in backlines as source of supplies. Your quirk is something to behold. Shoji intervened. You can create anything inorganic, right? Apologies, I made a mistake. What I meant is I can create everything except living things. So you can make a gold bar right now. Uraraka almost jumped from her seat. I can, but that would be irresponsible. How do you resist temptations? I confess, I probably would have used this quirk to get rich. I am already rich, so my quirk is redundant here. Oh, okay, god damn it, how many rich guys are in our class? Students entered the center and were met by Rescue Hero 13. Kyoka and Shoji could hear Ochako squealing. 13 explained that All Might can't attend the lesson due to important business. As everyone went down the stairs, a purple portal appeared in the central part of the complex. A man covered in disembodied hands and a strange purple creature came out of the portal. "Is that your soulmate, Kira?" Dio laughed. "Nonsense. I was taking much better care of my hand collection." "Where is All Might?" The weird man spoke. "We have come to get rid of him." "Sensei. Is this another logical ruse?" "No." Eraserhead jumped forward. "They are the real deal." 13. Call the UA staff. "I can't. Something is blocking the communications. Perhaps All Might will show his face if we start killing his students." The mysterious invader proclaimed. "Not good. Leave the complex with the students. I'll hold them off." Izuku instinctively wanted to run after his teacher but got stopped by Iida. "Midoriya, what are you doing?" he screamed. "We need to leave." "But Sensei could be hurt. He's an experienced pro hero. We can trust him to handle this." "I suppose you're right." The entire class ran back to the exit. As they approached the door, the purple creature appeared right in front of them. "My apologies, but I'm not allowed to let you leave." "Die, bastard." Bakugo ran at the villain ready to blast him away. Instead of producing an explosion, his fist began sinking into the creature's body. This situation reminded Greenhead of the sludge incident from several years ago. "Let my student go." A finger section opened on 13's glove, allowing her to use her quirk. A black hole formed near her hand, sucking up everything in front of her. Just as this force started to get the blonde out of his predicament, 2 additional portals popped into existence. They were placed in a way that redirected the black hole's force back onto its user. Parts of 13's costume got ripped off, forcing her to stop the quirk. "Let us get to the fun part." Suddenly, several portals appeared underneath the students, sending them away from the exit. Izuku got teleported into a body of water. Looking around, he noticed someone with a shark head swimming towards him. Before this guy could bite the boy's head off, Killer Queen sent the aggressor in the opposite direction with a right hook. Then Midoriya felt something grabbing him by the torso and pulling him upwards. It was his classmate Tsuyu, swimming near a boat. She gently put him on the deck. His friend Mina was on the boat as well. Taking a look around revealed that they were still in U.S.J, specifically in the flood zone. "Midori, thank goodness you're okay." She ran for a hug. "I think we should celebrate after we are safe, Kiro." Frog Girl pointed at the people swimming towards the boat. "Don't worry, guys. Killer Queen will pummel anyone who tries to get." Something sharp hit him in the back. Izuku fell on his knees from pain, and Tsuyu got close to examine the wound. It was a fingernail, albeit a very large one. "Looks like someone down there can shoot nails like bullets." "I noticed," he grunted. "Well, they are about to taste actual bullets." "Hey, let me put a tourniquet first." Villains began climbing the boat from every direction. "There's no time. We'll have to fight our way out." Midoriya jumped back on his legs and sent Killer Queen to barrage the nearby attacker with a flurry of punches. She ba 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 ba. Tsuyu used her tongue to throw the villains back into the water. Mina tossed her acid at people's legs to immobilize them. Screams of agony have covered the entire boat. This would be a lot easier if you actually used Killer Queen's ability. "I don't want to kill these people, and injuring them right now could still lead to their death. They are lambs for the slaughter, nothing more." One of the villains happened to have a reinforcement quirk that covered his skin with stone. Killer Queen's killer hook turned to be ineffective. The stone man punched the kitty cat in the face, causing it to crumble into pieces and Izuku to bleed. With no other option, Midoriya ordered his quirk to explode the villain's leg. KQ ducked under the next punch and tapped his kneecap, partially destroying it after the detonation. The stone villain fell down and grabbed his damaged limb while screaming from pain. Izuku heard Mina screeching behind him. After turning around he saw that his childhood friend has been stabbed through the stomach by a blade arm. Something inside of Izuku snapped. He ran towards the man, caught his other arm and blew it up. A fountain of blood covered both of them as the perpetrator's remaining blade turned back into an arm to try and stop the bleeding. An uppercut to the chin threw him off balance. He would probably die from blood loss, but Midoriya couldn't care less. That scumbag tried to kill his friend. He had to pay for it. Just as another villain ran towards the boy, Killer Queen grabbed him by the neck and threw him into a large group. The subsequent explosion annihilated the man and gravely injured several other attackers. Every perpetrator close by decided to run away after seeing what KQ can do. Only the villains with ranged attacks stayed on the offensive. Suyu-chan, I'll handle those shooters. Please, for the love of God, don't let Mina die. You can count on me. I'm still alive and conscious, you know. Izuku tried throwing his bullets at the remaining attackers and exploding them upon contact. This tactic scared off most of them, but the guy with nail projectiles was riding a mutant who looked like a humanoid salmon. This duo was really hard to hit because the fish man's speed when swimming. Coupled with the fact that Killer Queen's precision left a lot to be desired, Izuku ran out of bullets. He had to try something else. As Mina's bleeding stopped, yeah, do you think you can catch up to that salmon? My quirk only needs to land one good hit. Of course, hero, I won multiple swimming contests. Great, we can do this. It only took the frog half a minute to get close to the fish, even with Midoriya on her back. A single jab allowed KQ to destroy the tips of the shooter's fingers, rendering him essentially quirkless. The duo returned to the boat to mend their wounds and plan their next move. Thankfully, there was a first aid kit on the boat. I must say, that was extreme. I thought Bakugo's explosions were powerful, but your quirk wasn't leaving them a chance. I hope you aren't going to complain about it, Suyu-chan. No, what you did was merely self-defense. Killing in such circumstances is fine in my book. I'm glad we are on the same page. He thought to himself for a moment. It looks like the villains knew All Might would be here, and they had a way to disable our comms. At the same time, however, they probably didn't know our quirks. How can you tell? If I was a villain and I knew our quirks, I'd send Suyu to the burning district, not flood zone. They must be working with incomplete information. What do we do now? Pink Girl was holding her injured stomach. Right now I should get you two out of here and then help neutralize the remaining villains. I think it's too dangerous, hero. Your quirk is strong, but you're still a student just like us. What makes you think you can do this alone? Midoriya looked like he listening to someone for a few seconds. Because I alone stand at the apex of eternity. What? Both girls were confused. What I mean is, don't worry about me. I can handle those clowns. You got shot by a nail. What if you get shot by a gun? I won't be caught off guard again. Jesus, Midori, you are so insufferable sometimes. I know. Before we leave I need to get something. He walked up to one of the bodies to check its pulse. After confirming that the man is already dead, KQ chopped of its hand. What? Suyu's eyes became wider. I don't think now is the time for your hobby, Midori. Hobby? Trust me, we might need it later. Izuku put the bloody hand into his utility belt. Juro found herself in an alleyway in the conflagration zone. The smoke was slowly suffocating her, and sounds of fire made it difficult to scan her surroundings. Suddenly, a hand was put on her shoulder. She instantly turned around to strike that person with her jacks, only to realize it was her lover-tormentor Momo. Oh, sorry, Yaomomo. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have sneaked up on you like that. Where are those kids? We need to kill them and get out of here. Someone's voice could be heard from the street. Girls went further into the alley to hide from the unknown speaker. Genius created gas masks to protect their lungs from smoke, as well as sound-dampening earmuffs. Right now, we need to carefully examine the area and look for other students. Can you pinpoint people's locations right now? The fires make a lot of noise, so my effective range is shorter. I can tell that there are 4 people on the nearby street. All right, listen. Momo grabbed Kyoka by the cheeks. This is a force majeure, so the normal rules of quirk usage don't apply. I'll make us some weapons so we can defend ourselves. Ideally, we should get by with just tranquilizers. However, we might have to kill some villains if things get desperate. If that happens, I want you to not hesitate at all, you understand? My lawyers will keep us out of prison. I think I do. Good. Let me make some gear first. The girls came out the alley armed to the teeth with darts, guns, bombs and firearms. The crooks were accepting easy targets, so the encounter with the students wasn't in their favor. A lot of shots fired that day, along with many sonic attacks. The duo went towards the exit from the center. Izuku, holding Mina in his arms, and Tsuyu were on their way to Central Plaza while trying to remain hidden. They witnessed a horrifying image. The man covered in hands, most likely the leader of attackers, was telling something to a lying and severely injured Eraserhead. Behind both of them was a terrifying abomination. It was at least 2 meters tall, its skin was dark purple and its brain clearly visible. The blank expression in the creature's eyes suggested that it isn't sentient, but akin to an animal. Crap, those villains have captured our teacher. We need to stop them. Greenhead whispered. But how do we do it? You sit tight and guard Mina. I'll handle those two and then we can all evacuate. Midori, please tell me you're kidding. You can't just jump at every villain and expect to beat them. Don't worry, I'm not foolish to charge forward without a plan. Everything will be all right, I promise. He kissed her on the forehead. Izuku left his cover and went directly towards the evildoers. Why couldn't I be trapped in the mind of someone more careful? You mean more selfish, Diavolo-san. Tough luck, I'm going to do it. Looks like Kiddo is growing claws. Dio sounded pleased, although I'm still baffled that you went with Kira's stand. Don't underestimate my killer queen. It's more than capable of handling the situation. I know, sir. I will use it wisely. Hey, you. The leader called the green head. What the hell are you doing here? I thought Kurogiri scattered all of you brats. I am here to put an end to this. Oh really? Ha. First you'll have to get past my Nomu. It's been designed specifically to kill All Might, meaning you don't stand a chance. Think of it as an overpowered character. Midoriya gulped. Can this thing really kill the symbol of peace? It doesn't fucking matter. You're not All Might. You are his superior. You will kill this thing, whatever it is. Right, it doesn't matter. I'll kill this Nomu. Hey, I doubt that. Nomu. He pointed at Izuku. Kill the little bastard. Midoriya, run. Shota's voice could barely be heard. Nomu charged at the green head at incredible speed. Killer Queen grabbed the disembodied hand from its user's pocket and threw it at the aggressor. The hand transformed into a miniature blue tank in midair. The ominous skull on the tank's front calmly proclaimed, "Look over here." Killer Queen's second bomb. Sheer heart attack. Izuku screamed at the top of his lungs. Ha! My Nomu has no weaknesses. Your little toy is powerless too. As the monster got close to the tank and tried to stomp it, a large explosion occurred. The creature's legs and lower half of its torso were gone. Its tissues began to regenerate at an alarming rate, putting even vampires to shame. Hee hee. The leader got nervous. No matter, a single explosion will not stop. Look over here, Shaw said as it approached Nomu's remains. Its second and last explosion annihilated the monster without leaving a trace. What the fuck? The villain lost completely his cool completely. You must be cheating. How could you possibly kill my precious Nomu? I guess even Nomus aren't immune to heart attacks. Izuku let out a sarcastic laughter as he ran towards the villain. I'll kill you, cheater. Bang. Suddenly, his leg got shot by someone. Izuku noticed his classmates coming from the engulfed zone. The gun must have been made by Yaoyorozu. Ah, Kurogiri, we are leaving. This plan is a total bust. Before anyone could do anything about it, the hand-obsessed guy vanished in a portal. Greenhead ran towards his homeroom teacher. It was bad, really bad. Aizawa's left eye was stabbed, his arms severed and his legs looked like they were rotting away. He would most likely die very soon. Sensei, I don't think you can survive without my direct intervention. Permission to inflict vampirism upon you. Cough fine. I hope I'll be able to adjust to it. Tsuyu came out of hiding with Mina still in her hands, while Momo's crew was getting closer and closer. Tsuyu-chan, I'm going to become a vampire now to cure Eraserhead. Wake me up in 1 minute. With that, he took a pill from his belt and swallowed it. Just as Frog Girl woke him up, the backup arrived. Yaomomo, I need a knife and something to protect Sensei from sunlight. First I need to know what materials your own protective layer is made from. Midoriya cut a vein on his arm, cursed the regenerating pain receptors, and poured his own blood over Eraserhead's wounds. His skin got paler and his wounds started to heal themselves. The only issue was that legs were still decaying. Izuku hoped that this was a temporary effect. Yaoyorozu made a cloak based on her friend's instruction and covered up Shota. Right now someone has to go back to UA and call for help. The others will stay here and protect the wounded. The genius concluded. Come on, girl, I can fend for myself. Pinky's voice stabilized. Out of the question. You were wounded, and we are all tired. Suyu-chan, you're the fastest person here. I need you go and bring help. Asui nodded and jumped towards the exit. I'm going to other areas to find remaining students. No, I don't think that's necessary. Kyoka was kneeling with her jack sticking to the ground. I can hear several people approaching. I think they are our classmates. But just in case they aren't, we'll be ready to fight. Todoroki came in sliding on ice. Bakugo and Iida were soaking wet and bruised. They were glad to hear about the leader bailing out of the complex, although Katsuki wished he got to fight the big bad. Shoto, Izuku and Tenya ran to find their classmates. 10 minutes later the entire UA Hero staff arrived to area, along with paramedics. After President Mike announced the leader's escape, every crook in the U.S.J gave up and surrendered. All the students and 2 teachers were taken to the infirmary. The attack might have been over, but its consequences would be long-lasting. Izuku was sitting on the bed in Recovery Girl's office. Honestly, he was the last person in the class to need medical assistance, but the protocols demanded a complete checkup before he could be released. After the routine, he asked the medical hero if Mina and Shota are okay. Turns out Pinky's vitals weren't hit and Eraserhead's body is slowly but surely healing itself. Although, they had to amputate the rotting parts to enable regeneration in the lower body. Greenhead could only sigh in relief. Nezu entered the room to ask his protege about the incident. Teen told him everything in detail, starting from the portal's appearance. I am glad that you were able to defuse the situation, young Midoriya. Not many people could have handled the situation as well as you did. Come on, sir, I just had a stupidly powerful quirk and demons telling me to slaughter the lambs. The boy laughed. Speaking of slaughter, you will be eventually questioned by police, specifically my old friend, Tsukauchi. Quote. The guy with lie-detecting quirk. Yes, I need you to omit the gory details and emotional snapping. I already had a hard time convincing the man you're not insane. Just tell him you were outnumbered and had no other choice than to kill. He'll understand. Okay, Nezu-sama, was I the only student who killed? I was angry at that time, but now I think I could have done things differently. Yes, but don't feel bad about it. Aside from Aizawa, your group was in the worst position. Everyone else had covers to hide our positional advantage. You 3 were sitting ducks in the middle of a lake. Of course you'd be overwhelmed and left with only one option. If you say so. By the way, your psychologist has moved your next appointment to today. She needs to make sure you'll be able to overcome whatever trauma you might have gotten. Izuku nodded before asking, I am still a good person, right? There was a single tear shedding from his eye. Principal jumped on the bed to hug the kid. To him Izuku Midoriya was the closest thing to a son. Of course you are, my boy. Always were, always will be. Thank you, sir. May I please talk to All Might? I need to talk to him about, merch. Next convention. No, there is a personal thing between us. I feel like I deserve to know what's going on between my employee and child I helped raise. I get it, sir, but I promised him to not tell anyone. You'll need to get his permission first. Fine, I'll talk to him and then arrange a meeting. Promise me not to annoy him with fanboying. It'll be harder than fighting my way through those villains, but I'll do my best. UA Class 1A, Green Devil. Hey, everyone. Are you guys okay? Alien Queen. I had a hard object penetrate my body, but yeah, I'm okay. Recovery Girl's quirk is a godsend. Ingenuine. Ashido-san. Must you make an innuendo after such tragic experience? Alien Queen. That's just how I cope with trauma. Green Devil. Guys, mental health is not a joke. If you have a problem, contact Hound Dog for a counseling session. Rockstar. I don't think he'll be able to help me with my problem. Goddess of Creation. You can talk to the class president instead. I am sure I can help with whatever your issue is. Rockstar. Yeah, sure. Space Walker. I almost saw my favorite hero die in front of me. Can Hound Dog really help with that? Green Devil. Of course he can. Tsar Bomba. I don't need fucking counseling. I need better gear in case that asshole dumps me in the downpour zone again. Goddess of Creation. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Bakugo. I'm going to the support department ASAP. I recommend everyone to evaluate today's events and think of potential improvements. Green Devil. I'll probably need a gun. Goddess of Creation. My brother in arms. Handyman. I'll need at least 6 guns. Goddess of Creation. I can make them for you. Rockstar. Please, don't. I'll probably become deaf. Goddess of Creation. Just request sound blocking support gear. Alien Queen. Anyway, what exactly happened to you, guys? I was basically a damsel in distress, while Suyu and Midori did most of the heavy lifting. Izuku even killed that Nomu thing. Goddess of Creation. How did you do it though? I saw a tiny blue tank as my rifle's scope. Sheer heart attack, was it? Rockstar. I heard it saying, look over here. Hero. You used a dead man's hand to summon that thing. That's weird. Green Devil. It is Killer Queen's classified ability. Honestly, the only reason it is classified is that I need a recently alive hand to use it. That makes it very impractical. Handyman. My quirk lets me regrow my hands, although it is slow and painful. So I guess I can lend you a hand if we get desperate. Green Devil. Thanks, Shoji. Eternal Darkness. What is KQ's non-classified ability? Green Devil. To turn inanimate objects and living organisms into bombs on contact. They are detonated when Killer Queen does a specific hand gesture. Space Walker. That sounds even more terrifying than an explosive tank. Green Devil. Any quirk can be terrifying with enough effort. 13 can easily reduce someone to dust. Space Walker. Fair enough. Goddess of Creation. Does KQ have a time-controlling ability? I feel like it should. Green Devil. Classified information. Ingenium. I think that's a yes. Eternal Darkness. Because it's world-shattering or disturbing. Green Devil. Both. Hero. Wow. Did you make a deal with the devil? Green Devil. Devil. God. Man. All of them. Eternal Darkness. You have to introduce us to them sometime. You can't see me. I guess your username isn't ironic. You must have a big opinion of yourself. Hero. Mina-chan mentioned a hobby when you amputated that hand. What was she talking about? Green Devil. Mina. Alien Queen. Sorry, Midori. The pain kind of made my mind fuzzy. Green Devil. Look, it's nothing serious. I don't mutilate people left and right. Green Devil. Let's change the subject. What happened to others in U.S.J? Tsar Bomba. The humidity diluted my explosions, so I and Four Eyes had to mostly rely on hit-and-run tactics. Eternal Darkness. Uraraka, 13 and myself were in Mountain Zone. We were able to easily get on high ground and prevent people from throwing stuff or getting close. Handyman. I got into Ruins Zone and camped indoors to take advantage of my strength and perceptiveness. You can't see me. I also got in the Ruins Zone, but I was too scared to do anything and just hid in a corner. Sorry. Green Devil. No need to apologize. You did the most logical thing. Rockstar. Yaomomo and I threw bombs, darts and sonic waves at them. I'd say it was epic if we weren't in grave danger. Green Devil. Is Todoroki-san not in this chat? I'm curious what happened to him. Goddess of Creation. He is, but he isn't responding. Rockstar. I heard that he was in Landslide Zone and defeated every villain there. Heard. Is she still spying on others? Green Devil. Anyway, I'm going home to comfort my mom. See you later. Izuku came home and immediately got trapped in his mother's bear hug. My baby, I was so worried about you. Streams of tears ran from her eyes. Everything turned out okay, Mom. My quirk has seen me through today. He hugged her and patted her back. For the first time in her life, Inko Midoriya was grateful for the quirk her son has got. The villains in his head might have influenced him, but at least they would ensure his safety. I swear, one of these days you'll give me a heart attack, Pumpkin. Well, I already gave one to a villain today. They both laughed it off. Your doctor is waiting in your room, Izuku. The boy went to meet Kanuyo Kisan *, one of the few people in the world who knew the full truth about him. Hello, Izuku. Hello, ma'am. How have your week been? Awesome. Aside from being attacked by the villains, that is. How do you feel about that incident specifically? Sad and a bit angry. I feel like I could have done better. Maybe there was a way to defeat the villains without sending some of them to an early grave. That's neither here nor there, Izuku. Dwelling on the past so much will not help you grow. I am sure you did your best, as always. You have to keep in mind that heroism is a dangerous endeavor, and sometimes even the best heroes have to end lives for the greater good. Like how All Might killed the man who scarred him. I think I understand. Good. Just keep common sense in mind when deciding how much violence is necessary. A mugger will likely stop after one punch or even verbal warning, but a serious threat may require an equally serious approach. Greenhead nodded. Now, on to other issues. How is your love life? What? You told Inko that you invited your acquaintance from Love Hotel to live with you, and she is apparently your classmate. I also told her it wasn't what she was thinking. I was trying to help the poor girl. Poor in a literal sense. Tell me, how do you feel about her? I mean, she is pretty and sweet from what I can tell. Would you like to date her? I would, but I think that would rub her the wrong way. I already take advantage of her financial situation in a way, and the fact I let her live here doesn't help. She might agree just because she feels obligated to pay me back, or afraid of being kicked out. Not that I would do it, of course. Perhaps I should talk to her as well. Does Nezu-sama even pay you for that? No. This one would be on the house. Are you considering anyone else? Well, I know that my childhood friend Mina would tolerate my antics, bnha. It's hard to see her as anything other than a childhood friend. Other girls in my class, they are pretty, but I just couldn't properly connect most with them yet. Then there is Itsuka Kendo from 1B, but she probably just thinks I'm a rich weirdo with some manners. I am not sure if her attractiveness is Yoshikage-san's influence or not. Having such feelings is normal for a boy your age. Just remember to treat you peers with respect. Speaking of Yoshikage-san, how you or your imaginary friends doing? Same as usual, except Diavolo is cranky about me risking my life. Dio and Kira are saying I should invite you to a date. He blushed. I suppose it's not surprising given their age and my looks. Sadly, I don't feel like dating a teenager, especially the one I've known since he was a kid. Bummer. Hee hee. Are you on good terms with your classmates? Yeah, except Todoroki is kind of a dick, but he acts like that to everyone. He also never uses the fire side of his quirk. I suspect emotional trauma of some kind. I am sure Principal is aware and planning to do something about it. Let's hope so. That's enough therapy for today. See you next week. But you promised I could rub my cheeks against your palms. Sigh, I guess you deserve a treat. Space Walker. Deku, we have a problem. Green Devil. Can this problem be solved with force? Space Walker. No, my parents want to come and comfort me. They are coming to your home. Green Devil. Damn, I better not let them in my merch room. Or the painting room. I'll let our chef now they're coming. Space Walker. Agreed. I don't know how they'd react to your bizarre side. Uraraka and her family arrived after half an hour. Inko and Izuku welcomed them with open arms. They sat down at the kitchen to enjoy Italian food. Greenhead warned Tonio to hide the wine for the time being. After the lunch was over, Ochako's mother struck a conversation. So you are the boy who saved our girl from that big robot? Yes, ma'am. And you let her live in your house rent-free? Also yes. May I ask why? Because I wanted to help her. Now, father intervened. You seem you like a good kid, Midoriya. However. Dad, stop embarrassing me. Let me finish, princess. If you harm my little girl, I will make you regret it. With all due to respect, sir, I don't appreciate when people treat me unfairly. You try to do the right thing, and then someone talks to you like you are a wolf in sheep's clothing. I will not tolerate unwarranted aggression towards me. Greenhead sounded dead serious. This wasn't the reaction he was expecting. Ochako said Izuku was a sweet and kind boy, so the expected reaction was something like embarrassment or confusion. Sorry, kid, I always wanted to act the strict dad bit. No harm done, right? Right. Ochako-chan said you were her hero. Mom, not you too. The girl's face was red like a tomato. I hope I'll be a hero for other people too. I will look forward to your career, Midoriya. Hopefully, my little girl will learn a thing or two from you. She looks pretty good for her age. We should invite her to a date. That's all kinds of fucked up, sir. 1A students were given a 3-day break from classes to recover from the villain attack. Some of them spent that time on leisure, while others decided to act on mistakes they noticed during the incident. Yaoyorozu was walking towards the support department office, along with Shoji and Jiro. She was determined to provide the best possible equipment for herself and her partners. Just as the trio got close to the door, an explosion sent them flying backwards. Kyoka's ears suffered the most damage, so Mezu had to accompany her to Recovery Girl. Momo entered the office, fighting the urge to smite the cretin who hurt them. Hello. Sorry about that blast. Power Loader greeted her. Hatsume's gizmos tend to do that fairly often. Why do you keep her around if that's the case? Because usually her machines are top shelf. Really? I guess I could work with her. I'd like to discuss some things with Hatsume-san. The teacher pointed at a pink-haired girl working on a jetpack. Yaomomo approached the girl to say hello, but was promptly ignored. She only got a proper reaction after shouting. Hi, I'm Mei Hatsume. Are you here to discuss support equipment? Momo Yaoyorozu. The genius was evaluating the machine. I and my friends require improvements for hero costumes, as well as special gear for our other classmates. Here is the list of requests. Mei scans the paper and stops at a particular point. Highly intensive UV rays. Hey, you are the girl who blasted that green-haired boy. Indeed, I figured he'd come here to request a more thorough protective layer. Considering how powerful he is, I'd like to stay ahead in our little arms race. That's funny. I recently finished making an improved version of UV-absorbing material he requested. I'll give you anything you want if you help me stay ahead of him. Right now I want to know who your supplier is. It's certainly not the support course itself, otherwise I would have seen you here before. Momo grinned and created a Matryoshka doll in her hand. I am my own supplier. She proudly exclaimed. Say what? She explained the intricacies of her quirk. That's awesome. I have so many ideas and blueprints that got shot down due to expensive or rare ingredients. Your creation can help me make all the babies I could think of. Babies. Momo got confused. Did I come at a wrong time? Mezu entered the room. No, come here. I suppose baby is a metaphor for invention. Raven-haired girl scratched her forehead. Metaphor. Oh right, it is. So the deal is as follows. You create the most efficient and safe to use gear for my circle, and in exchange I'll make materials for your personal projects. Make sure you put me at the top of your priority list. Deal. Deal. Two geniuses shook their hands. One of them made a mental note to wash it later. As Jiro-san all right. Momo looked at Mezu. Yeah, she is fine. Good, let's go visit her. Two of them left the support course office. What do you think of that girl, Shoji? I think she is crazy. Me too. Thankfully, she is the useful kind of crazy. Plus, she'd be attractive if she took regular baths. Say, do you think I'm crazy? She stopped to look him dead in the eyes. The giant gulped before answering. No, you are just spoiled. That's a fair assessment. She smiled at the confused mutant. Katsuki did not like interacting with people, especially if they were outside of hero course. But the new gear wasn't going to request itself, so he went towards the power loader's classroom. The inevitable explosion barely fazed him, as his body was naturally resistant to blast force. He silently approached the power loader and put a filled form on his desk. The sooner he could get back to training the better. Izuku went to talk to Snipe-sensei about a license. Turns out, guns could only be used after passing a specialized test. This test included a written exam on firearm safety and handling, as well as shooting range, cleaning exercise and repairs. A lot of work just for a pair of revolvers. He saw Shoji passing a similar exam for semi-auto pistols. When asked about his choice of a gun, Izuku let Killer Queen put a bullet in the chamber, shoot at a target dummy and explode it. It would be harder to cook individual bullets in a magazine-based pistol. Besides, 6 shooters looked cool. Midoriya could only imagine how much work Yaomomo had to do to use all of her weapons. The entire UA hero staff was summoned into principal's office. It was time to discuss the U.S.J fiasco and figure it out what to do next. Everyone had a cup of tea in front of them. It appears that none of the students suffered any permanent injuries. All of them will be able to return to studying in a few days. Nezu began. But one of the teachers had to go through a life-changing experience. Present Mike pointed at Eraserhead. His looked completely healthy, except for pale skin. It's fine, Hazashi. Are we sure that's irreversible? Despite Recovery Girl's best effort, it appears vampirism is a permanent state. Patient Zero being the only exception. What a weird guy. First he destroys a thing that was allegedly on par with All Might, and then he grants pseudo-immortality to his dying teacher. That kid gives me the creeps. Snipe admitted. I've known Midoriya for years. Midnight argued. He might act strangely sometimes, but I know he has a heart of gold. Now, let us discuss the attack itself. Someone managed to jam our communications, figure out All Might's schedule and send all those villains for attack. By the way, All Might, why weren't you present at the complex? Yagi sighed. He could not think rationally when it came to heroics. Whenever he saw a crime, his body moved on its own, even when the situation could be handled by police or other heroes. I got involved in solving a certain crime. You have obligations towards this school. You don't get paid to skip on classes. Not to mention, you effectively left the class to fight off the attack without you. I know and I'm deeply sorry for that. This will not happen again. By the way, were there any notable villains who got arrested? No, everyone was identified as either small-time villain or first-time villain. It appears only the leader, Nomu and Kurogiri person were actually dangerous. None of the people we interrogated knew anything useful. Rat took another sip. That's a shame. What now? It's difficult for me to admit this, but we may have a spy here at UA. That would explain how villains prepared so well. I'm not going to reveal my suspicions right now, but I encourage you all to be observant. Does this mean we'll cancel the sports festival? No, we can't publicly admit defeat like this. I'll hire every pro hero in this country as guards if necessary, but we will still have the festival. Everyone except Yagi left. Principal wanted to discuss something with him. Class 1A finally returned to school to have their normal classes. Eraserhead's new appearance took some of them off guard. Suyu asked if he is stuck like this forever, getting a slow nod as a response. Mina wanted to joke that his new look suits him. The homeroom teacher told his class that sports festival will be conducted in a few weeks, and they all should prepare for it. As the students try to leave the room, a horde of other teens blocks the exit. Some of them are from 1B assessing competition, others are general studies students rambling about entitlement. Bakugo ends up screaming and pushing people away, much to dismay of others in Class 1A. A guy with purple hair declares war on hero students before rallying the rest of the mob to leave. Principal tells Greenhead to go to his office. Nezu and All Might were waiting for him. Toshinori-san, I am glad to see you. You don't have to pretend, young Midoriya. I know he is All Might, he told me everything. Understood. All Might, I wanted to ask you about your quirk. How long can you last? Damn, that sounded dirty. About 3 hours. In a few years I will likely become completely powerless. Hopefully, by that time I'll be on the field. Why weren't you present in the class? Did you waste all 3 hours on petty crime? Izuku frowned. He respected All Might, but he couldn't overlook the man's potential flaws. Sigh yes, and I apologize for that. Apology accepted. Good thing my quirk is out of this world. His mood quickly improved. By the way, maybe I can turn you into a vampire too. That'll help, right? Perhaps physically, but I couldn't be the symbol of peace anymore. You see, the public has a very specific image of All Might in their heads. If I were to become a creature of the night, people might lose trust in me and my ability to maintain peace. Not to mention, there is unfortunately a stigma against such mutations. An underground hero can get away with this because they are rarely seen anyway, and in your case it's a transformation, something much easier to swallow. But it won't work for me. They wouldn't care if I became twice as strong in the process. That's sad. And dumb if you ask me. We can't all be clever, Izuku. Rat let out a small laugh. Midoriya, there is something I need to tell you too. I'm listening. Toshinori relayed the whole story behind AFO, Alpha and All Might. Ever since I got this injury I've been thinking about someone inheriting my quirk. A part of me wants this torch to get carried along. But I fear that power of one for all might be too much for anyone to handle after me. The quirk might become so strong that it kills its user, especially if that person already has a quirk. If only there was a quirkless and suicidally selfless guy nearby. Izuku joked. We can't always get what we want, young Midoriya. By the way, my former sidekick Sir Night-Eye wants to meet you. Why? He is interested in your quirk, especially King Crimson. He considers you a potential candidate to inherit OFA. I thought you didn't want to give it. I don't, but it may be necessary as a last resort. The chances of that, however, are pretty low. I am willing to let OFA die with me now that AFO is dead. I'll meet him if you get me some good All Might merch. Everyone spent the last few weeks preparing for the sports festival, as it was a chance for anyone to show themselves to the bigger world. One day before that, though, both heroics classes were summoned to the outdoor area. Their teachers explained that since they would be broadcasted live, their behavior had to be appropriate. For this reason, they would be conducting a fake final round to access how students would act. Rules were simple. One person from each class would clash in a 1v1 fight using their quirks. The goal was to force surrender, incapacitate or move opponent out of bounds. Winning or losing hardly mattered here, it was more about avoiding excessive force, treating your opponent with respect and impressing the crowd. First round was Momo Yaoyorozu versus Minoru Mineta. Is this the guy Kendo-san complained about? Izuku thought. Hey, baby, the little one spoke. How about I treat you to a dinner after this? I'd rather eat dirt. Well, that works too. He shrugged. The battle began. Mineta started throwing balls from his head at Momo. She quickly dodged them while making a staff to strike him from range. The grape boy baited an overhead slam, only to stick the pole's end to the ground with his quirk. Finally, he used momentum from bouncing off a ball's side to lunge towards his opponent. Momo saw that he'd crash into her abdomen, so she thought of a counter-attack. Taking a page from Midoriya's book, she raised her shirt to launch a bullet from her body. Mineta swiftly covered the exposed skin with a ball and kicked against it midair, flying backwards and throwing Yaoyorozu off balance. Midoriya had to use KQ to completely destroy the thing and let the girl free. Mineta was declared the winner. It appears I have underestimated you, Mineta-kun. Genius talked to Bouncy Boy. You weren't the first, you won't be the last. Hee hee. It was time for the second round. Izuku Midoriya versus Nito Monoma. Even though Izuku asked the VP of Class 1B about his quirk many times, he never got an answer. So this encounter would be educational at least. As soon as fight started, Greenhead's legs were sinking into the ground, and Monoma was laughing at the distance. Killer Queen started to blow up the liquidized cement, hoping that only a thin layer of it was affected by Monoma's quirk. There was a limit to how much matter the kitty cat could destroy at once. It was too high to worry about when fighting enemies, but it did matter when doing deconstruction like this. After brute forcing his way towards Monoma, Izuku ordered Killer Queen to grab him by the arm and throw him out of bounds. As soon as KQ made contact, another KQ emerged from Blonde's body. Midoriya quickly pulled out his quirk and made a detonator gesture, claiming he could explode his opponent. He became the winner. Nito could not escape a barrage of questions coming his way from Izuku. Turns out, his copy quirk allowed him to copy a quirk of someone else for up to 10 minutes. As far as Midoriya could tell, imaginary friends weren't copied, otherwise he'd get questions about voices in the head. Round 3 involved Izuku's lovers, Itsuka Kendo and Ochako Uraraka. They awkwardly stared at each other and at the boy. His reputation as the lady killer was only getting stronger. Mina would tease him about for a while. Kendo's experience in martial arts allowed her to outmaneuver her opponent and win with a few clean strikes. Fourth round clash to Bara Shiozaki and Katsuki Bakugo, two powerhouses of their classes. Despite Vine Girl's attempts to restrain the explosive boy, he managed to rush her, blast past the vines and knock her out cold in within 15 seconds. Some guys from 1B scolded him for being too rough. Todoroki against Hononuki. Battle between two recommended students. It was the first tie of today, as was both of them got trapped in each other's quirks moments after the fight has started. Iida was fast, but he wasn't fast enough to push Kaminari out of the arena before getting zapped by a wave of electricity. Tokiyami was confident in Dark Shadow's power, but they barely managed to push Kirishima outside the field. This was probably the closest fight so far, despite the difference in range. Tetsu, Kirishima's brother, was tough, but he wasn't agile. Asui made sure to exploit this face by dodging around him and striking with all of her strength. She won the battle of attrition in the end. Jiro versus Yanagi was an almost a quirkless fight, as neither had much offensive power without support equipment. Kyoka managed to jab Reiko in her eye to win. Shishida versus Shoji was an old-fashioned brawl between two strong mutants. Giant from 1B ended up winning, much to Mezu's and Momo's dismay. Mina tried to hold her own, but Setsuna's control over her individual body parts allowed her to easily dodge the acid and overwhelm the alien with attacks from all directions. Pony had the easiest fight in her life, as she pinned Toru to the ground immediately after getting attacked once. Monoma taunted 1A about how his class had more wins, which forced Kendo to smack him on the back of his head and apologize on the class's behalf. Izuku was in the boys' changing room when putting his sport uniform into the bag. He saw something disturbing. A severed hand. How? When? Did Kira find a way to remotely control Killer Queen? No. Alright. Maybe someone wants to frame me. Tsuyu did mention how I chopped off a hand before. Right now I need to go to the principal and tell him about this catastrophe. He hid the arm beneath the suit and quietly marched towards Nezu's office. He was stopped in the middle of a crowded corridor by Kaminari. Dude, we need to talk. Right now. Crap. They both went into an empty room. Midoriya assessed if killing him right now would be wise. No, he's not a fucking murderer. Besides, Denki might be a victim just like him. Dude, I need you to tell me the truth about the hand. It's not my fault, okay? Someone is trying to frame me. I believe you. That someone is trying to frame me too. Quote. What do we do then? The culprit wants to meet us in 1A classroom in. He looked at his phone. 5 minutes. In said room there was another bag with a note saying, put your hand inside, Midoriya. Don't use your quirk. It's a trap, obviously. I wish I could use King Crimson to see what kind of surprise is waiting for me. Izuku asked Denki to get away from the bag and put his hand in. His fingers got grabbed by something. He closed his mouth with KQ to not scream from pain and pulled his hand back. It was Mousetrap. Suddenly, Setsuna Tokage barged in laughing. She was promptly joined by Denki. Ha, you should have seen your face. She was looking at her phone. What's the meaning of this? Greenhead was a victim of a prank. Setsuna separated her hand and had Denki put it in Izuku's bag discreetly. All of this just to make him put his hand as a mouse trap. Phew, I guess they didn't know about his and or my hand obsession. Tokage-san, what if I destroyed the hand in an attempt to cover my tracks? I'd have to spend a few hours growing a new one. So not only her quirk lets her detach her limbs, but also regenerate them. Damn it, why are all the girls with good quirks in the other class? Hira complained. Say, can I keep this hand? You know, as memento. You're the first person to ask something like that, but sure. The hand flew out of the bag to tickle Greenhead. Just wait for a bit before doing something weird with it. I can still feel it until a new one grows. Izuku went to Nezu to clarify what can and cannot be used during the festival. All the non-classified stuff plus time stop and mind control were allowed. Time skip was allowed only from 1500 to 1530 and Midoriya shouldn't be too obvious that he is the user. Other abilities and the hero costume were off the table. He'd have to rely on his new cloak, which worked but wasn't as convenient or stylish to wear. This day has arrived. Everyone was either nervous or pumped up for the upcoming event. Bakugo said that he'll crush everyone, even Deku and Two-Face, causing students to roll their eyes. Todoroki declared war on Katsuki and Izuku, claiming that he will surpass them all. Greenhead wasn't pleased to get dragged into a three-way war. At the opening ceremony, the audience cheered at 1A as the class that fought off the invaders. 1B received less praise and other classes were mostly ignored. The situation got even worse when Bakugo was called to give a speech as representative of Hero Course. He pledged to be number 1 and ended up pissing off everyone even more. The first round of the tournament was an obstacle race around the U.S. Stadium. The very first obstacle was a narrow corridor to the outer side of the building. Shoto froze half of students' feet to the ground, but people from the Hero Course all managed to avoid this. Izuku told KQ to destroy the ice and free himself. The next part of the road is filled with 1- and 2-pointer robots from the entrance exam. They were glorified cannon fodder as far as Midoriya was concerned, although 0-pointer forced him and everyone else to take time getting around it. Intuition, or maybe the peanut gallery, made him carry a metal sheet from one of the bots just in case. Next was a series of pitfalls tied together with thin ropes. Greenhead wasn't too worried with getting ahead of everyone else right now, so he was going slow and steady. Naturally, Bakugo and Todoroki got ahead of everyone else. The final stretch forced them to slow down in order to avoid the mines. Izuku gave a thought to using the blast force from mines to gain lots of momentum, but the council in his head was mostly against it, and now wasn't the time to annoy them. He finished in 7th place. It was time for cavalry battle. Katsuki put a giant target on his back, getting first place and obtaining 10 million points. Obviously, all the extras would try to steal that prize from him, but that wouldn't happen. Not if he had someone powerful backing him up. Izuku, covered by a cloak, wanted to use Dio's abilities during this round, but it carried a risk of being subjected to sunlight. His first instinct was to cooperate with Yaoyorozu so she wouldn't blast him again, but she already gathered a team consisting of herself, Shoto, Denki and Tenya. A great mix of mobility, power and defense, he had to admit. Midoriya was instead approached by Kacchan, who demanded he help him crush the others. Oh well, that was an option too. Uraraka and Mina were chosen to help with mobility and counter the inevitable ice attacks, although Kacchan didn't fully buy the reasoning. The next few minutes were a loud shit show of students trying to jump Team Bakugo. At the very start, Izuku had to teleport his team to a different spot to avoid the initial wave of attacks. Even though at least half of his class knew how this ability worked, it was still incredibly effective at moving out of the way and stealing bands in case someone got too close. The team was mostly floating in the air thanks to Ochako, and everyone else was focused to deflecting incoming attacks. Katsuki and Mina destroyed flying body parts coming towards them. Izuku made sure to keep a keen eye on Momo in case she used a UV blaster on him. He did not expect to get a hole in his chest from a completely different direction. A girl with pink hair from the support course was holding a weapon not too dissimilar from Yaoyorozu's design. Great. Twice the angles he had to watch out for. Izuku told Katsuki to keep her at bay with explosions. Finally, it appears that most teams have given up and tried fighting each other instead. Only Team Todoroki kept pestering them from range. They probably didn't want to get close because time stop would spell their doom. Team Bakugo emerged victorious with their original headband. Second place was Team Todoroki, who stunned most of the competition with ice and electricity. Third place was Team Monoma Tokage, Honanuki, himself and Shishida, and fourth place belonged to Team Shinso. Hatsume, Mineta, Shiozaki and the boy in question. The final round was a one-on-one tournament, just like in yesterday's training. Support equipment and physical preparation were forbidden, which naturally put some quirks, like Izuku's own, at an unfair advantage. The very first round pitted Katsuki Bakugo against Hitoshi Shinso. After yelling a bunch of death threats at the purple-haired boy, the blonde froze in place. The general studies student told him to leave the arena, causing him to win and people to speculate about the nature of his quirk. The explosive got furious after snapping out and getting asked about his pledge from earlier. He tried to attack his former opponent, forcing Midnight to neutralize him with her quirk. Izuku had to fight off Shishida. To his relief, The world was more than a match for the giant from 1B, so he ended up winning after an exchange of punch barrages. Shoto managed to barely dodge Iida's super fast move and damage his engines with this quirk. Tenya surrendered immediately, as he knew it was his only chance. Next was Denki Kaminari vs Ochako Uraraka. The guy tried to flirt at first but ultimately couldn't achieve anything. Uraraka took advice from Deku to instantly jump and activate zero gravity on herself to avoid at least some of the electricity. She managed to dodge the massive surge and wait out until Kaminari was too exhausted and dumbfounded to keep fighting. Nito Monoma vs Hatsume Mei wasn't really a fight. It was mostly just a prolonged marketing session that ended with Mei surrendering after she captured the blonde with a net gun. Izuku gave serious thought to getting a jetpack. Mina got annoyed at Mineta's attempts at flirting, but made sure not to repeat Yaomomo's mistake. The little boy was fast thanks to how he interacted with his own balls. Alien had to use her most powerful acid to quickly destroy the projectiles coming her way. She made a prediction on his next bounce and managed to hit him with her quirk. The pain was too much for Mineta, so he conceded. Ashido thoroughly apologized for hurting him, not realizing how good most of the girls from 1B felt at that moment. Momo and Setsuna was a promising match-up, considering both of them were recommended students. Opting for first blood, Genius made a grenade and threw it towards the flying body parts. Most of them avoided the attack, but it would still put a toll on Tokage's stamina. Yaomomo took off the upper part of her uniform, leaving the bra to expose as much of her skin as possible. Most people saw this as a meaningless provocation, but in her mind there was a plan to counter a seemingly overwhelming opponent. She began to prepare bullets in different parts of her upper body to release them in all directions. Momo also created a katana, surprising everyone even more. She managed to cut the body parts approaching her from the front. When a piece of flesh attacked her from a side or from behind, it got a dose of lead in retaliation. Eventually Lizard Girl took too much damage and collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, losing the fight. Some people in the crowd booed the winner for indecency, but she didn't seem to acknowledge them. Midnight and Tokage congratulated the raven-haired girl for her ingenuity and even removed their shirts as a sign of solidarity. Kendo had to silence an overly joyous Mineta. Honanuki felt confident in his abilities, but he vastly underestimated the power of Shiozaki's vines. She managed to grab him and completely restrain him while also finding a solid layer of ground beneath the liquid cement. 8 participants were left, with Greenhead wondering how to counter the quirk that defeated Bakugo almost instantly. Thankfully, Kachan already woke up and came to share what little knowledge he had. The guy complained about privileged quirks, ostracism and other dumb shit. I told him to shut up and then boom. I can't control my body at all. I can still hear and see, but not move. After that extra told me to leave, my body just moved on its own. I returned to normal immediately after crossing the line. Looks like he has a mind-controlling quirk. That would explain his bizarre team composition from round 2. We need to figure out the activation criteria. Damn it, I should have mind-controlled Yaomomo back then. Maybe it is voice-activated. If you hear him he can use the quirk on you. Yeah, seems about right. I'll ask Jiro-san to assist me. Deku. Bakugo put his hand on Midoriya's shoulder. You're not a one-trick pony like all the extras here. I need you to crush them in my stead, got it? Got it, he made a mischievous smile. That's the right attitude, kid. Izuku came to the arena with a bandaged head and accompanied by Katsuki. He explained that Greenhead got a slight ear injury that left him deaf but will be treated shortly. Blonde could see the horror in the extras' eyes. The round started with Izuku running at trembling Hitoshi. The boy ended up surrendering, but not before Greenhead punched him a few times due to not hearing the announcer. After the match was over and ears were healed, Midoriya met Shinso again to apologize for hitting him unnecessarily. The tired kid ended up ranting about discrimination of villainous-looking quirks, which Izuku could relate to a little bit. Sure, he was never hated for his quirk, but he still had villains living with him. That counts for something, right? Greenhead gave a speech about how actions define a person, not their quirk. And he told him to hit the gym. Shinso thanked him for encouragement and agreed to reveal the details of his quirk. Turns out Izuku had his ears damaged for nothing. Before Izuku could return to the 1A seats, Shoto stopped him. They went to an empty room after Todoroki's insistence. Midoriya, this might sound like a stupid question, but, are you familiar with quirk marriages? Yes, he couldn't see where this was going. Oh yeah, God recalled. Selective breeding but for humans. Quite a clever idea. Are you also a result of such marriage? What? No. Why did you think so? Your quirk is unique, to say the least. It looks as if it was meticulously crafted to fit a myriad of situations, just like my quirk. What? Shoto told his tragic backstory. I don't know what to say. His mother was used as a breeding sow. Devil concluded. Shut up. Not now. So your quirk has nothing to do with quirk marriages. I told you. No. My apologies then, Midoriya. I jumped to a conclusion too quickly. I'll be leaving for my next round now. Wait. Is that why you refuse to use your flames? Indeed, I'll become a hero without his fire. Now, I really need to go. Izuku had to talk to Aizawa-sensei about this. What should we do about this situation, sir? I'll notify Nezu and Hound Dog. This is a big problem for Todoroki and his future as a pro hero. We can't exactly trust a person who only puts half as much effort as everyone else. Should I talk to him about this? Right now you should focus on the event. All right, sensei. How are adjusting to being a creature of the night? Pretty good, actually. I never get tired and my eyes don't dry out, so that's a big upside. Plus, most of my hero activities are at night anyway. This cloak I have wear and weakened taste of alcohol are the only bad things, but I can live with that. Shoto ended up steamrolling Uraraka by creating a giant glacier that trapped her and almost hit midnight. Pinky joked that the boy must have been compensating for something. Mina herself wasn't laughing when Momo threw bombs at her while backpedaling. Hitting them with acid only caused them explode in midair and still hit Pinky. Several throwing knives were a final nail in the coffin. Mina made a mental note to never piss Yaomomo off. Despite Monoma's ingenuity as switching between quirks which surprised even Izuku, none of the quirks from 1B could reliably take down Ibara. She ended up slamming him against the ground outside the arena and then praying for forgiveness. Maybe he could have won if he had quirks from 1A. Izuku were to face off the smartest person in his class. This wouldn't be a fair fight, as time stop would not give Yaoyorozu any time to make slingshot, let alone a UV lamp. She recognizes this issue and surrendered immediately. Todoroki managed to overwhelm Shiozaki with the magnitude of his ice, encasing her whole body. This sight put a chill down Suyu's spine. The time was 15:10. Izuku could switch to King Crimson and use it for the last confrontation. Izuku wondered if Principal intentionally made the final fight occur at this time. A part of him wanted to throw the match just to make heterochromatic team feel better. Another, much louder part told him to stop being a pussy and get the win. Midoriya reluctantly agreed after remembering his promise to Kachan. Both combatants stared at each other intensely. Todoroki was a bit unnerved to see his opponent without cloak. Was he going to brute force his way forward with explosions? No matter, his mother's ice would freeze the green head before he could reach his goal. Midnight announced the start of fight. Shoto lost conscience from the sudden pain in the back of his head. Todoroki-san quirk is great, but it is within conventional laws of the universe asterisk. It still abides by fundamental rules of nature, such as gravity, evolution or fate. Just like Uraraka-san's quirk defies gravity, King Crimson defies fate. Even most of the people who know about time erasure probably don't fully grasp its potential. They might interpret it as a mild confusion tool, but that's merely a side effect. KC's true purpose is to allow us to escape fate whenever it is undesirable. Epitaph shows Izuku desperately trying to punch away rapidly spreading ice. Nimari-san cracked her whip to start the round. King Crimson. Time will be erased. Midoriya moved forward while completely ignoring ice around him. He positioned himself in a way that lets KC strike as soon as possible. Those who oppose King Crimson's might. Time resumed its normal state. Crack. Are no longer in this world. Okay, that might have been too cheesy. No, it wasn't. What? Where's the fight? Damn it. This stupid temporal anomaly happened again. Spectators were generally upset the finals were effectively ruined. Some even argued that someone at U.S.J intentionally messed with the audience by timing the event in this way. Midoriya made sure to make a few more skips to not look too suspicious. He also claimed to not remember how he got past the ice quirk. It was time for the awards. Shoto, Momo, Abara and Izuku were standing on the podium. All Might jumped into the stadium to hand over the medals and congratulate the winners. Greenhead gave a small speech about his dream and promised to do his best as future hero. He didn't know yet just how many people got interested in him after today's performance. Endeavor was watching Sports Festival from a spot designated to famous pros. Although several seats were reserved for his family, they were all empty. He was watching the performance with interest and hoped to see the flames, but his son stubborn as all hell. Even the Vine girl couldn't force out the fire. The teleporting menace that is Izuku Midoriya was his last hope of making Shoto change his mind. Unfortunately, their fight was ruined by the temporal anomaly. It's almost as if fate didn't want his son to win. Enji needed a drink after not seeing this. Inko Midoriya and Bakugos were watching the performance in their home. Izuku's mother ignored the questions regarding her son's ability to teleport. Mistuki went into a temper tantrum after Katsuki being defeated so easily, making Inko laugh a little bit. She had to fake the surprised expression due to expecting King Crimson's trickery at play. You know, Inko, I'm starting to think that Izuku can predict this strange phenomenon and use it to his advantage. My son is very smart. Maybe he figured out the exact timings like with solar eclipses. I wouldn't be surprised. A teaching lounge. I still don't get how it worked. Okay, he erased time so we can't remember it, but how did he get past the ice barrier? Present Mike scratched his head. King Crimson essentially turns its user into a ghost when time is being erased. That's why Todoroki's quirk couldn't restrain him. Nezu replied. So there's no way to keep him locked up. No. I'm so glad he wants to become a hero. The kid would be a pain in the ass to fight as a villain. Vlad King said as he watched King Crimson carry Shoto towards medical bots. We all are. By the way, Nezu. Theoretically, if he was a villain, who would be the strongest hero he could defeat? Hound Dog asked. All Might. What? The person in question coughed out blood. It wouldn't be easy, especially in a direct confrontation, but Killer Queen's ability to turn anything into a bomb can theoretically kill almost anyone with one touch. The only exception is people with gigantification, as they could abuse the mass limit of Midoriya's quirk asterisk. But what if someone has a durability boosting quirk? Or regeneration? Ectoplasm wondered. It would make no difference. According to Midoriya himself, Killer Queen adds a property to an object that makes it explosive. He tested many different materials and none of them could resist the effect. And that Nomu thing had excellent regeneration, but it still couldn't survive as Midoriya completely destroyed its body. All Might had a flashback of Sludge villain staring at KQ's hand as he was being arrested. For a moment he imagined himself being in shoes. Scary. Destro and his cronies finished watching the festival. Is this really your guy? Curious. Yes. I have fun with him every few months. I used to think he's just some spoiled kid but he's definitely more than that. His superpower is strange. Maybe has 3 of them. That's impossible. The only man who could possess multiple meta abilities has been dead for years. It's probably just a multi-part ability like Shoto Todoroki's ice and fire. His Pussycat's ability is very similar to mine. I'll have to ask him if there is a way to work overtime. I have so many questions. She licked her hand out of habit. And that Yellow's thing can apparently teleport over small distances. It's a shame we couldn't see Red's meta ability due to time leap. There will be another chance in the future. Chateaus, you haven't mentioned him to any newspaper, right? Right. First we need to make sure he's on our side. I don't see why he wouldn't. His superpower rivals many heroes and villains. He'll fit right in. Shigaraki was watching the show with contempt in his eyes. That Midoriya brat was cheating. He had 3 quirks, more than anyone besides Sensei should have. He'll pay for it someday. The glass in Tamura's hand got turned into dust. Are you okay? No, Kurogiri, I'm not okay. We lost our Nomu to that bastard and now he's making a dumb speech about becoming a hero. Shigaraki, I think I know what we should do next. Do tell. Let us contact the hero killer. He's getting quite a lot of popularity these days and we could use his popularity to gain new recruits. I suppose you're right. We do need more units for future raids. Find him and bring him here. Stain was watching the recording through a burner phone a random rooftop. Most students seemed like future fakes who only care about fame or money, not there were some exceptions. Namely, Izuku Midoriya sounded quite convincing when talking about trying his best. Perhaps one day he'll kill the hero killer instead of All Might. A portal opened behind Stain, forcing into a defensive stance. Who are you? What do you want from me? Greetings. I am Kurogiri, the member of League of Villains. I'd like you to meet my superior and listen to his offer. Fine, but don't try anything clever or you're dead. Both men vanished from the roof. All for One was contemplating over what he heard from the TV. He was certain that All Might's successor would reveal themselves by now, but perhaps he had to wait a bit more. In the meantime, the winner of the tournament seemed to possess 3 quirks, each with intriguing abilities. He couldn't wait to steal them for himself. After the award ceremony was over, people left the stadium to celebrate the rest of the day at home. On his way out, Izuku saw Mei showing off her UV gun to several 1B and 1A members. They were eagerly exchanging phone numbers. That was concerning. Hey, Hatsume-san, a word. He pulled her away from the small crowd. Sure, I'm always glad to be around famous people. Greenhead looked around and noticed people staring at him. Will my new suit protect me from those blasters you were using? No, she smiled innocently. Why? Because it is impossible to make the fabric any more efficient at absorbing, but it is possible to make more condensed rays. She caressed her weapon. Did Yaoyorozu ask you to make that? We worked together on this baby. She came up with idea and materials. I made the schematics and then put everything together. Great. Izuku clenched his fist. After today, half of Heroic's course will request an anti-ME gun. Can you blame them? You are number 1 right now. There was no hint of sarcasm in her voice. I guess not. Still, it is pretty annoying. We should make the clever girl pay. Agreed. Time to pull out the flesh buds. Momo organized a party at her home to celebrate getting 3rd place in the end. Everyone from 1A was invited, but Shoto couldn't come due to being summoned by Hound Dog and Tenya had urgent family matters. The remaining students got into the limo and drove to Yaomomo's family mansion. The sight of the house shocked everyone except Kyoka and Mezu. Uraraka fainted moments after exiting the car. The house itself was a giant labyrinth with luxurious-looking corridors. Students gathered in the game room, where they could enjoy pool, darts, karaoke and other forms of entertainment. The maids were bringing all sorts of delicious food on demand. After a few hours, Kyoka came with a guitar and made a small rock concert for the class. Shoji noticed that while all of that was happening, Midoriya and Yaomomo left the room for quite a while. They ended missing the whole show. After the concert was over, pale Izuku came into the room with a devious smile on his face. He demanded that everyone would give him their phones, as he didn't want this to spread too far. Some people argued against this, but ultimately everyone agreed. Yaoyorozu came into the room dressed in a chicken costume. On Izuku's command, she danced like a chicken while making appropriate noises for 5 minutes. Reactions on this varied. Midoriya, Ashido and Bakugo were laughing out loud. Uraraka and Hagakure barely contained their giggles. Asui and Tokiyami were keeping up poker faces. Jiro and Shoji were terrified of what would happen next. All the servants left even before the dance started to avoid potential fallout. 5 minutes were up. Izuku destroyed the flesh bud inside of Momo's skull. She regained control, looked at herself and the audience, and then ran off to her room crying. Midoriya, what just happened? Birdhead asked. I wanted to prank Yaoyorozu as revenge for spreading her UV gun idea to the head of support course. But how exactly did you do it? Vampires can mind control humans with their hair follicles. Okay, that totally makes sense. Why didn't you use this ability during the festival then? Toru joined the interrogation. It takes time, about 60 seconds to properly attach the mind-controlling agent. And that's assuming target doesn't move their head too much in the process. Unlike Shinso, This isn't applicable during a fight. Where did you get that silly suit? I just asked her to make one. Midoriya, I think you went too far with this prank, Hiro. I've never seen Momo-chan so distraught before. I didn't think she'd react so badly. She didn't react at all when Kachan was mind-controlled. Besides, I specifically took all you phones to prevent this from spreading out. Deku-kun, you should go and apologize to her. Sigh, yeah, I'll go. We'll go with you. Rocker walked forward with Giant. To make sure you're not half-assing. And to see what she can do when she is pissed. The trio went to Momo's room. It was a little surprising that Earphone Girl was able to navigate this maze of a house so well. Genius wasn't crying anymore. Instead she sat on her bed and stared at the wall opposite to the room entrance. Yao Momo-chan, I'm sorry. I didn't you would react so badly. It was just a harmless joke. No, it's fine, Midoriya, I just need some time to recover. She sounded calm. Are you sure? You're not mad at me? No, if anything, I've learned from you today. Now, could you please leave the room? I need to talk to Shoji-san and Jiro-san. Izuku left the room. Momo patted the bed part near her, as if she wanted them to sit close. They sat on her left and right sides. I'm deeply sorry. I shouldn't have threatened you. She pulled them for a hug and started crying again. What? They were both confused. I appreciate the apology, but why now? When Midoriya put his parasite in me, I could still see and hear everything, but was powerless to stop it. I completely lost autonomy. It was horrifying. She made a tissue to wipe her tears. I now know how you felt. I am a terrible person. I don't deserve to have you. Not exactly how it felt for me, but I guess it's close enough. Calm down, please. Mezu put his hand on her shoulder. You're not that bad of a person. Sure, you can be scary and annoying sometimes, but you're also supportive and encouraging. My grades wouldn't be as high without you. Yeah, if not for you, I wouldn't be rocking my guitar right now. I really needed that confidence boost from you. Sniff, really, you're not mad at me. Not mad, more like irritated. Besides, you did apologize. Just promise to not play the intimidation card again and we will collectively leave that in the past. Sniff, promise. Pinky swear. Kyoka smiled. Raven-haired girl made a pinky swear with both hands, one for each side. Her partners leaned to kiss her cheeks, making her blush. Let's go back to partying, Yaomomo. Let's. Alien Queen. Midori, there is something me and Kachan need to tell you. Zar Bomba. Stop using that nickname. Green Devil. Are you two dating? I'm so happy for you. Alien Queen. Don't be silly. You know my heart belongs to a certain green-haired weirdo. Zar Bomba. Stop with this crap. Deku. Iron Horns were able to see inside that frozen time of yours during cavalry battle. It only lasted for about a second. I think it has something to do with round cheeks quirk and gravitational time dilation. Shit, I hope they don't learn how to stop time too. Green Devil. Holy crap. Could you move as well? Zar Bomba. No. Alien Queen. I could barely move my eyes a little. It was scary, NGL. It's like I was paralyzed. Green Devil. Don't tell others, okay. Alien Queen. Sure. Zar Bomba. Whatever. Midoriya suffered from a headache. He used the sleeping pill 3 times in one day for the first time. His brain certainly wasn't prepared to enter and exit deep sleep so frequently, so the pain was expected. He promised himself to not overuse the drug so much in the future. Izuku wasn't so used to being recognized by people on the street and in public transport. 2 of his guests weren't used to this either. This whole situation would make his vampirism and fetishism a lot harder to keep under wraps. At least Kachan's was there to push them away without Greenhead having to do anything. Although, he never passed an opportunity to give autographs. After all, he often asked them from heroes all the time. Ochako's fame was quite overwhelming as well, since she went further into the competition than expected. People from the distance called her Izuku's girlfriend, likely because they were together when going to school. It was only a matter of time before someone figures out they live under the same roof. Izuku was surprised to see Iida at UA. He thought the guy would need more time to mourn his recently deceased brother. Although bespectacled boy tried to look and act normal, Something about him felt off. He wants to avenge his brother. Boss warned the boy. What makes you think that? Boy wondered. I can see killing intent in people's eyes. I used this skill a lot in the beginning of my career. Well, if his older brother got killed despite having more experience, Four Eyes here is as good as dead. Vampire laughed. Tenya is responsibility personified. He won't do something so dumb. Suyu approached the lost in internal dialogue team. Midoriya-chan. I'm worried about Iida-chan. I think he still isn't over his brother's death. I wouldn't expect anyone to be over that in one day. That's not what I meant. I think he wants to kill Stain in revenge. Really? Well, okay, let's tell Sensei no about this. Izuku could hear Diavolo face-palming. They went to find Aizawa and explain their concern. Great. First Todoroki, now Iida. My class is getting more problem children by the day. Thank you too for notifying me. I'll make sure to keep Iida away from Stain's current whereabouts. How, sir? Don't know yet, but I'll figure it out. By the way, Midoriya, your time stop and mind control are declassified. About time. Get it? Suyu and Shota didn't find it funny. Before the class could move on to their internship offers, Midnight entered the classroom to help children pick hero names. Katsuki's and Mina's first suggestions were unfortunately declined. Shoto went with his real name, Lame. Izuku and his neighbors tried to think of something meaningful. Emperor. Too egotistical. Holy Diver. Only makes sense for your stand, Dio. Deku. Absolutely not. That sounds dumb, kid. God. Same problem as Emperor. Schizoid man. A little too honest for my taste. Kronos. Come on, only 5 people in this country will understand that, 2 of who are at this school. Founder. As in, someone who manipulates foundational parts of the world, time and matter. Sound good to me, yes, sure. No one objected this choice of a name both inside and outside Izuku's head. Midnight commented that the name exudes the power and confidence of a true hero. It is time to show you how many offers each of you got. The numbers used to more leveled, but this time they are skewed towards top students. Eraserhead changed slide on his presentation. Shoto Todoroki. 4123. Momo Yaoyorozu. 3256. Katsuki Bakugo. 2123. Izuku Midoriya. 1488. Tenya Iida. 666. Ochako Uraraka. 404. Fumikage Tokiyami. 200. Mina Ashido. 77. Suyu Asui. 33. Damn it, I got nothing. Toru slammed her desk. I'm surprised Midoriya-chan is so low. You shouldn't be. I barely used KQ in the race and most of my fights in the tournament weren't visually impressive. My saving grace was spamming time stop during cavalry to avoid everyone's attacks. Regardless of who got how many offers, this is a part of our curriculum. UA cooperates with several agencies to provide students with experience. I need all of you to choose your mentor today. Guys, Izuku raised his arm. I'm nothing if not an expert on heroes and quirks. You can come to me for advice if you want. After learning about Tenya's suicidal plan to avenge his brother, Principal Nezu organized an urgent staff meeting to handle this problem. Yagi volunteered to get his old teacher to step in and keep the boy occupied. Iida picked out heroes who operate in Hosu. He was hoping that no one would pick up what he is planning. His train of thought got halted. All Might of all people approached him. Greeting, young Iida. Hello, sir. My former mentor, G.G. Gran Torino, wants you to intern under him. Number 1 hero's voice was trembling. Gran Torino, I've never heard of him before. He was active way before you were even born. He's an excellent tutor. Shouldn't he be too old by now? He is old but not obsolete. Trust me, I can't think of a better person to train you than him. Of course, sir, I will study with him. Not many people could go against All Might's wishes, certainly not the rule-abiding Tenya. Todoroki-san, how are you? I'm good, Midoriya-san. Hound Dog and I had a heart-to-heart yesterday, we are making progress. He even convinced me to go and visit my mother when possible. He looked around. Listen, I know I haven't been on good terms with you or anyone else, but I was told I should be making friends my age. Will you be my friend? Of course. You can make even more friends if you actually use our chat. Understood. By the way, this might come off as rude, but I think not using half of you quirk is dumb. There could be a situation where fire is necessary, and neglecting it would result in casualties. Shoto giggled. What's so funny? Hound Dog and Eraserhead told me the same thing. So, did you listen to them? I don't know yet. I understand this line of reasoning, but something within me goes in shock when I try to make fire. It may be a subconscious reaction. If only you knew what subconscious crap I have to deal with. Hopefully, your mind and soul can recover from that trauma. Izuku was standing in front of Sir Night-Eye's agency. All Might insisted the Greenhead should choose his former sidekick over other heroes. He wondered what caused the two split paths several years ago. But first things first, Midoriya had to make a good first impression. Just as the teen to approach the door, a voice from below called him. Hey there. Izuku jumped backwards and saw a face sticking out of the ground. Does this man swim in the ground like Sekko? Ha ha. Nothing beats first reactions. The face floated upwards, revealing a large blonde teen with 1 million on his chest. Hello. I am Mirio Tagata, Sir Night-Eye's sidekick. He told me that someone important is going to come today, but I didn't expect the sports festival winner. Hello. I was told that Sir wants to discuss my quirk, so here I am. Trust me, he is a genius when it comes to training quirks. You will not regret coming here. All right, can you tell me what he's like? How do I make a good first impression? He is dead serious most of the time, but he likes a good joke. Make him laugh and you're golden. Thanks. By the way, how does your quirk work? That's a question for another time. I'll lead you to his office. Mirai Sasaki was torturing Bubble Girl with a bizarre tickling mechanism. Apparently, she wasn't funny enough today. Good to know I'm not the only one with a few loose screws. Sir Night-Eye asked Mirio to turn off the torture device in 3 minutes and lead the Greenhead to his office. The first thing that caught Izuku's attention was all the rare and expensive merchandise of number 1 hero. That actually made him jealous. The two of them sat the opposite sides of the desk. Normally I'd start by testing your sense of humor, but right now we have a more important topic to discuss. Toshinori contacted me and gave details on your quirk. He said that you are a living contradiction to my belief. Belief that future is cemented. Yes, my quirk allows me to see the future of other people. The picture gets hazy when I look further into the timeline, but it is always correct. Fate cannot be changed. Spoken like a true slave. You're being too harsh on him, Diavolo-san. Maybe for you and others fate is predetermined, but I can change it. My quirk allows me to see the nearest future and erase it on demand. Those leaps in time are the side effect. The very notion that fate can be tampered with sounds ridiculous, but I am willing to test you. He looked Midoriya in the eyes and touched his nose. Then he pulled a coin out of his pocket. I activated foresight on you. Try to take this coin from me in 3 minutes. The picture on Izuku's hair showed the pro hero dodging King Crimson's in his own arms. For someone without a speed quirk, he was frustratingly fast. First team tried to take the coin by force, but fate wouldn't let him catch up with Night-Eye. 1 minute has passed. Izuku internally admitted defeat in the fair fight. King Crimson. Sasaki was stuck avoiding Izuku's fated moves, therefore he was powerless against time erasure. Just as resumed its normal flow, KC snatched the coin. Impossible. Hero was shocked. You were going to attack me from that direction. I know, sir. Epitaph has showed it to me, but I didn't like that fate. Incredible. Simply incredible. You truly are the solution to our problem. Problem. Yes. All Might. He will die brutally. I don't know when and how exactly, but I am sure of it. Even he cannot escape bad fate. But for you it won't be an issue. You will inherit One for All and become the new symbol of peace. With all due respect, sir, All Might doesn't want to give me his quirk because it's too risky. I intend to respect his wishes. Why? Why doesn't he understand that you will be able to surpass him? I can surpass him even without his quirk. Besides, now that AFO is dead, the world doesn't necessarily need OFA. Perhaps that's another reason to not put anyone under risk. Sigh. Hopefully you two will change your mind before it's too late. Does this mean you won't accept me as intern? No, I made up my mind the moment took that coin away from me. We will work on fighting strategies, patrolling routines, creative applications of your quirk and proper humor. Don't expect a cakewalk just because you've managed to impress me. I won't let you down, sir. By the way, do you have a shooting range here? Izuku's first real task as Night Eye's intern was fighting against Lemillion. The name explains the chest piece. They went to the training room on the first floor. I don't think this is fair, sir. I have 2 more years of UA under my belt and experience as your sidekick. It's fine. I am fairly confident Midoriya's abilities. Yeah, don't worry about me, Mirio. Don't say I didn't warn ya. He winked at the green head. Suddenly he disappeared from sight. The hair video showed him emerging from the ground and punching Izuku in the stomach. Opening square bracket, closing square bracket. Just as King Crimson tried to strike Lemillion in the back, its hand phased through the blonde. What? Greenhead was perplexed. Looks like this guy is a ghost. Or at least he functions like one. Kira tried to guess. It doesn't make sense. At this very moment he was supposed to attack you, kiddo. Diavolo tried to understand the situation. Wait, I get it. His intangibility must be selective. Only his hand was physical. That's a quite promising quirk. He could probably mess up with someone's internal organs and bypass durability. Dio was thinking of possibilities. If your guess is correct, then I know what to do next. Huh, Mirio was surprised as well. Looks like a time skip occurred just now. Let's try this again. He sank under the floor. Opening square bracket, closing square bracket. This time KC karate chopped Tagata's knuckle, causing it to bleed. The pain distracted the blonde from maintaining his quirk and allowed Greenhead to land more punches on his opponent. Mirio tried to hold his ground, but he couldn't keep up with strength and speed of Red Quirk. After the spar was over, they all went to have a lunch. Can't believe you figured out a plan of attack so quickly. Most people can't even understand my quirk without explicit explanation, let alone find a way to counter it. Mirio said as he was eating. I'm not most people. Izuku sounded proud of himself. I'm 4 people in one body. Yeah, figures. By the way, how did you know where I was going to emerge? Midoriya's quirk lets him see into the future, albeit it has a much shorter window. Mirai answered in boy's stead. Oh, is that why you wanted him here, sir? Among other reasons, yes. Midoriya, I want to ask you something. How does your future sight interact with these weird temporal anomalies? Well, I can't remember what exactly happens during a skip, but I assume it's the same as shown in my predictions. I always end up in the same spot as preordained. Same goes for me. Night Eye supported Izuku's fabrication. Wow, must be nice to have at least some way around this bizarre phenomenon. Yeah, it sure is nice. By the way, he pulled out a notebook from somewhere. I'd like to ask you more about your quirk. Iida was expecting All Might's mentor to have a respectable agency, but instead the address lead him to a rundown house. The boy tried to knock to no avail. He was rechecking the map for 5 minutes before a voice from behind called him. You are from 1A. Tenya Iida, right? The voice belonged to Minoru Mineta. Mineta-kun, what are you doing here? I am here for my internship, duh. I thought you'd go for a female hero. That was my plan, but then All Might told me that his mentor picked up interest in me. What's more, he was trembling. Someone who can scare the #1 hero so much must be worthwhile. This is the place, right? He pointed at the entrance door. It should be, but no one answered to my knocks. Maybe they left the door open. The grape boy pushed the door and entered the building. He then screamed out of terror and ran back out. Call heroes and ambulance. I saw a dead guy inside. I'm on it. Calm down, both of you. A short old man covered in something red appeared at the entrance. I wanted to see how you would react, and you did better than I expected. Are you Gran Torino? Yes. Come in, I'll bring you up to speed. I've been watching the event to see if anyone could use my help. And to see if Toshi passed down OFA to someone. You two rely on mobility, which is my area of expertise. You have potential, but you also have flaws that I'll kick out of your bodies and minds. He pointed at Tenya. We'll spar right now. Try to keep up. Purple 1, you'll be next. The old hero jumped around the room, bouncing off the floor, walls and even the ceiling. Iida was barely able to keep up with his defense, and he couldn't land a hit on his opponent. Mineta wasn't doing much better. Torino kicked him into submission before he could spread enough balls to effectively move around. Both students were lying on the ground, sore from the exercise. Iida, you're fast, but you are also predictable in your attacks. That's the reason you lost to that brat Todoroki. We'll working on your reaction time and small, controllable boosts of speed. Mineta, you rely too much on preparing the battlefield with your quirk. It can work if you're ambushing or if a villain is slow, but against other speedsters such as myself you'll die before you get the ball rolling. You need to learn how to move and set up balls at the same time. Yes, sir. They both panted. By the way, Mineta, is there a way to get rid of your balls? That room is now a minefield. Strong acid or explosions should do the trick. At least that's how Ishido and Midoriya were able to get rid of them. Or you could wait for 24 hours for them to disappear. I'm not going to wait. You'll be cleaning the rooms after every sparring round. Now, get up and let's do it in another room. I should have gone to MT. Lady. Mina and Ochako went to Gunhead to improve their hand-to-hand fighting skills. Right now they relied too much on their quirks, as shown during their testing matches against 1B and U.S.J attack. Despite his appearance and prowess in combat, Gunhead was a surprisingly sweet person. He always organized tea parties after patrols and knitting sessions after training. I think I'll add a utility knife to my equipment. Not just to stab, but also clear foliage, chop materials and maybe pick locks on doors during rescue missions. Uraraka said as they were drinking tea. That's an excellent idea. I am so proud of you, girl. The pro hero next to her said. Ochako, I think I'm going to advance my relationship with Midori to the next level soon. What's that supposed to mean? It means I'll make him my boyfriend, silly. No, I get that. I meant why are you telling this to me? Well, she made a teasing smile. I was wondering if that would make me a homewrecker. Oh, Uraraka, you are already dating that Midori kid. Gunhead leaned closer. No, she was blushing vividly. I'm not Deku's girlfriend. We're just friends. I rent a room in his home. Except you probably don't pay rent, hee. Mina, brunette grabbed the alien by her shoulders to shake her. You're making this sound way worse than it actually is. Girls, calm down. Their mentor separated them. As much as I would love to hear about this, I need to spend these few days teaching you H2H, so stop bickering. Yes, sir. Okie dokie. With that said, he put 2 calling cards on the table. Make sure to send me cute pictures when you become couples. Yaoyorozu was interning under Fatgum. Midoriya explained that her quirk is too unique to have a direct equivalent on the pro scene. The closest thing was the hero who could accumulate body fat and use it as pseudo-armor. Unfortunately, Teishiro Toyomitsu wasn't keen on technology or chemistry, only culinary. The only practical advice he could offer was carrying granola bars as emergency fat reserves. Nothing interesting happened during patrols. At most a sailor with bubble-controlling quirk tried to assault an old doctor. She couldn't even field test her new zipper-based suit properly. When Kriti and Fatgum were taking a break in a cafe, the genius noticed a familiar face on the TV. Izuku Kendo from 1B was starring in a hairspray commercial along with pro hero Uebami. Wow, she's so pretty with that cut. Must be nice to receive exposure as early as the first year. Raven-haired girl wondered if she should ask her out later. Bakugo went to Beast Genist as he was the highest-ranked hero available. Turns out the hero was only interested in improving Katsuki's appearance and attitude, something that the teen deemed worthless. Nothing happened during patrols either. Shoji's chose Quad Arms, who also happened to accept Kirishima and Tetsu. The giant was happy to help with community service, but constant talks about workouts and manliness annoyed him a lot. He'd much rather put up with Yaomomo's eccentricity. Tokiyami decided to go with Hawks, both due to his ranking and the bird theme. Most of the time was spent lagging behind and handling apprehended criminals to police. Hawks just kept pestering Fumikage about with question about U.S.J. The boy ended up learning nothing. Tsuyu's hero of choice was Selkie, the leader of a coast-guarding team. She helped apprehend a drug-smuggling group, which even put her name in local newspaper. Jiro and Hagakure went together to Death Arms because they desperately needed physical exercise. They took a part in defusing a hostage situation, although they didn't get to fight the villains. Todoroki visited his mother in the asylum for the first time in years. She apologized for scarring him and for being a bad mother. He reassured her that she was doing her best and promised to get her out as soon as possible. He still wasn't convinced to use his fire yet, and he wanted to make a name for himself sitting on father's coattails. For this reason he chose an obscure hero manual. Evening was approaching Hosu. Shigaraki was standing on top of a building. This prick Stain thinks he's better than me. Ha, I'll show him. I'll show everyone. Today's raid of Hosu will surpass any kill that sword wielder tries to achieve. Then people will learn to respect and fear the League of Villains. Tenya and Minoru were working like slaves for the last week, not getting nearly enough sleep. Their bodies were sore from all the kicks. It wasn't all in vain, though. At least know they were able to last a lot longer against the old hero. Grape Boy went to go shopping for food. Iida, now that he's gone, we need to talk about your plan. What plan? Tenya was caught off guard. To kill Stain, of course. What? He jumped in place. I was going to. I don't want to hear your excuses. Your homeroom teacher figured it out and asked All Might to keep you busy. Now, tell me how exactly you were going to defeat someone who managed to kill your older brother. I would have tracked down his location and used my speed to overwhelm him. Torino laughed out loud. Seriously, that's the best you could come up with. And I thought UA students were clever. He frowned. Stain has years of experience against all sorts of quirks. He could easily predict your moves, especially since you tend to run in straight lines. You would have ended up joining Tensai in the afterlife. Tenya looked down in shame. He wanted to cry. Hey, calm down. I know that you're a good kid, just making sure you're not doing anything stupid. Thank you, sir. Don't tell that Mineta kid about this. He doesn't need to be involved in your mess. Bespectacled teen nodded and then thought about something. Mineta-kun mentioned being approached by All Might. Did he want to avenge someone too? What? No, I wanted him here because he reminds me of my younger self. Plus, I wanted to try and beat the indecency out of him. After Minoru returned, all three took a train to Tokyo. Shoto Todoroki was patrolling streets of Hosu with Masaki Mizushima in the evening. He was receiving a lot of attention from the bystanders as promising UA student and son of endeavor. The hero was glad that such popular student chose him above anyone else, although he couldn't really understand why. Suddenly, a monster appeared from an alley. It looked similar to the U.S.J Nomu's description, but also different. Its skin and outer brain were the same, but it looked less like a large human and more like a pterodactyl bird hybrid. Its hands were extending into featherless wings, its legs looked like eagle's claws and it had beak in place of a mouth. The new Nomu was able to shoot sharp pieces of ice from its mouth as if it was artillery cannon. The radio broadcast informed heroes of several dozen creatures wreaking havoc in the city. Manuel ran towards the nearest fire hydrant to use his quirk, while Shoto tried to engage the Nomu in ranged combat. Sadly, the thing was too fast and too far for him to hit. The monster destroyed several cars, a piece of road and impaled a few civilians with its ice before flying away. Todoroki had to use his other side to melt the icicles and a kid trapped by the Nomu's quirk. He was unable to move due to leg injury. Another Nomu, shaped like a gorilla-hedgehog mix, ran at the heroes in all fours. When Shoto froze the monster in place, the ice began to crack. Not good. I'm running out of stamina. Shoto tried to remain calm. Attention to all heroes in Hosu and nearby. Someone used the emergency frequency in manual radio. The monsters appear to have a critical vulnerability to fire. Endeavor and his sidekicks are on the way. Every fire hero within the vicinity must also come for assistance. Shoto, the hero cried. You need to burn that thing. I can't. Todoroki sounded shocked, his body trembling. I just can't. Please, mister. A little boy behind him pleaded. I don't want to die. I want to see mommy again. Dual-haired teen was reminded of a time he was reading a book with his mother, how she taught him about importance of family and love. That child must have wanted to his mom just as much as Shoto wanted to see Rei. He gathered all of his willpower and unleashed a giant wave of fire, burning the chimera just as it managed to escape its icy prison. Heterochromatic teen looked at his left hand in disbelief, still not fully understanding what he just did. Manuel slapped him to bring him back to his senses. They began evacuating civilians in the nearby area. After the train got a giant hole punched through its wall by a Nomu, Gran Torino was forced to intervene. He told his sidekicks to help with evacuation and avoid fights unless absolutely necessary. They were handling evacuation until Tenya noticed someone suspicious in the corner of his eye. His intuition told him to follow this man. At some point, he heard a person scream in front of him. Before he could run forward, a hand touched the back of his leg. Shizo Makagiro has found himself another fake hero, native. This man only went for easy missions, always declining requests whenever something truly terrible has happened. Today was no different. The man was doing evacuations in the furthest part of the city, trying to avoid encounters with the monsters. He couldn't even understand what's going on when Hero Killer stabbed him for the first time. Now he was lying on the ground, face down, unable to even look his opponent in the eyes. A truly pathetic view. Just as Stain moved forward to land the finishing blow, a youthful voice from behind called him. Stop, Stain. Sword-bearer swiftly turned around and took a defensive stance. He saw a man in familiar-looking armor. Hey, he grinned. You must be Ingenium's little brother. Have you come here to die by my hand as well? No. Tenya shook his head. I've come to save an innocent life from death. Innocent? Ha. This man is an embarrassment to heroism. He's coward and must die like one. Only true heroes like All Might can uphold order. Seriously, he has to die because he's not All Might. By that logic you'd have to kill every other hero in Japan. No. Stain lowered his blade. There are heroes and students who uphold the same principles as All Might. They will bring salvation to society. Oh yeah, and who that might be? Before he could answer, Stain felt something hit the back of his soles. Those were weird purple balls. He couldn't lift his legs because his shoes were stuck to the ground. He managed to twist his neck enough to notice a smiling midget waving with one hand and preparing to throw a ball with another. Before he could reach for a throwing knife in his pocket, Ingenium Jr. charged at him to get the katana. As they struggled in a tug-of-war game, Mineta covered Stain's pockets, parts of his suit and the front of his shoes with balls, effectively immobilizing him. Tenya finally managed to overpower the killer and pull the katana away. Can't wait to tell the girls how he looked at frowning Tenya. We managed to capture the hero killer. They'll be all over us. You fake. Stain screamed. I will cut you down like a grape boy shoved a ball into his mouth. Shut up, Stainy. You are ruining the moment. You will face justice at last. Iida did the chopping motion. Soon after Gran Torino an ambulance car arrived to the scene. Native was taken away for treatment while the kids explained what just happened. So, you called me in the ambulance but then went to stop him anyway, thus disobeying my orders. The old pro sounded annoyed. No, sir. Tenya fixed his glasses. You told us to avoid fights unless necessary. Native's life was in danger, so stepping in was necessary. You're lucky I noticed you trying to leave. Minoru elbowed him. What were you even planning to do? Fighting Stain would have been suicidal. I was planning to rush by him, grab Native and run. We don't even know how his quirk works. Maybe he could have killed you anyway. Torino pinched his nose. Well, at least your priorities were in the right place. Does it really matter now, sir? We got him. We'll be famous. Hold your horses, Mineta. We'll have to adjust the story a bit. You technically weren't allowed to just run after a villain and fight him on your own. We'll say that I was leading this operation and you were working under my direct surveillance. Come on, old man. Little boy tried to protest. You can't take all the credit for yourself. I understand your frustration, but this is for your own good. We'll all get into legal trouble if truth gets revealed. He kicked Mineta's knee, causing him to fall. And don't call me an old man, you zygote. Yee. Yeah, Purple Head mumbled. Sir, what are we going to do with his testimony? Big Kid pointed at still struggling Killer. And natives. I'll make sure Stain's court case doesn't get public. His words won't be able to hurt you too. As for Native, I'm sure saving his life is enough of a motivator to not rat on you. We'll still visit him just in case. If I may. Tenya raised his hand. While we've arrested the man, we also need to shatter Stain as a symbol, discredit him as much as possible to make sure he doesn't start a following. I like the way you're thinking, kid. Police arrived to arrest Akaguro. They had to sedate him and then have Mineta get him out of his clothing. Shigaraki was pleased. Sure, heroes have managed to destroy all the Nomus, but those were expendable. His main quest of causing chaos and attracting people's attention was finished. Stain couldn't possibly top that. Soon the Love will gain more high-level units to its roster. It was only a matter of time. Ooh, a Class 1A. Green Devil. Todoroki-kun, are you all right? I saw TV reports. Those nasty things attacked Hosu. Shoto. Yeah, I'm fine. Those things were strong, but they were weak to fire. Zarbamba. So you finally got over yourself and your stupid self-limitation. Shoto. I wouldn't say I'm over my issues, but I couldn't let that child die. He wanted to see his mother. You can't see me. Aw, that's so cute. Ingenium. I hope you'll be able to overcome your issues soon. Who knows when the next Nomu attack will occur. Hiro. Iida-san, I read that you and Mineta-san arrested Stain in Hosu, but I thought you were going to a different location. Ingenium. Our mentor Gran Torino doesn't live in Hosu. He wanted to take us to Tokyo for some reason, but plans changed when our train got broken by a Nomu. We were evacuating the civilians from the area, but then I caught a glimpse of the hero. All three of us went after him. Goddess of Creation. I heard that Stain is an admirable opponent. How did you manage to defeat him? Ingenium. What you heard is wrong. He is a coward who relies on sneak attacks and his quirk too much. Once we turned the tables and ambushed him, he was powerless against me and Mineta-kun. Space Walker. And that Gran Torino guy. Ingenium. Yes, him too. Rockstar. I think you're hiding something. Green Devil. And I think you poke your jacks in other people's business too much. Alien Queen. Sick burn, Midori. Rockstar. Yaomomo, protect me. Goddess of Creation. Midoriya-san, stop bullying Jiro-san. Green Devil. I will if she stops snooping around. Eternal Darkness. Iida, you said the killer over-relies on his quirk. Is his ability tied to Dominion of Darkness? Ingenium. No, he can paralyze people by licking their blood. Strong quirk, but it doesn't help when you are being overwhelmed. Green Devil. Cool, Green Devil. I mean, that's horrible. Haidemon. How exactly did you guys take him down? Ingenium. It was Mineta's idea. I called the culprit out to stall for time and lower his guard, letting Minoru's balls immobilize him. Then we attacked him from all directions, not giving him any room to breathe. Alien Queen. I bet Mineta will try to take all the credit for himself to woo girls. Ingenium. Yes, I expect that as well. Ingenium. Did anything noteworthy happen to others? Zarbamba. No. Green Devil. Nah. Haidemon. Nah. Space Walker. That's a nope for me and Mina. Rockstar. Me and Toru helped save some hostages. Hero. I was taking part in catching a smuggling group, so that's the end of that. Goddess of Creation. Wow, I envy you. All I did was arresting a sailor with a bubble quirk. Eternal Darkness. At least you did something. Hawks left me to bite the dust every time. Green Devil. Guys, we shouldn't dwell on this too much. Let's focus on upcoming finals. Goddess of Creation. Agreed. Izuku has returned from his internship with Sir Night-Eye. It was educational but at the same time exhausting, as Hiro barely let him sleep or relax. It doesn't help that boy was human most of the time. They figured out that UV doesn't harm the teen when time is frozen, meaning he could summon TW and put a cloak on it even outdoors during daytime. Greenhead wanted to come home, drop on bed and sleep for a few days, but his house was packed at the time. Uraraka and his mother were expected, but there were also his longtime savior Nimori Kayama, his playmate Kazuki Chitose, his old friend Mina Ishido and his new friend Toru Hagakure. They were all actively discussing something. "Oh hi, Izuku." Pro Hero welcomed him. "Hello everyone. What are you doing here?" He pointed at the journalist. "Especially you. They want to move here as well, ha ha ha. Very funny. Hello, Tiger." Purple-haired woman licked her lips. "I was hoping to get an interview with the rising star from the U.S. Sports Festival. You are all the rage still, even after that attack on Hosu. So, what do you say? Why should I tell anything to you specifically? How about another deal? I heard you have a great interest in quirks. My quirk lets me turns objects into explosives. So it's the same type of quirk as Killer Queen. Never say that again, Midoriya. I'll tell if you tell." She winked at the boy. "Sigh fine, but only because I want to know more about your quirk. What about you, Nemu, Midnight-sama? I came here to discuss the rumors regarding your implicit behavior. I came to claim you for myself." Mina jumped at the boy, who sidestepped her. "Me too." Toru was dodged as well. "I just live here," Ochako murmured. "Really? G-Force. From where I'm standing it looks like you are way ahead of Pinky and Greenie." G-Force. Midnight was surprised. "That's not Uraraka's hero name. That's her underground hero name." Kazuki giggled. "Everyone, please, calm down." Inko stood up. "Since Midnight is a teacher at UA, she gets priority. Chotai-san, could you please wait here with us while Izuku talks with her in private?" All right. For the time being I could ask you about your experience as future hero's mother. She's really stubborn and annoying. That's expected given her occupation, sir. So, what exactly did you want to talk about, ma'am? Izuku, I've known since you were 5, and I even know about your inner friends. There's no need to address me so officially outside of school. Call me by my name." He nodded. "Your mother showed me your painting collection. As arts history teacher, I'm impressed with your ability. Do you take commissions?" "No, but since we are friends I'll make one for you." "Thank you. Now, there are rumors about you dating several people in UA, namely Mina Ishido, Ochako Uraraka and Itsuka Kendo. I need to know how much of this is true." "Right now, none. The reason why these rumors exist is because Uraraka-san and Kendo-san visit me you know where to do you know what. And Mina just hangs around me." "Oh, right. Most boys prefer butts or tits, but you have a thing for hands. Say, do you like my hands?" Heroine put her arm forward. "Say yes. Sigh yes. Thank you." She played with his hair a bit. "Now, do you plan on starting relationships? I wanted to ask 2 girls from 1B, but now Mina and Toru threw a wrench into my plans. I don't know what to do. Why settle for less? Grab all of them, kiddo. As long as their heads are nice. You two are insufferable sometimes. That's rich coming from you, beyond fate man. Follow your heart. If it takes you to several directions, go ham. Just make sure everyone is on board with whatever you're doing." Speaking from experience, Midoriya tried to provoke a reaction. "Of course, I've been on and off with many folks, and we are happy with time spent together. But how are people going to react if I for example try to be greedy? I'll be honest, Izuku, some people will always find an excuse to badmouth you if that's what they want. However, the majority will either not care or look at how you present yourself. Look at me." Midnight pointed at herself. "I am pretty much the sex symbol of modern heroics. Boys and girls dream of being with me. Be like me and everyone will want to date you. Ask her out on a date. I'm not even 16. Like she'd care. Thanks. Would that be all? Make sure you and the girls visit sex ed session I'll be conducting in a few days." Pro Heroine left the house and Midoriya's 2 classmates entered his room. "Like I was saying, it's time to move our relationship to next level, Midori. With handholding, kissing and others types of fun. This is coming out of the blue. Why are you telling me this now? I tried to be subtle about it, but it looks like you require a more direct approach. So I'm telling you this right now, let's date." She leaned for a hug. "And you, Toru?" "Mina, I understand, she's been my friend for a long time, but I don't you well. Why do you want me? 'Cause you're cute. I can't argue with that. So, how about a game of rock paper scissors? Toru put her arm forward. Her hand looked nice and smooth. That's lame. We should do a fist fight. Mina lightly punched the green-haired girl on the shoulder. I'm not very good at melee combat. She shyly looked away. Guys, you didn't even listen to what I've got to say. I wanted to ask out 2 girls from 1B. Izuku slightly raised his voice. Let me guess. Ashido rubbed her chin. Setsuna Tokage and Itsuka Kendo. Kednu-san has the rumors, but what tipped you off about Tokage-san? She can detach her limbs. You'd probably want to borrow her hands for something nefarious. Mina pointed at his crotch, causing him to blush. If only she was this clever when it came to academics. Izuku-kun, could you at least give me a chance? Toru raised her hand. I'm pretty open-minded, so if you want to bite me as a vampire or mind control me, I wouldn't mind. I like that girl already. Dio exclaimed. Hey, I've got seniority as his childhood friend. Both of you, silence. Izuku almost screamed. Let's keep this casual for now. I'll go out with each of you and those 2. We'll see what to do from there. What if I don't like these terms? The visible girl crossed her arms. The exit is over there. Midoriya pointed at the door, making her gulp. I like you when you're so commanding. I accept. Alien girl kissed his cheek. Me too. Hagakure was a bit disappointed. Please, leave me for now, I've got to talk to that Giorno. Good to know at least Uraraka-san doesn't jump at me like this. You mean bad. The girls left blowing kisses and let Chito's in. She was holding a notebook, a voice recorder and a pen. So, Tiger, do you want to ask me first? Yes. He pulled out his own notebook. How does your quirk activate? I just need to touch something or someone for it to activate. The explosives are detonated at will. I called it landmine, even though the name is misleading. She pulled out a coin, threw it into the air and exploded it. What are strengths and weaknesses of your quirk? I can create as many bombs as I want, but the individual explosions are pretty weak. I would about a dozen bombs to kill one average human. Unless, of course, that human is a bomb. I see, so she trades quality of bombs for quantity. Have you ever given thought to career in heroics? You'd be cracked as a rescue hero. Sorry, dear, but I live to satiate curiously, both mine of my audiences. Understood. What about your pussy, Tiger? You mean Killer Queen. It can only create one bomb at a time, also detonated on demand. The power of the bomb can be regulated to destroy a part of an object or its entirety. At maximum output, it can completely destroy even the sturdiest materials. What's more, I can transfer the explosive from one object to another once. So, if I turned a villain's weapon into a bomb, I could then transfer the energy from that weapon into the villain assuming he doesn't wear gloves. This is useful for creating traps or using projectiles. How peculiar. If hero business doesn't work out, you can always find offers in the assassination market. I'm kidding, of course. The blue-skinned woman let out a laugh. Now, your yellow friend can teleport, right? No, the world's ability is to stop time, it just looks like teleportation from the outside. It doesn't last very long though, 5.5 seconds at most. I know it's been declassified, but did you really have to say it out loud? I'll be in the spotlight. Folks will figure it out sooner or later anyway. Plus, I didn't tell her about increasing the limit. Wow, and here I thought you couldn't be more overpowered. Stopping time. There are so many things you could do with such ability. She looked at the clock. I know. Why did you cover yourself during cavalry in the tournament? Does world make you ugly? No, it just makes me sunburn very easily. Small price to pay for such power, I suppose. What about your crisscrossed buddy? I couldn't quite see him in action due to the time leap. Nothing too crazy, it lets me see 7 seconds in the future. And causes those leaps in the first place. How did you get past Todoroki's ice with him? I don't get it. That was a tricky question, given how the honest answer would have been against Nezu's protocols. Honestly, I don't quite get it either. By the time the time leap was over, King Crimson was already attacking Shoto. What a shame. Do you have any ideas about what's causing this phenomenon? I've heard all kinds of theories. from alien invaders and divine punishment to glitches in the Matrix. It's probably something more grounded, like someone's quirk subconsciously activating during specific times. I wish they'd stop doing it. It's a pain to deal with. You don't need to tell me. Izuku put on a fake smile to hide his embarrassment. Are you imaginary friends sentient? Yes, they just don't talk out loud. Do they like me? There was more emotion in her voice now. Yes, sure. I fucking hate journalists. Always snooping around and trying to uncover the truth. Diavolo complained. 2 of out 3. Hopefully KQ is in those 2. Enough about your quirk. How have your childhood been? Pretty good. I've been on excellent terms with my peers and everyone told me I'd be a great hero someday. Nothing traumatic or sad. Nothing that couldn't be fixed by talking to mom or a psychologist. Can you tell me about your friends? I don't think that's up to me. You'd have to ask them. Fair enough. Why do you wish to be a hero? Because I want to save people and bring them hope. How altruistic. What do you think about vigilantes? They are a byproduct of all the problems in hero system, such as emphasis on flashy appeal instead of productivity. I believe they wouldn't exist if system was changed for the better. A few years ago you committed an act of vigilantism against a sludge villain. Were you aware of potential consequences? Yes. Then why did you do it? Isn't it your dream to be a hero instead of a vigilante? A real hero wouldn't stand around and do nothing. I had to at least try and save the hostage. You almost sound like Stain. Please, don't associate me with that murderous psychopath. He simply uses the narrative of fake heroes to justify killings. At least you were honest about your motivation, Hira-san. Thanks. Interesting. Say, what do you think about quirkless people? They were abandoned by fate. I don't know any of them personally, but they are people just like you and me. Their discrimination is a plague. Her smile dropped for a moment. All right, I reckon you have the same stance on mutants. Correct. Have you read Meta Liberation War? Of course I have. What do you think of it? I think it has some good points, but it's too extreme overall. Curious tried her best not to frown. You've gathered quite a following after the sports festival. A lot of people your age are wondering if you are up for grabs. They'd have to get in a line. Bold and brash, just the way I like it. Journalist grinned at the answer. What kind of qualities you are looking for in a potential partner? They shouldn't be put off by my desire to be a hero and potential risks that come with it. Okay, what about their looks? She licked her hand, causing the boy to redden a bit. I suppose they should take good care of their skin, so it feels nice to touch. Or have a quirk for that, like the loudmouth's mother. Right, Mistuki-sama's quirk is handy. I can already see skincare companies offering you advertisement deals. Good, I guess. That's all for now. Kazuki turned off the recording. This scoop will be a killer. They might actually give me that big promotion. Thanks, Tiger. Or should I say, Founder. Whatever. Just don't let anyone know why you call me Tiger. I won't, promise. Speaking of which, do you plan on ever revealing your hand fetish? I bet girls in Japan would take a much better care of their hands to get on your good side. I certainly do. She rubbed her palm against his cheek. Probably not. It's not something I'm proud of. Well, secrets get revealed sometimes. It'd be much better if you did it willingly, especially if you had someone like me backing you up. And who knows, maybe they'll even pay you to play with them. I'll keep that in mind. By the way, Chito's put her calling card on his desk. If you want anything, and I mean anything at all from me, make a call. I'll be there for you. Remember to read the latest issue by Shueisha Publishing. Bye. She also blew a kiss before leaving. She definitely wants to get in your pants. I'd be thrilled if I wasn't so tired. Izuku could finally go to sleep. A few days after the interview, there has another boom in public perception of Izuku Midoriya. He was described as an aspiring hero whose abilities were bordering on reality warping. Time control was a power that could make or break almost any situation at hand. Strangely, there were no mentions of Greenhead's stance on quirkless, despite mutants being mentioned. Turns out, Kazuki was promoted from one of the leading journalists in the agency to the CEO. The killer exclusive was certainly a big help in that regard. If Izuku was sometimes recognized before, now he'd certainly be in everyone's mind. Girls at the Love Hotel and blood donors all wanted his autographs, not to mention trying to get closer to him. The boy gave serious thoughts to Chisum's offer about public admission. Greenhead's phone received a notification one morning. You can't see me. Hi, Izuku. Green Devil. Hi, you can't see me. Can I move to your house? Green Devil. What a way to start a conversation. You can't see me. I mean, you had no problem letting Ochako live with you. Green Devil. She had no other place to stay. You can't see me. Is it really necessary, though? Your house is really large and pretty, just like you are. Green Devil. Shouldn't your parents be wary of me? At least a little bit. You can't see me. No, they said me being with you is fine. I'm not good with money though, so I was hoping you'd let me pay in some other way. Green Devil. Figures. Thank goodness Nezu is paying her my expenses. Green Devil. Toru, are your parents neglectful? You can't see me. No. What makes you think that? Green Devil. To me it looks like you are desperately craving for appreciation because your family never provided you with it. The fact they are letting you go so easily serves as reinforcement of my belief. You can't see me. You are overthinking this. I just saw Uraraka crashing at your place and wanted to do the same. Green Devil. Still, they are letting if you stay with a guy you know for a few months without even seeing me once. You can't see me. They saw you on TV during the festival and in the recent publications by Shueisha. Plus, they are open-minded people, like me. I hope open-minded isn't a euphemism for stupid. Green Devil. If you say so. You can't see me. Sweet. I'll arrive by the evening. Mom, Ochako, I have news. Mina wants to live here. Space Girl wanted to tease her landlord. Almost. Toru wants to live here. Sigh whatever you say, pumpkin. Inko was suppressing tears. His inner demons are ruining him. Mom, are you okay? Izuku rushed to her. Yes, my baby. I just can't get used to this. To how things turned out with you. It's been 10 years. You'd think she'd manage by now. She probably thinks this is all your fault. I doubt I can convince her otherwise. Come on, Midoriya. More often than not we are a solution. I know, but that's not how it may look on the outside. Mom, look at me, please. He grabbed her by the cheeks. I'm still the same child who cried after hurting Kachan. Always have, always will be. Nothing will ever change that. Well said, kiddo. Sniff okay, Izuku. She hugged her son. Should I leave the room? I feel I'm interrupting an emotional moment. Brunette asked. No, it's fine. Two green heads finished their hug. Izuku got a notification. Alien Queen. Midori, Toru has been buzzing me about moving to your home. I've got a few things to say. First, you are never beating the Playboy allegations. Second, do you think she's Midnight's secret child? She must be very horny to try something like this. Green Devil. I think she's emotionally damaged. Maybe her family doesn't love her and she's jumping at me in a desperate attempt to learn what love is. Alien Queen. I like my theory more. Or maybe she wants to one-up me in being a girlfriend. So, will you let her stay? Green Devil. Yes, it's not a good idea to push her away, at least not until I can be sure she's really fine. Alien Queen. You know, I could maybe convince Ma and Pa to let me move in. They know you're good. Green Devil. Please, it's already getting crowded here. Green Devil. Hello, sir. Big Brain. Hello, young Midoriya. Do you have issues with your quirk? Green Devil. No, right now I'm suspecting emotional neglect from Toru Hagakuri's parents. It's a speculation, but one I can't simply ignore. Could you please check on her family discreetly? She denied everything when I confronted her. Big Brain. I'll see what I can do. The visible girl arrived with 2 bags containing her belongings. Izuku led her into a free room. The rules here are simple. Clean up after yourself, don't walk into anyone's personal room and don't touch my notebooks without my permission. The last one sounds really specific. Some of the notes were taken with promise of keeping them a secret. It's one thing you wrote down about One for All, but why the hell did you dedicate pages to us, kid? I like making notes, okay. And it's not like I'm sharing the ones about you with anyone. Okie dokie. So, Izuku. The girl leaned closer. I told you I'd pay in some other ways. I think I know how to do it. I'm all ears. Izuku and King Crimson put hands on their ears. So, how about you put that mind-controlling thing in me? Then you could do anything you want. Bite me, slap me, have me make a tattoo with your name, or maybe force me to walk naked in public. She knows her place. Dio was amused. You know, Midoriya, I have to agree with Mina's assessment. Kira told him. She sounds just like Midnight's daughter. That all sounds tempting, but I have an even better idea. Green-haired boy walked towards his desk to pull something out. Is that a collar? Or a pair of handcuffs? Even better, it's a gym membership card. Izuku proudly proclaimed. What? Hagakure was taken aback. You'll pay me by gaining muscles. Come on, heroes need to be in good shape, your shape is lacking. But what about my suggestion? What's the point of mind control if you are willing to do it anyway? Seems redundant. After talking to Kayama-sama and seeing that prank on Yaomomo, I thought you might be into this stuff. Additionally, the idea of losing control sounds appealing. Please. Momo would laugh at this notion. No pain, no gain. Train hard and then maybe I can arrange something for you. That was Midoriya's final stance. You're no fun. Once again, the 1A students were arriving to the U.S.J complex. Some of them were still shaking from the recent attack. Thankfully, this time All Might and Snipe were present, so everyone felt at ease. Still feels like we are back too soon, Kiro. Fear not, young Asui. The villains will not be able to sabotage our communications again, so it's unlikely they'll try their chances here. Yagi proclaimed. Back to you, 13. The space-themed hero was wearing a visually identical suit, so it was hard to tell how well her body took the fight. Her posture and voices at least suggested she was fine. Yes, thank you. As you know, students, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint is a facility designed to emulate various natural disasters. Floods, fires, earthquakes, you name it. Today all of you will work as a team in each of the zones to rescue civilians. They will be represented by other students who partake for extra credit. Do not worry, they have quirks to help them survive the specific environments we put them in, so they aren't in actual danger. We will evaluate your time management, teamwork and decision-making skills. Questions? No one bothered raising hands. Excellent, let us begin. The first zone contained a dozen, drowning, civilians and some that were stuck on a broken boat. Half of students simply swam to the rescue, but others managed to use quirks. Todoroki made ice bridges, Momo created a raft, Izuku and Fumikage used their extra pairs of hands to grab more people. Despite not actually being a cat, Killer Queen wasn't a fan of water. I hate swimming, Bakugo screamed as he carried someone on his back. Next was the downpour zone, where victims were trying to get their belongings from the area. It was a pretty easy area to manage. Katsuki finally managed to show off his new suit that protected him from humidity and stored sweat in the gauntlets. I won't fall for this crap again. The mountain zone was full of pitfalls, so teens with enhanced mobility such as Suyu and Shoto got to shine the most. The blonde was pissed that civilians refused to ride him when he was going to fly on blasts. Safety concerns, as they called it. Landslide zone was supposed to be extremely unstable, so quiet and carefulness were the most important aspects. Jiro and Shoji were the stars of this show due to their hearing thriving in such environment. Conflagration zone was Todoroki's and Yaomomo's time to shine, since their quirks were perfect for dealing with fire and protecting people from smoke. Finally, the ruins zone was said to be another straightforward assignment, but as soon as students entered, they got bombarded by blasts of golden energy from above. Hi, a girl with long blue hair waved at them. So, I'm supposed to be a villain and kill you, so don't take this personally, okay? She sent another attack. Who the hell is she? Ochako wondered. She is Najire Hado, from the third year of heroics course. I guess her inclusion is another logical ruse. Fucking hobo and his fucking ruses. Katsuki was displeased. She's too fast. Shoji tried shooting the girl who playfully dodged the bullets. Wow, nice guns. Are they your only ones? How often do you clean them? Are you allowed to carry them? Shut up. Explosive Kid flew towards the Najire to blast her away, only to be dodged and shot instead. She's too much. Todoroki-kun, please cover us. On it. The dual-haired boy maid hid his class inside an ice dome. Now, we need to plan. Smack. Lemillion emerged from the ground and hit the icy teen in the stomach, causing him to collapse on the ground. Surprise. He disappeared from sight, barely passing through Shoji's arms. Everyone, move, Izuku screamed. Togata-senpai can't see us when he is underground, so he has to make a prediction. Underground. Kyoka stood still due to not understanding the situation. Big mistake, as she was Mirio's next target. Careful, you might hurt someone. The blonde taunted Bakugo before hiding from an explosion underneath the earth. This guy doesn't have ranged attacks. The devil reminded his host. I bet he's prioritizing those who do. I see. See what? Deku-kun. Killer Queen. The cat Quirk flew from Greenhead's body and poked Momo's suit on the belly. What the hell are you doing, Midoriya? Mezu pulled the girl away. I turned her suit into a trap. Don't worry, it won't hurt her. Izuku's prediction proved to be wrong. Togata's next target was in fact Bakugo. Ash Blonde couldn't even block the fist coming towards him since it just phased through the arms. The next attack happened as expected. As soon as Lemillion tried hitting Momo, skin on his fist got blown up from the explosion. To Genius's surprise, she was indeed unharmed. A pummeling session from his Kohai Mezu left Mirio unconscious. Midoriya turned Senpai's leg into a bomb just in case and Momo made bandages to stop the blood. Now we just need to handle the flying menace, Izuku claimed. But what about the civilians? Tsuyu countered. I'll handle the flying bitch. Bakugo panted as he tried to stand up. Language. Iida raised his fist. Are you sure, Kachan? She might be too mobile for you. Shut up, Four Eyes. Look, even if I can't hit her, I can still stall her. Get those extras out of the area. Okay, everyone, move. There was a third villain waiting for the class. He was wearing a white cloak with tons of stashes. Half of his face was obstructed. Why doesn't he wear shoes? Don't his feet hurt? Dio wondered. It's probably related to his quirk. Surrender, villain. Momo screamed into a megaphone. You are outnumbered and outmatched. The faux villain said nothing in return. Let's just stop him and keep going. Shoto launched an ice barrage towards the man. The villain's arms turned into wings as he jumped to fly away from the attack. As he moved closer to the group, his wings got replaced by 10 tentacles, 5 on each limb. He managed to grab all 10 students in his field of view by the neck, choking them slightly. Blow this stupid thing away. Sure. The Transformer's toes also turned into tentacles to restrain Killer Queen's arms and Dark Shadow, as well as prevent the giant from overpowering the restraints. Damn, he is strong. If only I could manipulate time right now. The villain suddenly let go of everyone as he tried to grab something behind him. Judging by the sounds, someone or something was choking him. But there wasn't anyone behind him. Everyone, rush this guy while Toru keeps him busy. No need. Todoroki launched another ice attack that covered the aggressor. Hagakure barely managed to jump away at the last second. Yaomomo, who is this? Amajiki Tamaki, another third year. Let's hope this was the last of them. After finally subduing the villains and rescuing civilians, 1A got to properly greet the big 3 inches of Ua. Mirio was an inspiration towards greatness, Najire was a soul of any company and a headache according to the peanut gallery, and Amajiki was too socially awkward to talk to anyone besides those two. Izuku made sure to ask Transformer and the Fly Girl about their quirks. Then he also had to answer a ton of questions about himself, much to his annoyance. Damn, am I really that irritating? Yes, probably. Most likely. Itsuka Kendo was proud to be a representative of 1B. It meant people in her class were putting their trust on her hands. Unfortunately, her trust in herself was dwindling. First she failed to get past the second round of the tournament, then she just the most useless hero for her goals. Uwabami might have known how to maintain public image, but she provided zero field experience. What's worse, no one saw this as a problem. Everyone congratulated her being on TV, as if she was a doll for display. Combined with the rumors about Midoriya and herself, the redhead didn't know what to do. A message on her phone caught her attention. Green Devil. Hello, Kendo-san. Fist of Justice. Hello. Green Devil. I was thinking, can we maybe hang out sometime? Fist of Justice. Are you trying to live up to rumors, Midoriya-kun? Green Devil. Maybe, but I mostly want to enlarge my social circle. Fist of Justice. Really? You don't want to hang out with me just because my quirk? Green Devil. I also admire your fighting skill. You could probably beat every non-mutant from 1A or 1B in a quirkless battle. Fist of Justice. Gee, thanks. Alright, it's not like spending time with you can damage my reputation any further. But don't tell anyone about his, especially Monoma. He'll be complaining for weeks. Green Devil. What's wrong with your reputation? Everyone adores you. Fist of Justice. I don't want to talk about it with you. Green Devil. Then at least talk about it with Hound Dog. Fist of Justice. Okay. Do you have ideas for our meeting? I don't like sappy, romantic stuff. That's just not my style. Green Devil. I'll figure something out. Soon after, class president received a message from her 1A colleague. Goddess of Creation. Hello, Kendo-san. Fist of Justice. Hello, Yaoyorozu-san. Goddess of Creation. You can call me Momo or Yaomomo in private. Fist of Justice. Then you can call me Itsuka. Goddess of Creation. Itsuka-san, are rumors about you and Midoriya-san true? Fist of Justice. What if I say, no? Goddess of Creation. Then would you be interested in dating me then? Here we go again. Redhead rolled her eyes. Fist of Justice. We've known each other for weeks. Why are you asking me right now? Goddess of Creation. At first I was concerned with my own class. But during my internship I saw you in the TV and then I felt a spark. Fist of Justice. Look, that wasn't real me. I usually don't dress up in pretty dresses or put on elaborate hairstyles. Goddess of Creation. In that case, I would like to know the real you. What are you interested in? Fist of Justice. Karate, black coffee and motorcycles. Goddess of Creation. Not my usual repertoire, but I can manage. Let me know when you are free. I definitely need help to deal with this. After classes, Itsuka and Izuku went to arcades where angry Katsuki was yelling at Deku for being a womanizer. Turns out, Redhead's fighting skills somehow extended to video games, as she beat everyone's ass there. Their second destination was an amusement park where they played stupid games to win hero merchandise. Finally, they spend evening at the Takoba beach to watch the sunset. This used to be my favorite spot for swimming and relaxation, but over the years the pollution completely ruined the place. I tried contacting local authorities, but they always have, quote, pressing issues at the moment. She sighed. Perhaps I could remove this garbage for you. Yeah, how? Killer Queen can destroy matter, remember? Izuku's quirk appeared to wave at the girl. I think a few months will be enough. Really? She got exited. You'll do this for me? Of course. Heroes are supposed to help people in need, right? This better not get in the way our appointments, Midoriya. It won't. Thank you. The girl jumped to hug him, only to realize that it was too embarrassing and jumped back. Sorry. She scratched her nape. No need to apologize. He smiled at her and went to start the cleaning job. Kendo finished the day with a better opinion of 1A's vice president. Despite him being a supposedly rich guy and a lady killer, he was a sweet and down-to-earth person. In sharp contrast to Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu flaunted her wealth like her life depended on it. She arrived with two expensive-looking motorcycles, each with a driver and racer outfit. They completely outclassed the bike Itsuka was saving up money for. Their first stop was a fancy-looking coffee shop, featuring all sorts of flavors. Redhead could tell that Ravenhair doesn't like coffee and was only drinking to please her. Kendo had to admit that the product here was indeed top shelf. Then they went to a dojo that was reserved for the day to practice. Yaomomo stood against Kendo on an arena, preparing for a sparring. Momo, do you even know how to fight? Without a quirk, I mean. A little bit. Then what's the point of this? I'll defeat you easily. I like to think of this as a learning experience. Yaomomo smiled. The genius played very passively and defensively. It took the martial artist only a few attempts to bypass the defense and drop her opponent on the floor with a kick to the face. Are you done? She was annoyed. No, wait. Momo tried to stand up. I can keep going. She then fell down again. We are done for today. Kendo helped the girl stand up. They were going back to Itsuka's house in Momo's limo, as she was too tired and sore to sit on a bike. She made some ice in her hand to put it on her face. So, did you like our date? Honestly, you were trying way too hard. I get that you're wealthy and want to show off, but you went overboard. My parents might have gotten a heart attack if they saw those bikes, or this car. I was simply doing things that you liked. But you turned them up to 11. I'd wager that coffee costs an arm and a leg. You'd be correct. If that's the issue, I'll turn it down. How expensive is too expensive for you? Kendo face-palmed. Even though Yaoyorozu was clever, she was definitely out of touch with how regular people live. Just let me choose what we do next time, okay? Yes. Before you go I need to tell you something. I'm listening. Redhead raised an eyebrow. I'm dating other people already. They are fine with this, of course. I just want to be honest with you. Who exactly? I promise not to tell anyone. Jiro Kyoka and Mezu Shoji from my class. Well, your vice president wants me as well, so I guess we are even here. Kendo let out a sigh. It appears the rumors surrounding Midoriya were also applicable to Yaoyorozu. Still, the girl was trying her best, so Itsuka was willing to give her a chance. Plus, she needed time to decide how to handle the dilemma between Izuku and Momo, not to mention working on her self-esteem. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.